The Dark Demon King. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It was a pure white room. Walls in each direction were painted white without any seams. The altar enshrined in the center was also pure white like hardened snow, and the lighting of the room was, again, also white. Give the offering. A voice resounds in the room from an unknown place. Double doors were opened, and from beyond the dark passage, a queue of people came in. Similar to the white room, those people were also completely white. Their whole body was covered by a spotlessly clean white robe. A white mask covered their faces, and not a single part of skin could be seen. They held white boxes in their hands. A total of 6 boxes were brought into the room. Unknown whether these boxes were the offering, they nimbly set the boxes in the prescribed positions and left the room. A sound of locking could be heard with the closing of the double doors, which resounded in the empty white room. The preparations are complete. The man, looking at the series of events from a separate room, muttered in satisfaction. He also, similar to the people who had set the boxes, was wearing a white robe, but his face was not covered with a mask and revealed a wrinkled face giving a sense of his age. Begin. With the declaration of the old man, the man waiting in the back of the room conveyed the thoughts of acknowledgement. Altanian elasid tactimiastidia, arobab rapt elilam almictalifa. Opening the gate. With the voice of the person in the back, the old man closed his eyes and attentively listened, knowing that currently, directly viewing the room with the white altar which was producing a light, had the danger of causing permanent loss of eyesight. The only thing reflected in his vision was darkness, i.e. the back of his own eyelids. Soon the noisy room also turned silent. It was a success. When the old man muttered so, voice of joy and relief rose everywhere. Start with the measures. Again, the people in white started moving in a row in the passage, connected with the white altar room. Out of nowhere, the voice of the old man resounded directly in their ears, with information which they put in their mind without missing a single word. Male, age 17, student. The personal data of the mysterious person came in from the old man, but whether they understood the meaning or not, there was no sign of any bewilderment in them. Name is Fu Ku Ha Ha Ha. The moment he was about to say the name of the person whose info was being given, suddenly, laughter resounded instead. Fuedahaha. The old man was laughing. Whether this was an unexpected situation, the men in white did not stop moving, but there was certainly a slight unrest in them. Still, the men finally came to the white altar room and with an accustomed manner started unlocking the door. Apologies, gentlemen, but it was simply too absurd of a name, you see. As the old man said so, the inside of the room came into view, similar to as it was previously, spotlessly white room. But the boxes they had carried had now disappeared, and as if in exchange for it, a single man was lying naked on the white altar. A black-haired man, his appearance matched with information given by the old man. And then, the old man once more said the name of the man. His name is Kurono Maou. Section. As a soft light fell upon my eyelids, a faint consciousness returned inside my head. Remembering that I was in a deep sleep, I realized that I was wrapped up in a warm futon. As I thought of getting up, the devilish warmness of the bed made my determination to get out of it waver. A little while longer. 0.5 more minutes, get up. With an angry voice, my body was mercilessly exposed to the cruel coldness. Due to the overly abrupt stimulus, I jumped up to my feet. Yuo. Is it an enemy attack? What the hell are you fighting? With a cold voice, what came into my vision was the face I am most used to seeing. As soon as I recognized it, the drowsiness inside my head instantly disappeared. Farewell dream world, good morning reality. In a slightly messed-up room, snatching the futon away from me stood a single woman. Glossy, long black hair, unblemished white skin, well-featured outline and a tall nose, straight, vibrant lips and stiff and angled eyebrows gave off a feeling of anger. Whether this sharp and severe expression should feel terrifying or beautiful would depend on personal choice, but the fact that it was a more than well-ordered look would definitely be affirmed. In addition to the good looks, her height was also almost 180 cm. Long, slender legs and a constricted waistline, on top of which the apron worn was further boosting her chest, giving off an overwhelming presence. This level of style surpassing that of models or gravure idols, unless you are a severe lolicon, homo, or incompetent, was definitely eye-catching. But no matter how pretty-looking she was, it could never touch the heartstrings of my true eros because, "Good morning, Mom." She was my true blood-related mother. "Good morning, hurry and get up, everyone is already on the table." Saying that, Mom left the room, leaving the door ajar. "At least close the door, it's cold." Looking at the clock on the table, it was 6:50. As a high school student who had no morning practice, it could be said that this was still early to get out of bed. Anyway, can't really go to sleep again now that I am up once. Guess I should get ready then. And thus today once again my, Kurono Maou's, unchanging peaceful life began. Changing into the Gakurin uniform, that is the proof of a high school student, I left my room situated on the second floor. After I was done with washing my face, brushing teeth, and readying my appearance in the washroom on the first floor, I went to the living room for breakfast. Just like Mom said, two small figures could be seen on the table. "Good morning." As I called out, the two turned around after realizing my presence. One is my father. Even now retaining youthful appearance of a 30-year-old, he surpassed Mom, who could be categorized as beautiful and surprised friends and acquaintances. Youthfulness that could even be called as that of a 20-year-old together with his short height of 160 cm, he looked more like a young boy rather than a middle-aged man. What is up with the body of this father? Makes you think whether his body not know aging or maybe his time has stopped. Probably by the time I graduate from high school, I would look older when compared to him. By the way, rather than taking to this androgynous short father, I am more similar to my mother. Inheriting her tall height and sharp eyes, at 183 cm and with a villainous look, I have demon-like form. It's good that I'm tall, but the fact that I don't have a Bishonen-like face of my father is a bit regretful. Thanks to this villainous face, my surroundings are scared of me even though I have not done anything. "Good morning, Mao." The other person sitting on the table is my elder sister, Mana. Completely opposite to me, my sister resembles my father, i.e. cute, small, sweet, ephemeral, giving a feeling of wanting to protect type Bishoujo. Even though she is already in college, she has a suiting black twin-tailed hairstyle. "Did you make a bento again today?" And, hun. That appearance of replying with lightly blushing cheeks is definitely worth seeing, even if she is your sister. But the one who is the receiver of this goodwill hidden in her small chest is not me, but her recently gotten boyfriend. The only thing able to bring about such an easy-to-understand face on my usually indifferent and poker-faced sister is something related to her boyfriend only. Well, that's how happy she must be, but then anything regarding lovers is unrelated to me. All right, one day even I'll get a girlfriend, probably, most likely. I think it'll be good if I can. A touch of anxiety crosses my heart as I finish the rice and miso soup and get up from my seat. "Going already?" On being asked by my sister, I replied as I put on my coat. "It's raining, so I'll take the bus today." Oh, the bus stop is far away after all. Going to the same school till last year, my sister also knew that it took some time to get to the bus stop from home. If going by bicycle, it would be fine even if I left a little late, but I have no choice but to give up when it's raining this vigorously. "Here, bento, don't forget it." "NN, thanks." Taking the bento from Mom, I put it in the bag in a way so that it does not overturn and went towards the entrance. I'm off. Sent off by the 3 people of my family, I stepped outside in the still chilly weather. I'll get down on the bus stop in front of the school, but first I have to cross a traffic light to reach the school building. As large raindrops fell on the umbrella, I waited for the signal to turn green with the many other students similar to me who were commuting to school by the bus. Many others who came on foot also stopped at the red light, as it became more and more crowded. In that crowd, I noticed a single schoolgirl. Maybe due to her small and delicate figure, her dark blue umbrella looked unnaturally big in her hands. Although the crowd was big enough to drown the small her in it, her characteristic flaxen, long hair noticeably stood out, giving her a definite presence. By her side was probably her classmate. As I fretted over whether it would be okay to interrupt their happy talk just to greet her. NN. Our eyes met unexpectedly. Her long eyelashes and lovely round eyes were devilish enough to intentionally arouse the desire to protect inside of men. Sharp outline and pure white skin, a straight nose, and small yet juicy lips. It was impossible to find any flaw in the beauty of her face. Silky flaxen long hair, narrow feminine bodyline dressed in sailor uniform, gave a neat and tidy feeling. The ideal bishoujo that everyone imagines, she was without a doubt a perfect personification of it. Now that our eyes met, I couldn't feign ignorance anymore, not because she was a perfect beauty, but because she was simply an acquaintance. "Good morning, Shirasaki-san." I hardened my resolve and decided to greet Shirasaki Yuriko, my colleague in the same literature club. "Oh, good morning, Kurono-kun." The literature club had few members, so obviously I was acquainted with her and had also talked with her quite a few times. But in terms of relationship, she was less of a friend and more of an acquaintance. Thus I had nothing more to talk to her in this place. I have showed plenty formality, so now you can go back to talking to your friends who are looking at me with a weird gaze. But, is there something? Shirasaki-san is standing in front of me without moving. But without saying anything, a silent air of tension flows between us. As a result, with a difference in height of more than 30 cm, naturally it felt like I was looking down in a domineering sense on Shirasaki-san. Maybe to others it might look as if questioning Shirasaki-san. Ano today. Let's go, Yuriko." Shirasaki-san looked like she was trying to say something, but her friend pulled her hand and crossed the signal, which had turned green at some time, and disappeared in the crowd of the passing students. "What? Is there something at the club today?" Shirasaki-san would not talk to me for something private, so it must be something club-related. Maybe the club will be closed today or something. "Well, I'll know when I go." But her friend sure was looking at me with a gaze heavily filled with animosity. I think my glass heart cracked a little. Well, before that, Shirasaki-san herself doesn't really meet eyes with me, and I had already suspected it when all she could do was awkward greetings, but seriously, maybe I really am hated. Classes were boring, but I think they are not completely boring. I can keep up with what is being taught, and it's not like nothing is entering my head. Maybe I could find some sort of joy in learning. But when you are tired, the teacher's voice automatically becomes hypnotism sound waves. "Hey Kurono, lend me your notes." But this time it wasn't me, but my friend who was in charge of nodding off. Sure, but sleeping for consecutively 4 periods is also problematic. With an amazed tone, I handed over the notebook containing the kanji written on the board, copied accurately and exactly. "Thanks, but yesterday I ended up doing an all-nighter, so it can't be helped, or rather it was inevitable." Laughing without any shame, this guy is one of my very few friends, Seika Yoda. With the end of 4th period, it was now lunch break, so I joined my desk with Seika's. "So, did you finish it last night?" "Nah, there is one particular route that is quite difficult. I thought it would be fine as long as I raise affection points with her. But it seems I also have to raise some affection points with another heroine and make this one jealous once." Hearing a part of Seika's conversation, what the hell he is saying can only be understood by those who know what he is talking about. Basically, a 18+ romance simulation game's completion guide. Well, this and that took up my time. Then taking a break, I watched the late-night anime in real time, using up another hour. Seika has a medium build and doesn't even wear glasses, so he doesn't look like an otaku in any way. But the insides are as you can see. Otaku level can't be said to be severe, but definitely cannot be called light either. Similarly, though not of Seika level, but I myself will also come in the otaku category. The genre I actively write in the literature club is also neither pure literature nor mystery, but the so-called light novel. Couldn't you just record the late-night anime? Nah, it's no good unless you see it in real time. It's more exciting. Is that so? I replied vaguely as I brought out my bento. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you in the morning, but you came to school today with Shirasaki-san, didn't you?" "No, it wasn't something like." "It's fine, Kurono. You don't really have to play the dense character here." "What do you mean by play?" "I'm not some small-minded guy who works hard to maintain some kind of character every day. I saw the scene of you two looking into each other's eyes in front of the signal. Man, I'm jealous. If this was an eroge, it was at a level where you'll get an event CG. I want to experience event scenes in real life too. Calm down, we go to same club and that's it. It's not a relation where an eroge scenario can become reality." "Is that so? What's with that doubtful from the bottom of my heart gaze you are giving me?" I'll start seeing black coils behind you in reality due to your overreaction. All protagonists are like that. I'm a normal student, not popular. I have no relation to that girl. No matter how you look at it, heroine affection points are at 100%, damn it. Like I said, calm down. Don't mix reality with fantasy. I'll say this just in case, but something like I was childhood friends with Shirasaki-san, or made an important promise, or we are not dating, yet she comes to wake me up at home every day, or eating lunch together on the rooftop, even though our classes are different. Such events are absolutely non-existent. Be quiet. Getting a two-shot scene while going to school with a bishoujo of Shirasaki-san level is more than a splendid situation already. Even then you think it's nothing. Are you really a guy? A normal guy doesn't even have a single contact with any girl. That's. Now that I think, he might be right. Even if nervous or hated, just being able to greet a unanimously accepted bishoujo in the morning might be a blessing already. If I had not joined the literature club, the amount of contact with females I had would also be zero. I can barely remember the names of the girls in my class, and I don't remember properly greeting any of them even once. Wait a sec, it's not like you don't at all with girls at all. You're in the soccer club after all, don't you talk with that cute manager? Idiot, she is already in a relationship with the captain. And this is her third boyfriend after entering high school. I don't want to hear real-life romances of girls. Selfish, aren't you? Isn't it fine as long as she is cute? Like hell. Women who NTR and get NTR'd are not heroines at all. Something brutish as that should only exist in eroges and soap operas. I get it, so first of all calm down and sit down, alright. With a can't help it, expression Seika sat down with a flump. If he continued to heat up like that, he would have become the center of attraction of the classmates in a bad way. Wait, if girls with boyfriends are NG, then Shirasaki-san is no exception, right? Is that so? I rested my chin on my hands and looked outside the window with a faraway look as I talked to Seika. Well, Shirasaki-san is the good girl type that talks to even people like me without making an unpleasant face after all. Well, she doesn't directly match eyes either, but it's better than being bluntly avoided. Well, you do have a scary face and a giant on top of it. That's right, but I'm kind of sensitive about it, so don't say anything more. Okay, so. Well, there is no way that there is not a single boy in her surroundings, right? It's only obvious. A convenient development like she is kind only to me is not going to happen. Wait, if she really is a completely good girl, then she wouldn't be kind only to one specific person anyway. Certainly, I have seen a lot of good-looking guys talking to Shirasaki-san. That's right, I'm just someone who is among the many people who can just greet her, and the no. Of people she gets along with can't be counted with just two hands. I guess reality is like this after all. Bishoujos are human too after all. If there is a good guy near her, it's only obvious what will happen. That's how it is. If it's Shirasaki-san, then naturally, she must have one or two boy. I don't. The one who interrupted me was not Seika. How should I say, if he suddenly started talking in such a cute voice, I won't be able to stay friends with him. That's not it, this voice, could it be? I don't have a boyfriend. Shirasaki-san. Why, with such timing, would you appear here? Didn't I just say that we aren't in a relation where we ate lunch together? This is the first time that she came to my class to me specifically. Rather, why am I feeling guilty right now? My heart is thumping like crazy. I can actually feel cold sweat flowing on my face. Wait, calm down. It's not like I said anything to diss her. No, well, sorry, I said something on my own. I ended up apologizing. Well, talking about other people relationships is not exactly good, and the fact that it was heard by the person herself, there is nothing you can do but apologize. I'm not really angry or anything, sorry. Is that so? It's fine then. No, this atmosphere isn't fine. Seika has already become a stone statue and has taken a doesn't concern me posture. It seems that she isn't really angry, but I can feel that she isn't really pleasant either. But since the person herself said so, I can only drop the topic here. Well, did you need something? Yes, that, I failed to say it in the morning. For the time being, let's forget about that and focus on the contents of this conversation. So she really had some message to tell me in the morning. Today, there is an important meeting in the club, so you must come. Meeting, is that so? Got it, I'll make sure. I didn't hear anything about this yesterday. Well, There must be something urgent considering that she went through all the trouble to come to me. At the end of the day, there is no change in plans to go to the club. Well then, I'll be waiting. Yeah, thanks. Like this, after finishing our business-like talk, Shirasaki-san left the classroom with a quick pace. Man, bishoujos sure have an unusually high impact, don't they? This cold-hearted friend of mine who was quiet until now came back to life. Seika, couldn't you have helped me by following up or something? No way, impossible. In the first place, I'm not an acquaintance either, but good thing you found a solution, right? Could you call that calming down? I only saw my affection points going down quickly. So it seems Shirasaki-san doesn't have a boyfriend. Good for you, Kurono, you still have a chance. Again the same topic. High school life means romance events, right? Weren't you against it in real life? All right, now even I'm motivated. Oi Kurono, next time introduce me to Shirasaki-san. Do you want to cheer for me, or do you want to go out yourself, which is it? All I can say is that, at an acquaintance, my communication skills aren't high enough to introduce my friend. Basically, with my status, it is impossible to introduce Seika to Shirasaki-san. Rather than that, let's eat. Yeah, or lunch break is too short. Can't they increase it to at least 2 hours? I reached towards my bento left alone during my high-tension conversation with Shirasaki-san. On removing the lid, waiting for me should be Mom's special no-effort taking simple cooking, but what the hell? White rice on top of which a big heart made with pink flakes came into my view. What Kurono, what is that bento? Such love-filled bento I have only seen in games. That's it. This love-filled bento is definitely not something Mom would have made for me. Mom mistakenly switched my bento. This is without a doubt what Sis made for her boyfriend. About now, Sis' boyfriend must be eating Mom's cold bento. You amazing, it's a heart, ahaha. Incredible. I ignored my hyper friend and with mixed feelings decided to eat Sis' handmade bento. But dear sister, this is isn't your love a bit too heavy? It was now after school after attending 2 more periods. After completing my sweeping duty, I directly went to the literature club's classroom. Opening the door, I stepped into the familiar classroom. Unintentionally, I let out a stupid voice because there was only one person in the whole classroom. Certainly, the club has very few members, and many are also ghost members, but the fact that there was no one else except one despite getting prior info, and I was even late due to sweeping duty, is a bit strange. I was imagining the usual president idly chatting with others while waiting, but it was not so. Also, the fact that the only member to have already come would be Shirasaki-san was also unexpected. Kurono-kun. Shirasaki-san, you're alone. And yes. Okay, conversation over. I had no other words to speak towards that cute, unchanging face of hers. Troubled whether I should talk more or not, I randomly took a seat. I was thinking of too many things, but none could leave my mouth. Similarly, nothing came from her side either. Shirasaki-san held a paperback with cute cover. Imitating it, I also took out my self-written light novel from my bag to kill time. On the A4 size papers stuck together was the title Legend of Hero Abel. A title so straight no RPG would ever use it. This is something I wrote for the first time in middle school. The contents were as per title: the hero Abel goes to defeat the Demon King. No twists or originality, and the sloppy writing on top of it screamed amateur work. Still, it was something with a proper conclusion, a completed work. Maybe I should reread it, or maybe write a sequel. Absolute silence. Except for the sound of athletic club's yells coming from the ground and the sound of our turning of pages, the clubroom was mostly silent. Due to the awkward atmosphere, not a single sentence of the light novel was entering my mind. What? Why isn't anybody coming? Wasn't there supposed to be a meeting? Anyone's fine, but please come already. Due to the incident during lunch break, the atmosphere felt really awkward between the two of us alone, and I won't be able to keep this up. In the first place, I have never been alone with Shirasaki-san before this. It was always during a conversation with somebody else that I talked to her. No, but continuing this silence is kind of painful. Though a bit reckless, maybe I should try and talk about something random. That's right, we are fellow members, and even if our genres are a bit different, there must be something common to talk about. Also, sooner or later, President and others would noisily come into the club anyway, so as long as I could talk for that little time, it was fine. All right, I'm gonna do this. Our voices overlapped. Sorry. And awkward, even though we both were silent till now, to think we would raise our voices together. You can go first. It's fine, Kurono-kun can talk first. Is what she said, but it's not like I have anything important to talk about. No, well, I was thinking that everyone sure is slow. Incredibly harmless and boring topic. Even I can't help but think that I'm boring. Yes, that's right, me too. But Shirasaki-san also was about to say something similar. No, that's not it. Actually, that was not what I wanted to say. For some reason, I could see some change in her, from her previous quiet attitude. Is there something else she wanted to say to me? Well, you see. As if resolved something, Shirasaki-san vigorously stood up. As she stood up, the Shirasaki-san who never even met my eyes was now clearly looking at me straight in the eye. In those lovely eyes now dwelt resolve and a color that expressed strength. To this sudden change, I was somewhat surprised, but on the outside I kept calm. It was a lie. What is? That there was a meeting, that it was a lie. What she was saying, I could not understand even a single bit of it. My head was full of question marks. Is that so? It's not like it was something to get angry at. In the first place, I had no idea what was the motive, so I had no choice but to continue the conversation. Yes, and you see. The silence continued longer than I thought. The conversation also stopped. But I felt that right now I shouldn't call her out and just silently wait for her. I. And finally she spoke. Kurono-kun, Right, Shirasaki-san had definitely said it. But I couldn't hear, neither Shirasaki-san's voice nor the sounds coming from outside. I couldn't hear anything. Why can't I hear? Did my eardrum get torn suddenly or something? A soundless world, suddenly an intense pain attacked my head. I have had a lot of headaches when I have had a cold and all, but never this intense, no. In the first place, the nature of headache itself is completely different. This isn't a normal headache. This is something more life-threatening, something lethal. My vision was upturned. A shocking pain ran through my body. After a few seconds, I realized I had fallen off my chair. Rather than reducing, the pain kept on increasing with every second, due to which I lay on the floor unable to get up. The only thing I could do was struggle inside my own mind. I may have been raising a painful voice, but I myself was unable to hear it. With pitiful tears in the eyes, the view of never-before-seen Shirasaki-san frantically trying to cling to my body came. Rather than thinking about the pain or asking for an ambulance, the fact that I was causing her make such a grief-filled expression made me bothered. The view filled with her tear-stained face was suddenly littered by something like black sand. This is bad, it seems even my vision is becoming strange. The black thing soon enveloped my view like a sandstorm, and her crying face disappeared from my view. Can't hear anything. Can't see anything. Before I realized, even the feeling of lying on the floor had disappeared. I couldn't even make sure whether I was breathing or not. The only thing certain is the pain overrunning my head. Am I going to die? In the absolute darkness, where all my 5 senses had been shut, I soon lost my self-awareness as well. I don't want to die. That was the last thought. Chapter 1, Awakening. Suddenly, as I awakened, the inside of the room was dark. What, is it still night outside? It's not like I had a nightmare or something. Well, anyway, if it's still night then I should go to sleep again. There is school tomorrow after all. As I thought that, I felt a discomfort in my body. Somehow, my body is awfully painful. No, the bed I'm sleeping on is too hard, due to which I am feeling pain everywhere. There's no way I would sleep here. What's wrong with me? Did I sleep in a weird posture and fell off my bed or something? Something like that has not happened to me since the time I was born. Anyway, as I thought of going back to my bed, my body didn't move. I realized that I was so completely paralyzed that not even a finger could be moved. Is this the so-called sleep paralysis? This is my first experience, but I would have been glad if this happened while I was at least lying on my bed, because even though I can't move my body, the sensation of the hard floor is perfectly transmitted. As I was at a loss as to what should I do now, my eyes finally adjusted to the darkness and the surroundings became clearer. Where the hell is this? There, I finally noticed that I was not sleeping in my room. Still in a paralyzed state, my neck didn't move, but my eyes could, so I surveyed my surroundings. It was a completely empty room. I'm probably lying in the middle of the room, and other than me, nothing existed inside this room of around 6 tatami mats. In my view, not a single door existed either. A fearful thought flew into my mind that maybe I'm trapped in a room with not a single opening. What is this? Seriously, where the hell is this? Why am I in this kind of situation? A bad dream? Is what I wanted to think, but my consciousness is way too clear, and even though I can't move, the sensation of my body clearly exists. I am unable to doubt that this is not real. That's right, I think I am starting to remember some things. I wasn't sleeping in my room, I was at school. Right, I was at the clubroom after school. I am a member of the literature club, which doesn't fit someone like me who has a big body and sharp eyes. Inside the scarcely crowded clubroom, I was excitedly thinking of writing my favorite type of chuuni-filled light novel. No, that's not right. At that time, I was alone with Shirasaki-san in an awkward atmosphere. During that, out of nowhere, I had a headache and fainted, I think. Somehow, the memories of the time when I got the headache and fell off my seat faintly came back to me. With an overreaction like that, I caused Shirasaki-san unneeded worry. Also, has my family been properly informed about this? Leaving that aside, I fainted in the clubroom, so is this a hospital? No, a hospital would never lay a patient on such a hard pedestal. Even field hospitals don't treat you that way. Maybe they thought I died and was sent to the morgue. Even corpses are laid down on proper mats, or rather, my thoughts are leaping too far. There is no way something like that would happen. No, but that not possible situation is exactly what I am in right now. Just what kind of story is behind the reason that I was laid down in such a place? Could it be that I was kidnapped? Obviously, I have a normal family you can find anywhere. My father is a civil servant and mother is a housewife. Something like I am the son of a rich, noble family, or prince of some country, or some other extraordinary birth circumstances doesn't exist. The only thing extraordinary is probably the appearances of my parents. But something like a mix-up, my further incoherent thoughts were suddenly interrupted. You, too bright? Suddenly, the room was filled with light. Due the instant change from dark to light, my eyes temporarily stopped working. But after a few seconds I got used to the light, but the changes in the room were not just limited to that. I sensed the presence of other humans, not something vague, but clear sounds of boots resounding on the hard floor. The fact that someone came cleared the fact that I was not locked in an airtight room, but that relief was also instantly blown away. The person who came into my view, his appearance was too extraordinary. Clad in something like a white mantle, and his head was also covered with a hood. It would have been fine if it was just that. He's wearing a white mask. Just looking at it, my wariness level instantly jumped to max. Not a gas mask, but the type worn in operas, simple yet the whole surface was covered with abnormal designs. What the hell? These guys are definitely dangerous. The people in my view were 3, all of them were wearing similar outfits. Are these guys running some kind of weird religion or something? However, I still lay paralyzed and I could do nothing but look around restlessly, unable to move even a finger, and unable to make even some moaning sounds. I could feel cold sweat running down my cheek. I don't really understand, but I'm definitely in a very desperate situation right now. Mhala, ana este kaza. Suddenly, one the masked men said something. La taklek, ana ila aihal muzelet alumli. To that, another one answered. Even though I was already in despair, I was further pushed into even more despair. That's because I don't understand a single word of what these masked men are talking about. At the very least, it is not English or Chinese or any other foreign language that I might be familiar with. Although I, who barely got average marks in English, might not have been able to understand it too. At least it's not English, that's for sure. Completely ignoring me, who was totally in panic and chaos, the masked men continued their conversation. That conversation suddenly, or so I thought, when one the masked men brought out a white ring. It looked like a fluorescent lamp in the shape of ring, but that's not it. But then again, what was that special ring without any ornaments was not something I knew. A tool I have never seen before. As I wondered what they would do with it, suddenly from inside the ring, thin needles came out. Total of 7 needles came out. With a kashan sound, I certainly saw them coming out. I thought they were pretty, but at the same time I also had a bad premonition. Similar to how it came out, They went back in an instant, and the ring returned to normal. And then the masked man who held the ring brought it towards my head. Oh, oi, oi, wait a second, don't bring something dangerous like that, where needles fly out towards my head. Unable to neither move my body, nor produce any voice, other than restlessly moving my eyes and sweating from the whole body, I could not give out any other reaction. The masked man, without any hesitation, with practiced hands, stuck the ring to my head. Stop it, seriously stop it. If the needles came out now, what is going to happen to my head? With that length, they definitely reach my brain, and there are 7 of them. I'll die, I'll surely die. The fear of death instantly overcame me, but I had no way to put up any resistance. Even crying and shouting while shivering in an unsightly manner was not allowed to me. In what was barely a few seconds, the ring was set on my head. Stop, please stop. Unable to speak out, mercilessly from my head came a Kashan sound. And at the end, I lost my consciousness. Chapter 2 Submission. I'm alive. I muttered within my faint consciousness. As I awoke, I was again lying on the hard floor. Soon, my memories before I lost consciousness came back to me. Gah. I feel like vomiting but somehow resist. With the paralysis now not in effect, I became able to make groaning sounds like this, and somehow, also able to move my body. On putting my hand on my head, a hard sensation came to my fingers. Without a doubt, that evil, needle-spewing ring is currently completely attached to my head. Shit, this is the worst. Although it wasn't painful, receiving something like that torture-like treatment out of nowhere, anyone would curse once or twice. But with this, my freedom of body has returned. First, I should confirm the situation I'm in. I'm currently in same type of empty room where I was first kept. There is no pedestal in the center anymore. Seriously, it's nothing but walls. Even the ceiling is also white. In the front, there is a similar white door, but I doubt it would be unlocked. Seriously, without any windows, I'm starting to feel depressed. Wait, if there are no windows, does that mean I'm in the basement? Well, if it's meant to act as a jail, it's a valid arrangement, all right. My attire has also become similar to those masked men, i.e. white clothes. Though there is no mantle or mask, it is quite a simple one-piece robe-like cloth. By the way, I am also wearing underwear. Is this a prison uniform? No, it's not certain that I am in a prison yet. But still, no matter how I look at it, I don't think I'm in Japan anymore. Those guys were speaking in a weird foreign language. Even these clothes are weird. Nowadays, even people in developing countries wear Western-styled clothes. These bare handmade clothes are definitely unusual. No, wait a second. If those guys are a super dangerous, evil religious creed, then that mysterious language, which could make even a Chunabiu patient run, might be their original language. These clothes might also be some kind of handmade cosplay clothes with deep meaning behind it. If I think like that, then it's not necessary that I'm in some faraway foreign country. I could be in some kind of religious facility hidden deep inside the mountains of Japan. But why did I have to get dragged into something like this? For the time being, the fact that I am alive and in one piece means that I'm not going to be immediately killed. Wait, even if I don't die, am I going to be subjected to tortures like that ring from now on? That would be the worst. If it's going to be like that, I might as well bite my tongue and face a peaceful death instead. I refuse to die in a situation where I am killed while begging for my life. Anyway, whether this some foreign country or Japan, I must think of a way to escape this place. It's best to take as much distance as possible from dangerous people like these who can calmly put things like this torture tool on someone's head. Or so I say, but for now all I can do is check whether the door in front of me is locked or not. As I stood up and took a step towards the door, with a gachari sound, the door started opening. Automatic door? That's not possible. Then that means someone from the other side has opened it. And the one who had opened the door was, as expected, the same masked men. Oh, kunt mustakezen biofili, kunt tadwaki min hayet altanian alaswad koi. As usual, I can't understand anything of what the masked man is saying in his original lingo. On hearing it again, it does give somewhat of an English-like feel, but no, before that I should pay attention their movement. I put myself on guard, but the masked seemed to worry more about whatever was behind him than me. It seems there are other masked men behind him too. 2 masked men entered the room, and I moved towards the wall trying to take some distance from them. And then another one came in, or so thought, but I became unable to look away from his face. That is because he was not wearing a mask and showing his bare face. Realizing that he wasn't Japanese in a single glance, he was a white-skinned old man with a finely chiseled face. His hair was hidden inside his hood, but most probably it was completely white and his eyes were blue. His age was easily above 60, and he also had a proud white beard to top it off. Could it be that this old man was the leader of those masked men? Wait, they aren't going to start calling him a living god or something, right? As I was sending a doubtful gaze, the geezer, he made me face such hardships, so I'll call him Geezer looked at me with suspicious eyes. At that moment, I was attacked by an intense headache. Jaya. To have your head break must be something like this. No, I really thought it might break. Pain strong enough to think you are about to die, but what was actually giving me pain was the will of somebody else that kept on resounding inside of my head. It hurts, pain, death. Inside of my head, a different thought started rampaging on its own. The cause of the pain was, without a doubt, this thought, and I understood that the source was this geezer in front of me intuitively. As I fell on the hard floor, I looked towards the geezer with teary eyes, with not anger, but purely as if begging in an unsightly manner. Resistance, submission. Before fainting, the ache stopped, and at that moment I realized that I could not against this geezer know all the masked men. Or rather I was forced to be like that, stand. The effect of the headache still remaining, I was unable to stand immediately when the thought came into my head. Stand. Again, the headache slowly started coming back. I forced myself and unsteadily stood up. It was a feeling worse than vomiting, but it was better than being attacked by that headache again. With a rough breath, I stood up and faced the geezer. Ulquiad Tashkal Garamatin. The geezer, similar to the masked men, said words I was unable to understand. I just stood there unable to give any sort of reaction. The geezer could send me thoughts, but it was a vague image that could not be put in words. I was unable to understand the purpose. But then, I don't think I would be able to have a smooth communication with them, even if words could be said. Awok. As the thought was relayed, the geezer turned back and started walking. Unable to resist, with staggering steps, all I could do was follow the back on which an emblem of a cross was painted. As I crossed the door, I saw the tunnel continuing in darkness. As if ominously predicting that compared to the hell that lay in my future, it might be much better to just commit suicide right now. Chapter 3 Hell. Waking up at 7 a.m. in the morning, leaving home at 8 for school, attending classes seriously without sleeping or talking, go to clubroom after school, and then, at 7 p.m. go back home and sleep before the day changes. Such a wholesome and healthy school life is what I, Kurono Maou, have been leading. Or rather, I had been leading. One day I was suddenly attacked by a headache in my clubroom and fainted. When I woke up, I was in a weird room. There, a fearsome ring with protruding needles was attached to my head, and from then on, I began an unimaginable everyday life in hell. I don't know how much time has passed from the day I woke up in this facility. At least, I think it has not been a month, but I can't tell the exact number of days. Even then, there are a few things that I came to know. First of all, I, with that geezer as the chief, have been subjected to human experimentation by this group with the Christian-like cross symbol. Through the white ring still attached to my brain physically, my actions are being completely controlled. With just a mere thought, that geezer or masked men can give me pain strong enough to make me wish for my own death. On top of that, they can also completely paralyze my body, making me unable to do anything. Externally manipulating my mind, they have complete control. Thanks to this, they have kept me as a prisoner without using anything like handcuffs even once. Even during the painful experiments, there is no need to hold my body down. Resistance to pain itself can also be controlled by them after all. As for the experiments conducted on me, they are not something simple like testing side effects of a new medicine. From the top of the head till the knees, my body is being completely restructured by them. Something similar to an evil secret organization is being done here. And above all else, the biggest problem is that these restructuring experiments are not done through some kind of high technology, but instead are based on magic. The first experiment done on me included making my body compatible to hold magical force inside body. Would it be better to call it pulled out? I don't know the details, but, as a result, Now inside me, I can definitely perceive a different energy. With just that, it might sound nice to have awakened to a new power. But that experiment was the most painful out of all the ones done on me. It was as if melted iron was being made to flow inside my veins. Moreover, due to the ring, my consciousness was kept forcefully awake, and even fainting was not allowed. Now that I think about it, it's amazing I didn't die from the pain. Even after the experiment, it took some time for the remaining hot sensation inside my body to lessen. Due to this experience, I was able to understand the craft known as magic, brought about by magical power, without any problems. But understanding and actually using it is a different thing. What kind of magic I can use is still unknown, since I have not tried it even once. But since the control ring on my head is made of magic craft, then similarly, I am certain I should be able to prevent its effect with magic too. Thus, I who had now clearly become able to use magic had to undergo many other experiments after that. What kind meaning or result each and every experiment held, I had no way of knowing. Various liquids with gaudy colors were many a time injected into me. One time, my head was also drowned in a murky liquid which stank worse than the gutter. Even though I'm not an alien, they even embedded various metal pieces and gem-like stones inside my body. And then, with every experiment came pain-inducing secondary effects in succession like headaches, stomach aches, nausea, high fever, and then starting with dizziness, loss of eyesight, full body paralysis, hallucinations, necrosis, breathing suspension, and many other fatal symptoms that made maintenance of life activity doubtful, started appearing regularly as well. But no matter how lethal a symptom may appear, at the end I was always able to regain my healthy body. During the endless cycles of destruction and regeneration of my body, I started hallucinating. Maybe I have already died many times and brought back to life each time. After all, there is something like magic. It won't be surprising no matter what they do. Just how has my body been modified under these experiments, I barely knew. The only visible results to me were that I became able to feel magical power, and that the words spoken by the geezer and masked men started sounding like Japanese to me. That and the fact that times like these where my self-consciousness was clear was slowly becoming shorter and shorter. Not because my sleeping time was getting larger. This is the time where I am in a half-dreamy state and my body starts moving on my own. My sleeping hours in a day was not even 2 hours. In the first place, I was too unsteady to know whether I woke up in the morning or at night. After coming here, I have not seen anything other than white walls. Maybe in this world, the shining sun and sky, the lush green earth didn't exist. I only now finally came to realize that this was not the world I was previously in, but a different world, ruled by the concept known as magic. Just how many times have I fallen in despair? I can only hazily remember the faces of my family, of my friends at school. Still, inside this empty prison room of mine, as long as I kept on remembering those peaceful school days of the distant past, I'll keep on being resurrected by the needles in my mind. Today, my condition is pretty good. Neither head nor body hurts anywhere. The sensation of the tears flowing on my cheek can also be felt clearly. Ah, I want to go back. I want go back home. No. 49, come out. Opening the door, the masked man called me. No. 49, that is my name here. What does that mean? I don't really have a reason to think on it. Hurry up. Stand, come walk. Before the headache becomes worse, quickly standing up. Today once again I continue walking beyond the dark tunnel. Chapter 4, Black Magic. The first thing beyond the passage was, obviously, the first place I came to. It was a circular hall. Up till now all the places, whether it be the prison, passage, or the lab, gave of a very cramped feeling, so the hall gave off an overly spacious and open impression. On looking around, I realized that the masked man that led me here had already exited the room. Well then, I wonder what kind of pain is waiting for me here. It would be nice if they hold a dance party in this spacious hall instead. Good grief, it seems if I don't keep thinking up boring jokes I'll go insane. Wait, will it be more peaceful if I went insane instead? As I thought this, from a door other than the one I came through, while making a gacha-gacha sound, I realized that someone was coming. The one who came was the usual white masked man, but his outfit was different from the ones up till now. What covered his whole body was not a mantle, but a dully shining protector. Armor might be a better word. With this, we shall initiate No. 49's maneuvering experiments. No. 49, use black magic to destroy the doll in front of you. For the first time, I got an explanation of the experiment. Does that mean that the results depend that much on what I do? The experiment was, I could understand with even the short explanation, to basically for me to use magic. To go through all the trouble to restructuring my whole body just to make me able to use magic. I had no idea what were their reasons. But at least, I knew that these guys weren't kind enough to give me enough free time to slowly learn magic by myself. The armored man who came in front of me, here should I call him a doll as per the explanation? Well, anyhow, I don't know what kind logic is behind it, but they seem to be moving like a human due to the effect of some weird magic. And so, that weirdly moving doll seems to be moving towards with the same gacha-gacha noisy sound. Basically, I need to use my magic to destroy it quickly, otherwise I'll be beaten to a pulp by those steel gauntlets covering its both hands. Oh shit. The doll raised its fist overhead and began its strike. Once when I was in elementary school, I punched the classmate in anger who had destroyed my handicraft I had made painstakingly during the summer holidays. Other than that, I have absolutely no experience in fighting. Obviously, I don't possess something like skill in martial arts or a hidden talent in fighting. I'm just an amateur with a big body. Still, I was somehow able to dodge that punch thrown without any feints. It should be obvious, but the attack wasn't going to stop after dodging just one punch. The doll kept on releasing consecutive punches. Shit. Timidly, I ran away towards the back, but I would soon reach the wall. Use magic, is what they said, but even if I want to, I just can't use it suddenly. Certainly, I could sense the presence of magical power in my body, but to use it, I need more time to concentrate. Gah-og. The iron fist of the doll connects with the top of my shoulder. Due to the hardness and shock of the fist, I thought my bones would break with just one attack, but after actually getting hit once, it wasn't that bad. Of course, it still hurts. Could it be that the doll's power is less than I thought? Or like a morphing hero who had undergone secret modifications, I had become sturdy. Whatever, either is fine with me. Aura. As revenge, I send a straight right punch with all of my might towards the doll. The doll, without even trying to dodge, my fist hit the white mask as if being sucked towards it. I feel an impact on my fists, and with a dull shock, the doll was blow off behind. Ho, how's that? It felt like there was quite some response, but someone like me who has never experienced hitting someone, I had no idea of knowing how much damage I might have done. Still, it was enough to blow it away. It'll be nice if he stays that. Damn it, looks like it won't go down that easy. The doll easily stood back up, but the mask that took my punch had a crack like a spider web on it. It enough strength to crack that solid mask, yet the doll stood up easily means I have no choice but use magic to destroy it. It won't end no matter how much I exchange blows with doll this way. Meaning I'll have to get serious and try to use magic. Those guys explained me with the condition that I should use black magic. That means there must be some way to use it. What kind of thing was black magic was unknown, but for the time being I'll try moving the magical power inside my body. For that, I need to highly concentrate. Iguha. In front of the doll who had resumed punching again, there is no way I could calmly concentrate. Even if I try to make it quiet by punching and kicking him away, it'll get up quickly anyway. On actually trying it, all my attacks dented the armor, but the doll itself seems to be unaffected. But to concentrate, I can't keep on taking punches, and there is no place to hide in this hall either. To create a situation where I don't take attacks. No choice but to grapple it, huh? If I stick to the opponent, at least I won't be punched. I don't know whether my amateurish thinking would work or not, but I don't have any other choice right now. Luckily, this doll has only been using punches with a large swing, which means it won't use different types of techniques probably. Then, if I grapple it from the back, it won't use a technique to magnificently counter it like martial artists do, and only struggle to tear me off him. Dea! I quickly ran around to the back of the doll that has strangely dull reflexes. Before it could turn around, I kicked his back. Before it could get back up, I climbed on his back. With this, my plan was a success. Although I can't keep him completely down like judo specialists, I simply made it unable to get back up from its upper body. As expected, the doll only tried to get up with brute strength. My and the doll's strength is almost equal if I can keep him down for another 10 seconds at least. Gu-yu-yu-o. Magical power starts circulating within the body. Then its flow started accelerating, and its volume also increased. I could feel the objects embedded inside my body during experiments reacting to the flowing magical power. I can feel it. Magic is strength in itself. If I can release it with this force, I would definitely be able to destroy this doll. I noticed that from my body, instead of sweat, black smoke-like thing was coming out. I don't feel anything uncomfortable about it. That's because it is surging out from my magical power. Jiggy, the sound of the doll's creaking started coming, and the resistance became stronger. At the same time, I also seemed to be unable to hold back any longer. With this, it's over. Daeza. The moment the doll tried push me aside, the magical power compressed in my right hand was released. At the same time, my right fist hit the doll's back. The torrent of black magical power pierced through the hard armor like a drill and penetrated the doll completely. Probably even the floor beneath the doll must have been gouged out with my one attack, or so I got the feeling. Not sensing any more strength from the doll, I threw myself down on the floor just like that. I did it. What was that magic just now? I don't really understand, but I just punched with the flowing magical power. Well, it's fine. The doll has completely stopped working. It's a relief for now. Akashin. Hi. The sound hard metal armor, along with movement of a doll, came to my ears. I definitely defeated that doll just now. Even now, it's still lying there on the ground without moving a bit. Kashin. But I definitely hear the sound. That's right, there is nothing weird about it. After all, that sound is coming from beyond the gate through which this doll came. It's very simple. There wasn't just a single doll, that's all there is to it. Haha. At last the door opened, and a row of dolls rushed into the hall. A total of 10 of them, and each of them lined up and looked at me still lying on the ground. All of them were similar to the one I just defeated, except one thing. All 10 of them had a double-edged sword in their hands. Are you kidding me? Up till now, under the effect of the various experiments, I had resolved for death countless times, but never as much as I did now. With shaky movements, the dolls took up their swords, and almost together and at the same time, all of them started to charge towards me. Fuck. Chapter 5 No.49. Some time has passed from the day I first used black magic. From that day, where I faced the 10 puppets and barely survived on the verge of death even with my modified body, there was a change from my daily life till then. Obviously, in a bad direction. Still, my low sleeping time or the shit like porridge or soup or some other weird liquid that was given to me had absolutely no change. And my main duty of being a part of restructuring and modification magic was now changed to daily monster hunting in the name of maneuvering experiments. I came to know later, but the doll I faced on the first day was a type of golem. It seems there were other types of golems other than the ones made of rocks and earth. Well, in this period I faced those too. Anyway, I was forced into fighting various kinds of monsters. Dolls equipped with various armaments aka light golems, a group of goblins, one-eyed giant, werewolf, double-headed chimera, a dinosaur-like dragon, a real fire-breathing dragon, etc., etc. I was almost eaten more than once, also got a large hole in my stomach once, got my limbs torn off as well. But still, as long as I won, those masked guys would give me minimum level of healing, and I somehow was able to live up till now. But I can't help but feel that if I fail even once, all they would do is throw off my corpse. After all, I'm just No.49. Without even a name, I am just a single experiment. If I become unable to give results, there would be no reason to let me live. Even so, I refuse to die. Every day may be worse than death, but still, I don't want to die. One day I will definitely leave this place and return to my previous peaceful life. It is nothing but a pipe dream now. Even I am not sure as to how long will I be able to continue this happy delusion of mine. I might even die today. From that day, another one of the change is that the time of me being conscious is gradually decreasing. Now, even when my body is awake, the time when I am not self-conscious is bigger. At that time, I know what I do or what I did, but actual feeling of doing it by myself doesn't exist at all. It's like I'm controlling the character of a game. due to which I neither feel pain nor does it hurt. It is quite comfortable. But if the continues forever, I am confident I will stop being me. Not Kurono Maou, but I'll end up as only no 0.49. The fact that this is not far away from reality is extremely frightening. No 0.49, come out. A line I am used to listening. Quickly getting up, I went towards the door. Well then, I wonder what kind of monster I will have to kill today. I have also gotten used to this circular hall. I have started calling it the arena. After all, what I am doing is pretty similar. And today's opponent is a single light golem. As if reenacting the battle on the first day. Just one wearing a mask covered in steel armor and unarmed. No, it's different. Is it a new model? Light golems usually use weapons. Although there hasn't been a one who could use magic up till now, but I can clearly feel magical power from it. On top of it, the magical power's nature feels very similar. A user of black magic similar to me, huh? There does not seem to be any explanation from the masked guys this time, meaning I can start anytime. Let's do this. I didn't say this towards my opponent. A small muttering meant to cheer myself up again today. I'll take the first shot. Buckshot. Simply compressing magic together and molding it into the form of a bullet and shooting it at high speed. Although I call it buckshot, it's nothing but making many small bullets and shooting them together. But it actually became something like a real shotgun. As such, without any gun barrel or anything, it's fired out of thin air. But this is what magic is. Even without a gun, you can fire a bullet. Also, an image is important for using magic. Therefore, shouting the skill name is to help make that image clearer. Although the monsters who used magic didn't do so when fighting me. Above that, what's important is the trajectory of the buckshot. It's an attack magic meant to quickly cover a wide range, so the power is a bit lacking, but it'll still hurt to take it directly on. Against small fry like goblins, you can finish them with just this though. But the opponent did not take any impact, so it really has a shield. And to make it worse, he's better at making it than me. To block an opponent's attack with a wall made of magic, I started calling it a shield. When I saw even non-humanoid monsters that could use magic make such shields, I realized that it might be a standard to use such shields. Of course, even I can make a black shield with my magic, but it was able to make such a strong shield in that instant. I thought it would at least crack on getting hit by my buckshot, but damn, he is completely unhurt. Then, I was to use my next attack, but my opponent moved first. Without any sound, a black flame magic was released. He can even do something like this. It's an attack method I have not tried yet. A black flickering flame completely covered my surroundings in an instant. But if the opponent is a black magician, I am also one. Resistance towards black magic is not a property of other elements. Weak. My body is covered in black flames. It's not as weak as I said, but not enough to leave any fatal burns. After all, it's over once I defeat my opponent. The flame disappeared without any damage. Shit. From beyond the flame, a jet black mass came flying. Due to having the same black magic, even though I was late to see it, I still somehow managed to evade it. That was dangerous. So it was just a diversion. The true identity of the black mass was a black magic version of a fireball made by compressing those flames together. As it flew by me, I realized that with that density of magical power, I wouldn't have gotten away with just a little pain or burns if it hit. But it is still literally insufficient to defeat me. Anti-material. An image of a bullet with much more power packed inside it than buckshot. That is anti-material rifle. It is a high-caliber rifle, which is not meant to be used against humans. Imagining the strength to turn a man into mincemeat with one shot and then producing it as magic. Image must be detailed and precise as possible. Inside my brain is the image once shown to me by my military otaku friend. And with a rifling pose, I shoot the materialized black bullet while making it rotate at high speed. Bang. Instead of gunpowder, black magical power exploded and crashing sound was produced. Whether predicting my counterattack, the opponent had already deployed a strong shield. But this time, it's a bullet focused on strength. As expected, my anti-material rifle bullet drilled into the shield, but was unable to completely pierce through. Immediately, the shield starts regenerating, but one more shot. For the start, I didn't think that one bullet would suffice. With another crashing sound, the bullet is released aiming for the exact same point again. With a bajin sound, the shield was smashed apart. I shot the exact same place, which had become weak with the first shot. With this, there was no way it wouldn't break. A control of this level was already learnt by me when penetrating the scales of a dragon. And the moment the shield breaks, a moment of opportunity will definitely come. And as expected, due to shock of the shield breaking, the opponent is stumbling a bit. Here, another round of anti-material would suffice, but at this distance, it is more efficient to attack him directly than making another bullet. On the battlefield, fast decisions are necessary. Before the opponent does anything, I'll destroy it first. Pile bunker. The first magic I ever used, the one that pierced through the back of that doll. The activation is simple, and thus activation speed is also the fastest. Before it can fix his posture, I directly aim the chest. With a compressed density even above anti-material, the steel armor without any magic is nothing but paper in front of my sure-kill black pile focused in my right hand. And without any resistance, my fist drilled into the body. At that moment, a blood splash danced in the air. Red blood spread throughout my vision. My opponent is a light golem. I have defeated them countless times. They don't have red blood inside them. When force is applied on them, they just break apart like porcelain. Then, whose blood is this? I don't have a single injury. It's my body, so I know that the best. But the blood is still flowing out even now. That's right, from the chest of the light golem I pierced with my pile bunker. It couldn't be. I get a bad premonition. Calm down, there's no way. If this is not a light golem, then it must be some other humanoid monster. That's right, many monsters had red blood after all. This guy must also be one of them. Assuming that, I should have just returned to my prison. But before I realized, I reached close to the mask of this guy with blood still flowing out of his chest. No way. Removing the mask, what appeared was black hair and black eyes similar to me, a Japanese guy. No. I killed him. A human, from my own homeland? No way, that's not it. I didn't mean to do it. After all, this was a monster. If I didn't defeat him, I would have been killed. I didn't know my opponent was a human. But if I think about it, wasn't this within my expectations? If I'm called No. 49, then another 48 like me should exist. That's it. This guy was also brought here suddenly, modified, and was built, like me, to use black magic. Sorry. No matter how much pain I took, tears that had stopped coming out anymore came back again. Crying, I crouched down there. As I said a single word of apology, before I knew it, my consciousness had started disappearing. That day, my self-consciousness didn't come back even once. I refused to become the murderer Kurono Maou anymore and completely became experiment No. 49. Chapter 6, White Sacrament. Welcome to the White Sacrament 3rd Laboratory, Your Highness Cardinal Ars, 7th Apostle Lord Sariel. With a hurried greeting, they passed through the gate of the laboratory. Is Bishop Judas not here? While walking inside the usual gloomy passage, Ars asked the man in the white mantle leading them. I am very sorry, but a summon from the Holy City came in just yesterday. It seems he will not be returning for at least half a year, it seems. Just missed him, huh? Well, this was an unexpected visit, although it can't be helped, it is a bit regretful. The man sighed with relief on seeing Ars not being too displeased. The man leading the two of them is currently the highest position holder as the proxy of Judas. Although a proxy, he was the head of a 100-man giant facility, a senior priest. But even he was filled with tension in front of the man who was next to the Pope, a cardinal and an apostle. Without minding the man's behavior, the two people calmly continued walking. Along the way, Ars asked the priest about various things relating to the facility. Soon they had reached their destination, which was the conference room. Welcome, Your Highness Cardinal Ars, 7th Apostle Lord Sariel. Inside the room, many other researchers in white mantles similar to the priest came to meet them. The priest and the others were all elder in age to the cardinal and the apostle, but all of them were bowing their heads in respect in front of those two. Please, come and have a seat here. The Cardinal Ars, who sat on the white chair, was only 30 years in age, but he already possessed a presence fitting for his position. Wearing a special-made robe made out of mithril, he possessed rich blonde hair and sharp forward-looking blue eyes. With a face that looked like the heroes of ancient times, That figure of him sitting on the giant armchair was indeed looking appropriate. Ars, who was a cardinal at the age of mere 30, was certainly worthy of admiration, but the woman known as the seventh apostle Sariel was even more so. Long silver hair and brilliant red eyes, possessing soft white skin that seemed to assimilate with her white robe, was Sariel. That appearance that looked like a doll was young, very young. Currently, sitting on the same type of seat as ours, her feet did not touch the ground. That was how small and delicate-bodied she was. Here, she looked the most out of place, but as one those who held the special position of an apostle, she showed no tension or discomfort at all. Well then, please give me explanation regarding the project. After both of them sat down and received the documents, the priest started to speak. This holy soldier project is meant to accomplish the holy war without sacrificing any of the holy citizens living in the Republic. An extremely humane and ideal project. As you already know, the east side of the Ark continent and in the Pandora continent, heresy is prevalent, and the area ruled by the evil god extends very extensively. The most effective method to counter this is our church's very own holy magic, also known as white magic. But the number of priests able to use this miraculous technique and white magicians is absolutely insufficient currently. The users of white magic are completely used up in the maintenance of the Republic, along with the current areas under the control of the Church. We have no personnel to send to the east side or the remote Pandora continent. But still, several clergymen burning with the will to complete their mission crossed to Pandora and are making efforts in subjugation operations, but it cannot be said that they have enough people to complete it. So, to counter their evil black magic, we shall also use black magic. Of course, to teach evil black magic to the holy citizens would be felony against the white god. As such, we shall acquire black magic users from heretics, demons, and foreigners. Fellow non-humans with same evil power will destroy each other. Fighting poison with poison, if I say so myself. With this methodology in mind, what resulted was the Holy Soldier Project. Currently, the progress of the project can be said to have been going very favorably. Especially, the foreigner summoned 3 months back. Experiment No.49 is endowed with high powers enough to be called the culmination of all our research up till now. His ability will definitely be able to satisfy your highness as well. From here on, with No.49 as main, although ability might fall a little, we plan continue research to make some adjustments in order to mass-produce black magic warriors. Today, we have plans to perform the final baptism on No.49, and by this year, end of this month, we shall unveil its ability in the holy city. The priest who was passionately talking was suddenly interrupted by the one who had been without speaking a single word up till now, Sariel. Your Highness Cardinal. It was a delicate and quiet call, but it clearly reached Ars' ears. What is it, Lord Sariel? It couldn't be a question. Ars, who knew Sariel's not speaking habit, wondered in his head. Hide. With the next word, the doubt in Ars' head only deepened further. Without paying any attention to it, Sariel starts taking action and says one more time. Hide. Sariel stood up from her seat and crawled underneath the giant table. Looking at the weird scene, voices of bewilderment started rising. Understood. Your Highness Cardinal. Towards the mysterious words of Sariel, Ars decided to obey them. The two with the second highest authority suddenly crawled underneath the table. There was no one who could understand the meaning behind it. For a moment, a dumbfounded atmosphere comes inside the room. But the one who brought this atmosphere, Sariel, along with Ars, paid no attention to it. This was because for Ars, the words of an apostle were always meant to be trusted in. And as a result of that trust, Ars realized that he had made the right decision. Zuzun. Vibrations as if coming from the depths of the earth, the sound of the building creaking, and vibrations strong enough to jolt the whole body. It's an earthquake. Someone's shout clearly expressed the current situation. At this moment, an earthquake of magnitude reaching 6 had just occurred here. Ooh, yeah. Screams were coming from everywhere. A bookshelf kept inside the room toppled over and fell on the chairs. Within the cries of people, Ars, so that's what it was all about, looked at Sariel with an understanding gaze. Even during an earthquake, which was rare in the Republic, looking at Sariel, who showed no change even in such a situation, Ours did not feel the need to even pray to God for his safety. And soon the earthquake that caused shaking inside the laboratory calmed down after a few seconds. Both of them came out from underneath the table. On the floor lay all of the researchers without any exception. Is everyone all right? Fortunately, nobody had fainted due to the bookshelf falling over and getting hit. While groaning, one by one all of them unsteadily stood up on their feet. Quickly, we must get out of here. Please calm down. Is this lab not built using ancient historic ruins? If so, then there is no way it'll collapse with just this. Yes, it is as you say. Still, this is an emergency. Just to be safe, we should evacuate. Priest, don't please take evacuation measures without causing any mass panic. Regaining their calm with R's words, the priest and the researchers started taking action. If the organization's top is giving out orders, even if some casualties do appear, the situation should be able to be resolved properly. Without taking much shock from the sudden earthquake, led by a researcher, Ars and Sariel started to leave the conference room. Priest Sama, we have trouble. At that moment, a man in white mantle, probably one of the researchers, came running in. Even with Ars and Sariel in his view, he did not seem to notice them, meaning he must be very impatient right now. Calm down. You are in the presence of the Cardinal and Lord Sariel. Also, the earthquake has calmed down as well. The priest warned him for intruding in such a rude manner. That's not it. During the earthquake, as soon as he said that, from below vibrations resounded with a thundering sound. What? Is it another earthquake? Towards the priest, who got cold sweat, the researcher shouted the continuation of his previous sentence. No. 49 has escaped. Chapter 7, Freedom. From the time I came to this hellish magical world, this was my first experience of sleeping so deeply. After killing a boy similar to me during the maneuvering experiment, I indifferently kept watching without returning to my self-consciousness as my body faced various experiments daily. That is why I didn't feel anything even when many other experimented boys and girls were done in by these hands. But this faint, overlooking consciousness would soon disappear as my deep sleep continued, and I thought my memories of Kurono Maou would also disappear. Still, the pain, the agony and killing of similar humans was beyond my limit of tolerance. Slowly disappearing like this was in fact what I wished for. I have had enough. I cannot return to where I was once. I can't even remember the faces of my parents anymore. All that comes in my mind are the faces of that geezer and the masked men wearing that cross and the monsters and other experiments I had killed. That is why it's fine now. If I disappear now, I'll be at ease. There is no need to further cling to this any longer. And it was the moment I had given it all up inside my faint consciousness. Zuzun. With a thunderous sound, and shocks as if the heaven and the earth were overturned, my consciousness rapidly came back. Iha! The moment I woke up, I was on the usual hard floor. But my head was clearer than ever before. The usual haziness inside my brain and consciousness had completely disappeared. Feeling refreshed maybe felt like this. My self-consciousness returned after a long time, my head is clear, blood and magic both were circulating smoothly, and strength filled my whole body. This is the lab. I must have fallen down from the pedestal in the center. How did it happen was unknown, but the other two masked men had also fallen to the floor. Did they have an accident during an experiment? I obviously don't have any obligation to help these guys at all. As I looked around the room while wondering what to do, a certain thing caught my eyes. I had only seen it once, but I soon understood what it was. The white ring. The item with 7 needles, which had forced me into absolute submission. The item which once attached, can never be removed, was lying in front of me. I slowly touched my head with my hand. No matter how much I carefully felt around, all that I could feel was my hair and my scalp. Not here, the ring, it's not here. Naturally, the ring in front of me was the one that had been attached to my head up till now. Ha. The ring was not connected to my head. The one thing restraining me didn't exist anymore. Before I realized, the ring in my hand had already been crushed by my hand. I am free. That's right, if I am free, I don't have to obediently die anymore. Maybe due to my excited shouting, the two masked men had started getting up using the wall as support. I approached the masked man near me. What? No. 49. Whether realizing the situation or not, he raised his voice towards me. Don't call me by that name. With my left, I grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Gyuhaha, Sint, stop ITNO.49. My name is. I raised my right hand. My condition is perfect. Black magical power instantly focused in my right hand. Kurono Maou. With all my might, I released my pile bunker on that annoying white mask. Without even raising a single voice, his head was smashed to pieces, and he became a headless corpse. What are you doing, No. 49? The other mask came running towards me. Even if he didn't raise his voice, I could clearly feel his presence. Dealing with him was not a problem. The masked man tried to stab me with a syringe made of glass as I caught it with my left arm. Useless. Stealing the syringe just like that, I held it in a reverse grip and took a stance. Wait. Aiming the nape of the neck, I slammed the syringe there. Maybe I hit a blood vessel, but the poisonous-looking liquid inside the syringe was completely injected inside him. Guhyewa. Holding his neck, the man groaned and fell back on the floor again. Rifle. Already materialized near my finger, I fire the black bullet on his forehead. With a splash, blood and brains spread all over the floor, and the masked man was dead. Since I didn't know what that liquid was, I would have been troubled if he revived after getting stronger like me after all. Well then, I don't know what's going on, but this is a chance for me. The absolute restraints of Ring don't exist anymore. On top it, thanks to the experiments they did on me, I have become strong enough to kill even a dragon. Also, the taboo of murder, though unknowingly, I have already committed. I have absolutely no hesitation while killing these white-masked bastards. I was easily able to kill these two. Just researchers alone would never be able to stop me. You reap what you sow. The ones who made me into such a monster was them after all. Now that I am free, there is nothing that can stop me from getting out of here. Let's do this. Shouting my usual words to cheer up, I broke through the door. Even though I told you to be careful during the baptism so many times. An angry roar resounds in the conference room. Boo, but the restraint measures were taken as prescribed. He should have been completely powerless. Could the drug resistance be higher than we thought? Due to the earthquake, he must have regained his consciousness while the baptism was interrupted. Then call all the guards and capture him. The one who shouted that was the priest. He came to the conclusion that all the guards must be used to capture No. 49, who held a high amount of black magic. My humble apologies, Your Highness. The situation is critical. Please proceed to evacuation. Calm down, Priest Dono. Did you not realize why a cardinal like me came without even a single guard? Ars himself knew that the experiment No. 49, who had gone out of control, held a high amount of power able to defeat many monsters. But still, he was not worried about a power of that level. Boo, but. The senior priest looked toward Sariel, who was standing beside Ars. He realized the intention behind Ars' words. But this all due to our mismanagement. We cannot cause trouble for Lord Sariel. Your worries are unneeded. Lord Sariel, can I leave this to you? Sariel gave a small nod. It seems it is a dangerous one. There is no need to capture him alive. Giving another nod, Sariel left with small steps. Well, shall we go then? There is no need to panic. Soon Lord Sariel will return with the head of this No. 49. Chapter 8, The Fear of the White. Shit, where is the exit? Although I kind of knew it, but this facility is really excessively big. On top it, everything looks the same. There is no way I could not get lost. Earlier, I kicked apart a white-colored light armor-wearing group, but now I am regretting not letting one of them live and getting the info about the exit. Well, it couldn't be helped. They came out of nowhere at me while brandishing their swords after all. Counter-attacking instantly and killing them all is kind of a habit from those maneuvering experiments. Incidentally, I also took 2 of those double-edged swords from them as well. I don't really have any experience in using swords, but my use for them is a bit different. The next time I find someone, I'll use the sword to threaten them into telling me the location of the exit. As I ran through the passage while thinking this, I arrived at a spacious room. Stairs. Stairs lay on the opposite side of the room leading to the upper floor. Finally finding a thread of hope in getting out of this place, I ran towards the stairs but stopped as I sensed something coming down those stairs. Under the various experiments, along with the 5 senses, even my 6th sense had been strengthened, so this wasn't just my imagination. As I took a fighting stance, the sound of footsteps resounded. Soon, the owner of the footsteps came into view from beyond the dark stairs. A girl. My expectation of it being masked men or armored ones was instantly betrayed. The one who appeared was a completely white girl except for her burning red eyes. She had a young yet beautiful face, and the overly white skin made me think for a moment that she might be another light golem, but the girl in front of me clearly possessed a life force. Not a doll, but a real albino. Stop. Although she doesn't match this place, the white clothes and the cross emblem clearly means that she is related to those masked men. Without letting down my guard, I first tried to speak words to stop her. The girl stopped moving. Who are you? Maybe because I didn't expect it to suddenly turn into a battle. As I hesitated over what I should say, I ended up asking about her identity. Although as I was sure that she wasn't an ally, I didn't really expect her to answer, but Seventh Apostle, Sariel. Strangely, she properly answered. Although I had no idea what kind of meaning the title of an apostle meant, I came to know that her name was Sariel. My name is Kurono Maou. I want to leave this place, so can you tell me where the exit is? I cannot. Is that? Well, I didn't really expect her to tell me. Although I was a bit curious as to who this girl was, but I didn't really have the time to care or inquire about it. If I was against a masked man, I would have kicked till he told me, but I can't really do that to a girl against whom I don't have any grudges. Although I may have lost my humanity, I still haven't gone that mad. Therefore, I decide to ignore her and move forward. Instantly focusing magic in my legs and strengthening them, I take a rocket start towards the stairs. An ordinary man or a weak monster would barely be able to keep up with such speed. For that it might have been like I instantly. Yuga! The moment I suddenly accelerated, a shock ran through my left leg. Losing control over my left leg momentarily, I fell to the hard floor at high speed. WHAT. I found that on my left thigh, a white stake was sticking in very deep. You will stop here. As I heard Sariel's muttering voice, a chill ran down my spine. Are you kidding me? From that girl, I felt an intense magical power, at a level incomparable to any monster, surge from within her. The silver aura enveloping her body, even in a gas-like state, had more density than my pile bunker. Even if I didn't have any sixth sense, I would have realized that she was an unbelievable monster. Buckshot. Pulling out the white stake, I fired a buckshot towards her. The scattering black bullets rushed towards the defenseless girl. Without even a slight reaction, Sariel took on the hail of bullets with her body directly without any problems. Shit, without even a shield. The bullets disappeared the moment they touched the white aura. Her aura is far stronger than the shield used by me or any other experiments. For her, it was nothing more than releasing magical energy, and was not even actual magic. Even I have magical energy that is released like that as a part of regeneration, but it holds nowhere near the ability to block a bullet made of black magical energy. If she can black without doing anything, buckshot cannot be used as a method of restraining the opponent either. It would be a waste of magical energy. Still, the white magical energy that is the source of the aura is completely different from the one I know. If using black magical energy results in black magic, then is that white magic? Frankly, I really don't want to fight something that dangerous, but my body has already started moving towards the direction of fighting. Blackening. In my both hands, I have the two swords I took earlier. The simple longswords were wrapped by my black magical energy and turned completely black from the grip to the tip of the sword. I simply named this condition as blackening. The weapons that undergo blackening don't just get stronger, but also become able to be used without even moving my hands. Automatic fencing sword fighting lit. The two blackened swords leave my hand and start floating in the air. The tip of the swords automatically turns towards my opponent. Fighting while controlling from afar, that is automatic fencing. When using existing weapons as the base for this, the strength is higher than bullets made purely of magical energy. If it's this, it should be able to surpass that aura, pierce through. With my voice, the swords fly like arrows. Sariel stood there as usual, but in front of her white magic started concentrating. And what appeared was a white shield in the shape of an inverted triangle. Rifle. I fired the pseudo-full metal jacket bullet, and at the same time the sword struck Sariel's shield. Both of the swords were easily deflected without even scratching the shield. But without minding it, I kept firing the rifle. The strength was lower than anti-material, but instead rapid fire was possible. But it's a shield that didn't take a scratch from the blackened swords. It wouldn't have any effect no matter how many bullets I fire. Even when the point of impact was exactly the same, no effect could be seen. 0 plus 0 will always be 0 after all. But I didn't mind that. The rifle was just a diversion to keep her focus her. The main intention lied in the two previously deflected swords. Sariel put up a shield to counter those swords meant that it would have dangerous for her without it. Buckshot could be stopped with just the aura, but the swords could not be. I start controlling the swords that had fallen behind her again. Aim is obviously the currently undefended Sariel's back. The attack power is enough to cause instant death, but she is also a magician. She might be able to get out alive. Apologizing inside my thoughts, I make the swords fly at her at maximum speed. Sariel doesn't turn back a certain hit. Wah! The moment the swords were about to pierce through that small back of hers, Sariel didn't move at all. But right now Sariel somehow held the two swords between the fingers of her right hand. With just her bare hands, just how? Stuck between Sariel's thin fingers, the black swords instantly turned white and disappeared like ash. You, say, can't win? Instinct, intuition, reasoning, logic, all of them are giving the same conclusion: I cannot win. I made the wrong choice. I should have never challenged her to a fight. I should turned and run away at full speed the moment I felt that insane magical energy. In actuality, there was no need for her to use a shield. No matter how much magic I used, she could have easily overwhelmed it with just her body. The moment I had entered her line of sight, I could have been killed any time. I was just left alive because of a simple whim of hers. In my mind, I had a vision of disappearing like ash similar to the blackened swords. Sariel deactivated her shield. Run, my instincts called. Run, I can still make it. My reasoning tried to encourage me. Don't give up just yet. There should be a way to get out of here alive. First of all, I should run. I have to get away from that insane monster, no matter how otherwise I don't have a free tomorrow. Black smoke, gua. I tried to use a concealment technique, derived from the black flames, used by the experiment I fought before. By spraying out the black magic, I could activate the magic without any gaps. But finding that small gap, my right shoulder and abdomen were pierced by white stakes. Still, the magic itself was activated, and the surroundings were instantly covered in black smoke. Inside the black smoke, I run back towards the way I came from. It's regretful, but the stairs are too far away. The first wound I took on my leg was covered with jelly-like magical energy. For the time being, the bleeding can be stopped, and my body is weak enough to be bothered by pain of this level. Once again, strengthening my legs, I decide to run as far away from her as possible. The stake stuck in my shoulder and abdomen comes later. Anti-material. Without turning around, I consecutively fired 3 high-caliber bullets towards her. I am well aware that it won't work, but at least it could help gain me some time. The moment the third bullet was fired, 5 stakes instantly pierced my back. I had actually deployed a shield just in case, but the stakes completely passed through it. Gyuhu! I almost fell over, but was somehow able to manage to continue running through the passage. The ones that struck my back were thinner than the previous ones, so I was able to handle the shock. And without looking back, crazily running, I rolled inside a random room. Ha! For the time being, I think I was able to run away from her. The sound of footsteps or the feeling of her presence is not coming. I don't think I was able to completely run away from her, so in this time I should treat my wounds as much as possible. It hurts. Can't say I have gotten used to pain. Only my ability to handle it has increased. What's painful will always be painful. I pulled out the stakes in my shoulder and abdomen, and although it was difficult to reach, I was somehow able to pull out the stakes in my back as well. I'll be fine as long as my internal organs have not been damaged as well. The jelly-like magic covering the wounds, if given enough time, will assimilate with the flesh and heal. I wondered whether I needed to disinfect it, but since it makes a complete recovery, it's fine, I guess. Thanks to this magic, I was able to treat most of my wounds by myself. But internal organs with complex functions were unable to be perfectly healed. Once, when my stomach was completely torn apart by a dinosaur-like thing, I was unable to perfectly regenerate my intestines, and in the end, had to depend on the masked men's magic for complete recovery. Just how much can be accomplished through magic is still a doubt, but I don't have the methods necessary to find out. For now, I should think about what I should do from here. That super dangerous magician girl called Sariel wouldn't let me get away that easily after all. Sariel's 5 senses should be much better than mine, so she could find me simply through scent. In the worst case, she might just somehow figure it out through her 6th sense, so I can't really hide here for too long. The risk is too high. Katsun. I heard the slight sound of footsteps. Similar to the time she first came, she is walking calmly and slowly. Still, the fact that there is no carelessness in her was clearly seen in the previous fight. Gradually, the sound of footsteps is increasing. She is definitely coming straight towards this room. Shit, what should I do? This is not at a level like those previous monsters, where I could win if I tried hard. In front of an absolute gap in ability, it's hard to say that I am able to keep composure. But I still realized that there was another door in this room different from the one I came in from. Can't say that I had any plan, I just felt that rather than going outside, it might be better to go further inside. Although it will be checkmate there, and then if it was a simple room beyond that door. This is. The moment I opened the door, I felt that I was too lucky today. What lied beyond the door was not another white room, but a long spiral staircase leading downwards. On looking, it was pitch black there. I didn't know where it would connect to, but if I am able to take even a little distance from Sariel, it felt extremely attractive. Without any hesitation, I ran down at full speed. Sariel was walking through the passage at her usual speed. She was not walking like this just to induce fear in the weak magician known as No.49. No, Kurono Maou, a foreigner who had a name similar to the Devil King. Maou is the pronunciation for Devil King in Japanese. To sense and perfectly track a user of black magic, this was the suitable speed. That is why she did not run. And also because she was clearly showing sympathy towards Kurono. If she was serious, she could have put all those 8 stakes inside of his head instead. Of course, even before Kurono could start attacking. But she let the opponent, who she could kill in an instant, run away from her. From here, if she were to end up cornering him and he surrendered, she was ready to take that surrender. Although her true feelings were that it would be good if he could run away from her. Still, Sariel thought, Kurono's black magic was not at the level as she had assumed. Under the effect of many experiments, his body had surpassed the level of ordinary man even without strengthening. But he did not possess the basic fundamental skill or basis required for magic. At the current stage of the project, the main objective was to create a body holding high aptitude for magic. And the practical and technical knowledge of combat and magic was to be taught from here on. So it was only natural that it was so. The amount of magical energy is high, but circulation, compression, emission, and other magical energy control techniques are all rough. The releasing of compressed magic one shot at a time, with a single action in itself, wasted a lot of magical energy. The weapon enchantment was extremely irregular, but the precision of remote control and concealment of presence was good. To be able to perceive things outside the view was also done easily. But to be able to give off attack power equal to an ordinary magician without the minimum required fundamental skill was due to the benefits of body modifications after all. But what actually surprised Sariel was not the strength attained due to the experiments, but the scheme behind the fired magic. Buckshot, rifle, anti-material magic fired by chanting it, all had substance in the shape of clear, streamlined cones and were rotating at high speed as it approached. Magic is made through images, so all magicians, when performing single action, take the shape of orbs, arrows, sword, throwing spear. In Sariel's case, it is stakes. But in terms of piercing power, Sariel had never seen anything like that rotating cone ever before. Once properly understood, it can be done by anyone, but where did the idea behind such structure came from? If her opinion, it might be because he was a natural genius. But he was a foreigner brought from a different world where magic does not exist. The church treats those unable to use magic on the same level as monsters. But don't foreigners also have knowledge as per their own foreign world? No, they definitely possess it. And if that cone was created by that foreigner, Then Kurono had applied it into his magic, aware of the fact that it possessed high piercing power. Sariel thought that her theory was probably correct. And if it is correct, then they should possess knowledge not known to us as well. She was a bit curious about it, and if he were to be caught again, he would not be allowed to live. In the worst case, she would have to kill him here. She felt it was a bit regrettable. Sariel suddenly stopped moving. She had no doubt that the door in front of her was passed by Kurono. For a second, Sariel hesitates over whether she should enter or not. But now that she was here, she felt would have to make sure and defenselessly open the door. There was no ambush or signs of a trap. Well, he didn't really have time to set something like this up, so it's only obvious. She thought as she moved towards the different exit inside the room. Opening the door, what entered her view was a dim spiral staircase leading downwards. Without descending through the stairs, Sariel threw her body in the space in the center of the stairs and fell straight towards the unseen hell below. Dazun, without strengthening her body with magic, she landed just like that. She stood up as she felt almost no shock on landing, but the tiles near her foot had been smashed to pieces. As away. She verified in a single look that he was not here. That is because, at the end of the staircase, lay a small well directly connected to an underground water channel, and the remains of black magic could be seen continuing inside that well. This place is meant for the clergy to cleanse themselves, and the only place leading out of the laboratory aside from the main entrance. It must have been a coincidence that he entered the room leading here, but thanks to it, he was able to get away from here. That's good. Moving towards the well, Sariel quietly said, from the perspective of a girl who was indifferent towards humans and completely expressionless, it was remark that can be considered extremely rare. As to why she showed such sympathy towards Kurono, that was because his circumstances were extremely similar to hers in the past. Chapter 9 Port Town, Katsun Katsun. Footsteps can be heard far away. A small white figure with shining red eyes started coming closer. Shit, did I just lose consciousness for a moment? I quickly stand up and scan the surroundings. I can't feel any other presence. What came to my ears was not the footsteps of the white girl, but the sound of the river flowing close by. What the hell happened? I had unhesitatingly jumped into the well that was in the place where the spiral staircase ended. I could hear the sound of water flowing below the well and hoped that there might be an underground channel that might connect outside. That plan was brilliantly successful, and now I was standing on ground. However, I was afraid that it might continue infinitely underground, and when I jumped it was completely dark as well. The water was very cold too. As I flowed, I almost lost heart due to fear and anxiety. But luckily, the dark underground waterway, maybe I should call it a cave, finally opened up somewhere sunlight could reach, and fainted after barely making to the riverbank. I'm outside. The sun was shining right above me in the sky, a river flowed beside me, and the surroundings were covered with thick trees, and beyond them towering mountains could be seen. I am completely between nature and greenery. I did it, I am finally free. With a rustling sound, the thicket nearby shook. For a second, my heartbeat became faster, and I started sweating unpleasantly. What came into my mind was the indifferent white face of Sariel. What appeared was an animal very similar to a deer. It probably came to drink water at the river. On looking closely, in that direction many other bodies were also there. By the way, the reason I intentionally used the expression, similar to a deer, was because I was certain that it was not a deer. This deer-like animal had 3 brilliant horns which were green in color. A fantastic animal-like that didn't exist in my world. Well, if they evolved in this world, maybe such deer might be born as well. After all, this is a world of magic where even a fire-breathing dragon exists. In the first place, does Darwin's theory of evolution even apply in this world? Wait, before that, I should run far away from here first. I am somewhat tired, but the wounds given by Sariel have more or less healed, so moving around is not a problem. At times like these, I was thankful for this modified, overly sturdy body. But still, even with a body like this, there are beings above monsters against whom I can do nothing. Maybe, guys like that might exist all over the world. If that is so, then it will be dangerous to overestimate my abilities. If a bunch of similar guys come to search for me, I am finished. Where is safe? Where should I go? That is still unknown, but at least I need to go as far as possible from that facility. Time to leave. Without any guide or directions, I decided to go downstream from here. The fear of the fact that I might be still chased after by Sariel kept my legs moving even when my stamina had run out. I kept walking for 3 days and 3 nights straight through mountains and forests. I only stopped for toilet and to drink water from the river. I thought I might upset my stomach like this, but to me who had been living on shit like soup, the clear water of the river was way too delicious. In the end, I did not upset my stomach, though it did become a bit flabby because I drank too much. And at times when I was attacked by dog or wolf-like monster, I chased them away with buckshot and rifle, but didn't chase them too far. And on the evening of the 4th day, in front I saw lights of people living. As I saw it, I started running with joy. But in the middle I thought, wait, it could be people connected to those masked men. Maybe researchers, in the worst case, Sariel herself could be there. I don't know anything about this world except that it has monsters and magic. On top of not having common sense, this ragged look would definitely catch attention. Catching attention meant standing out in public. As a runaway, I want to avoid that at all costs. And this might be negative thinking, but there is a chance that I have already been put on the wanted list. As an experimental subject, I didn't know how much value I held for those masked men. If this was a country-wide large-scale project, they would go through any lengths to search for me. Basically, it was dangerous for me to carelessly come in contact with the people of this world. As I thought that, the town had come into my view. Enduring my want to see other people, I held my breath and decided to infiltrate the town. This was a port town surrounded by a stone wall. A salty breeze floated in the air. I came to this conclusion after watching the people come and go through the gate and going all around without getting noticed by any soldiers. And I confirmed that this world's civilization level was at the Middle Ages level. The stone wall might have been left due to cultural reasons, but it was actively being used. The roads were not made of asphalt, people in armor with lances. The light at night was due to fire lamps, etc. There was not even a single modernistic thing familiar to me. From the time I was in that experiment facility, I had expected that it might be so as there was no Electritown, and monsters were equipped with swords and bows. But after seeing this typical town, my expectations were right, it seems. It really is a different world. I felt a bit of despair creeping in, but right now, I didn't have the time to be worried due to the anxiety in my heart. I'll look for a way to get back to my world after I have settled somewhere far away from here. Once again, I return my thoughts to the town in front of me. The fact that this is a port town might be favorable for me. Rather than going by land, I could go farther and faster through the sea. At least, in a world where aeroplanes don't probably exist, ships are the fastest means for moving. Of course, that's only if there is no magic device through which you could warp or teleport. Anyway, for me who has no other objective other than going as far away as possible, a ship is an attractive existence. Here, by any means possible, I want to board the ship that is going the farthest from here. Of course, I, who can't come into contact with other people and without any money, have no will to properly board a ship. Basically, I'll smuggle myself. All right, now that I have decided my objective, I should go to the town now. Making sure that there are no people in the vicinity, I put my hand on the wall. On the precisely created vertical wall, there is no place to place my legs. That means it's the turn for the reliable black magic. I convert the black magical energy into sharp material in front of my hands and legs. If I try hard, I can even cut through the scales of a dragon. Cutting through a stone wall is a piece of cake. And thus began my first ever wall climbing challenge. The strong claws unified with my fingertips cut through the stone wall as if cardboard was cut with a knife. Similarly, my legs also pierce through and easily fix into the wall. The height of the wall is about 5 meters. It's not really a wall climb with the life on the line, but if it's my body, I'll probably be unscathed even if I fall from the top. The ground is pretty soft as well, and thus while grasping the essentials of wall climbing, I quickly climbed the wall. Ooh, I'm like a ninja, aren't I? And thus, while feeling like those who melt into the night, I finished the climb. If I stood up on the wall to make a pose, I felt that I would be seen after all, so while crouching I viewed the interior of the town. Ooh, Although I had expected, it really is amazing. There, the townscape similar to that of ancient Europe, only seen in movies and anime could be seen. Along with stronger eyesight, I had also become able to clearly see at night. So, I could perfectly see the town even in this dark night. Rows of white-colored houses, the biggest main road was made of stone, and stores with lamps releasing light could be seen. During the day, the roads must be filled with carriages with goods moving around. And at the center of the town stood a church with the tallest roof. Moving further down the main street, you would arrive at the port where many ships were currently anchored. It's currently night, so not many people can be seen other than on the main street. The residential area has already become quiet after putting out the lights. Moving towards the port along the wall sounds good. After memorizing the panoramic view of the town and deciding a rough route to the port, jumped down from the stone wall. Height like the spiral staircase would be dangerous, but a height of around 5 meters isn't much of a problem. With a dull sound, I landed on the ground and quickly moved away from there. While at maximum attention, I quickly ran through the alleys of the residential area. Chapter 10, Pandora Continent. Due to residential area being asleep at this time, I was able to reach the port safely without being seen by anyone. I couldn't exactly risk creeping into any random ship, so I hid myself in a warehouse-like place where goods meant to be loaded or maybe taken from the ships were kept, and carefully looked at the surroundings. Although I call it a warehouse, giant containers like in the present world don't exist, so they were only buildings at the height of 2 stories max. Maybe because it was night, there was no one going in and out of the warehouses, and only the biggest warehouse seemed to have lights burning indicating that people were working there. I attentively approached that warehouse and peeked inside. It seems they were hurriedly loading the goods here in a certain ship. I tried to listen carefully to the talk of the men working inside and was able to catch some of it. Why so late? Seriously, we didn't even have had time to drink after returning. Men with very sailor-like big and darkish bodies were carrying goods while complaining about something. Especially big cargo was put on the carriage stopped near the entrance. But is there any need to sail out in the middle of the night? It's a hurried resupply of goods, or something like that. What do you mean by hurried resupply? It's not like we are at war. Resupply goods meant that the ship belonged to the army of this world. No, country it seems. The country doesn't seem to be at war, but it's a world filled with monsters after all. There is an opponent to fight daily for them. No, I don't know if it's pioneering or further colonization, but the actual place seems to be in quite a mess. That's why they are always recruiting mercenaries. It was a good decision to not go. They said something about pioneering and colonization. What? Is this world still in the age of exploration and discovery? But to so smoothly talk about mercenaries, like this really gives of a fantasy feel. Anyway, this might be a chance for me. If this is like the colonial ruling done by the Western countries as taught in our world history, then this colony would be a faraway land from this country beyond the sea. What the hell do they mean by Pandora Continent is heaven filled with riches? It's just a hell filled with demons and monsters. Pandora Continent. I don't know whether it has any connection with the Pandora's box, but by their way of speaking, it seems it is a totally different continent not connected by land. Running away to that faraway Pandora Continent sounds ideal. And by the sounds of it, the colonization doesn't seem to be moving smoothly as well. Then it would be impossible for them to do wide search for me there. Living a survival-based life far away from home in an unexplored region similar to the old Japan War is not something I cannot do. Sure, it won't be very comfortable, but compared to living in that experiment facility, it was similar to heaven. Maybe I could even take shelter with these demons. I don't know whether this demons literally means a demonic race or is meant as a derogatory word for the ones originally living there, but as long as they are kept on the same level as monsters, it means they would have no connection to those masked men. At least the geezer and the masked seem to be of the same race as the ones carrying the goods, basically humans. That means they are not of the same race as the ones living on the Pandora continent. To run away from those masked men, my maximum priority is to get on this ship going towards the Pandora continent. I have decided I'll cross over to the Pandora continent. Well then, how should I board? Worshipping the white light god and carrying crosses. The ones who controlled the west side of the Arc continent was the Synchrea Republic. The holy city Elysian, the city which has received the divine protection of light, is the capital of the Republic and also the sacred ground for the church. Inside one of the many churches that existed in Elysian, the chief of the White Sacrament Third Laboratory, Bishop Judas was meeting with the seventh apostle Sariel. Then you fought while in sealed state. Yes. The two sat on one of the benches beside each other with some distance between them. Although they didn't look at each other while talking, Judas suddenly moved his line of sight towards Sariel. Come. With a single word, on top of Sariel's head, a ring giving off white light appeared. It was a different one from the one put on experiment No.49, but it was definitely the same type attached to human experiments for thought control. Judas stretched his hand towards the ring and lightly moved his finger. Magical energy restriction limit at 80%, technique chaining in freeze state, armaments not allowed, maximum sealed state On the ring, the health and actions of the person are recorded as well, and the supervisor controller has the right to read it. Judas was reading the records of the battle with No.49. Yes, there was no time to get release authorization, even though the cardinal was right beside you. It seems he really has a habit of overestimating the powers of the apostles. As Hizar's tough face came to his mind, he also remembered that Ars was also unusually attached to Sariel. Even though he is known for his cleverness and cool-headedness, to feel obligated just because his life was once saved in the past, it seems Ars has a strange honest part in him as well. There was insufficiency in facing experiment No.49. Cardinal Ars' decision was not wrong. But you cannot call it correct either. Just in case, he should have given release authority at that time. Even an apostle, under the biggest seal, cannot show power more than first-class magicians. There is no one here other than me. No matter what you say, it won't reach anyone else's ears. No, even if I was not sealed, I could not have stopped the escape of No.49. That may be so. You let him go intentionally after all. The amount of power used was not a factor. Judas didn't realize, but Sariel was slightly frowning right now. I'm not going to start blaming now. The moment he was out of our control, it was all our responsibility. The ones who summoned the foreigner known as Kurono Maou to this world, and turned his body into black magic user experiment No.49 were Bishop Judas himself and his subordinate researchers after all. Sariel only happened to be there and pursued him out of goodwill towards the cooperators. Even if she failed, she was in position to be criticized. Although the only one in the Synchrea Republic who had the authority to reprimand an apostle was the top the church i.e. the Pope only. Rather than that, what surprised me more is that you took an action based on emotions. I had long forgot that you also once used to be human. Sariel this time showed absolutely no reaction at all. Even if Judas' words held sarcasm or contempt, she had long lost the emotional ability to mind such things. Well, it's all right, let's end this as per schedule. Living in the holy city is boring, but that doesn't mean I have free time. Judas once again touched the ring still shining above Sariel's head. I disappear. The moment he said that, the ring scattered after getting smashed to pieces and vanished after becoming grains of light. With this, there is nothing left to restrain you. You can even kill me right here. Thank you, but you're taking the joke too far, Bishop. All those who had their seal removed would straight away aim for my life, you know. Of course, you are only the second to have the seal completely removed, though. The first one without the seal, No.49, if he appeared, Judas was sure he would try to kill him Judas without any exception. But he doubted No.49, whose whereabouts were still unknown, would go through all the risk just for revenge. After all, he was made to life through days where dying would be better. If for some reason he got caught, the risk of returning to those days was too high. He wouldn't throw away his valuable freedom just for the sake of revenge. Even if he was an irrational fool, then he would be too scared and will instinctually not decide on revenge. Judas was that aware of the gravity of the acts he did, but still he felt neither regret nor guilt. Well, with this I'm done with my business here. You also have some work to do, right? Who and how many do you have to kill next? Demons and monsters. I'll kill as many as required till the whole continent can be claimed. Reclamation, huh? Then the next place you'll be dispatched to is... Yes, Pandora continent. Chapter 11, Meeting with a Fairy. With a vibration shaking the whole body, my consciousness woke up a little from deep sleep. Just 5 more minutes, Mom, is what I say, but my mom, who would never allow her son to indulge in laziness, would soon pull away my futon and kick me awake. But it has been a long time since I slept so soundly. Even if this heaven-like moment would end in the next 10 seconds, till the last moment, I want to bash in. Ew. Cold. Due to the sudden attack of cold water on my face, my consciousness that was drifting in between dream and reality was completely brought back to the cruel reality. Even if I wasn't waking up, splashing water on my face is too cruel, Mom. I soon realized that the figure of my mother was nowhere to be seen. In the first place, this isn't even my room. Clear blue sky, lush green trees, in the surroundings laid pieces of wood splinters and red apples, and near my legs was a white body crouching and shivering while shaking its head. What? No, wait, calm down. That's right, I sneaked into a cargo meant to cross to the Pandora continent. And that cargo was a wooden box filled with a red fruit similar to an apple. So that means the wood and the fruits around me are the remains of that box. Also, I have no recollection of this forest. During my sleep, did something happen due to which I was smashed here along with the box? I didn't know exactly what happened, but probably an accident or something happened during transport. But leaving my situation behind, no matter how I think about it, what I can't understand is the white body in front of me. Seriously, what is this? At first I thought it was a humanoid stuffed toy or something. A big head and small limbs look similar to 3 to 4-year-old child. But what's weird is that this child's assumption body is faintly glittering, and on its small back 4 wings of light were growing out. The wings of light aren't really making me feel uncomfortable, but this child is completely nude. Is it a fairy? When I looked at such a figure, I could only think of that. But to think that I am seeing fairies now, I must be pretty damn tired. Well, I was suddenly thrown into living a daily life filled with torturous experiments. The level of despair would make anyone tired. Wait, calm down and think. This is a world filled with magic and monsters. It's not strange for fairies to exist either. It's not strange, but why is it shivering while crouching in front of me? If I keep seeing it like this, I'll start feeling pity, so I should try to talk. Hey, are you all right? Oh, it just jumped in response. What happened? Does it hurt somewhere? After a full 30-second silence, the fairy timidly turned her face towards me. Literally shining platinum blonde long hair and transparent emerald green eyes. Underneath those round and cute eyes, tears can be seen. Wah, what is this cute creature? I am definitely not a lolicon, but I can't deny that I just had love at first sight level of heart beating. Under my hot gaze, the fairy timidly stood up and quickly ran away and hid herself in the shadow of a tree. Shit, she was too cute and I ended up staring at her. Did I make her too cautious of me? Oh. Did she run away, or so I thought? But from the shadow of the tree she peeked, while showing only her face, and asked with a small voice, "Are you all right?" Hi. For a second I could not understand the meaning of that bell-like beautiful voice. Isn't that my line? Why is Miss Fairy worried for me? Came falling. Hi. As I wondered what she was talking about, I realized that her gaze was indicating behind me. As I looked back, a steep cliff was there. Did I fall from there? Oh. I look at the wood splinters and apples again. The box in which I was must have fallen from the top of that steep cliff and fallen inside this forest along with me. Then, the one who splashed water at me and woke me up was Miss Fairy over there. Were you trying to help me? While shaking her neck, she gave a deep nod. Is that so? Thanks, I'm fine, not a single injury. To be uninjured, even after falling from such a height, is thanks to my modified body. I'm happy I didn't cause the cute little fairy any useless worry. That's good. Seeing her gentle smile, I realized I received kindness in this world for the first time. That's right, there are people even in this world that may worry for me. Ah, really, thanks a lot. As I was immersed in delight, I noticed another important fact. I was able to communicate with the fairy. I was talking as if it was natural, but isn't that actually amazing? You can understand my words right. As I calmed down from her figure tilting her head to one side like a little bird, I regretted asking a weird question out of nowhere. Considering her reactions up till now, her intelligence might also be at the same level as her appearance. Then maybe it would be better to interact with her, as I would with a child. Well, I don't really have any experience dealing with children other than with that cheeky brat of our relatives, though. My name is Kurono Maou, you are. I tried to be as gentle as possible, but normally the child would run away after seeing my villainous face at this timing. But Miss Fairy was a fairy after all, she clearly answered me. Lily. Lily? Yes. With another small nod, she hid half of her face behind the tree in embarrassment. Every action is really cute. So, Lily, do you know where this is? This is Fairy Garden, a place where fairies live. A forest where fairies live, I see. Lily helped me, so I don't think they hold any strong hostility against humans. Aiza, who is it? A voice other than mine or Lily's comes from behind. As I turned to see, a ball of light floating in the air came into my sight. Before I realized, many other similar balls of light appeared and are flying in the surroundings. Why is there a human here? The ball of light that previously shouted said while coming close to my face. On looking closely, it was a body of around 15 cm and had wings similar to Lily's. Could it be you are a fairy? Obviously. Can't you say? As if I would know, I am seeing this for the first time, but rather than rebutting her, I should get some info by talking to this fairy. I am. This is a holy forest where we fairies live. Humans should leave immediately. Huh. Before I could even name myself, I was instantly asked to get out instead. What the hell? Aren't fairies supposed to be a race more friendly with humans? No, that might be my own impression only. At least Lily tried to help me, and even showed bashful cute reactions too. Also, Lily, you were here too. Ignoring me, it flew towards Lily. It's not good coming to such interior parts by yourself. Ooh, I'm sorry. Along with that human, a pseudo-fairy is also not allowed to come in here. You know that, right? I didn't know the circumstances of the fairy garden, but I realized that Lily is being treated differently than by the other small fairies. Without knowing anything, I don't really have any right to speak, but I can't shut up and let the first person in this whole world who showed me kindness make such a sad face. Oi, you don't really have to put it that way, do you? Lily came to help me. What, you really don't know anything? The fountain of light inside Fairy Garden must not be approached by anyone other than fairies. That is why a human like you, and a pseudo-fairy like Lily, must not come this inside the forest. I am certainly a human, but what's this about Lily being a pseudo-fairy? No matter how I see it, she is a fairy, isn't she? Don't say something so foolish. Where have you seen such a big fairy? She is a half-human, half-fairy, possessing the magical energy of a fairy along with a flesh body. Neither a proper human nor a fairy, a halfling. Seriously, something like this could be known at first glance. Like I said, I won't know something like that. In the first place, I have no idea about the biology of this world. But during the maneuvering experiments, there were monsters that had magical energy but didn't possess life force. Something you could only call as a ghost or spirit. This small fairy was definitely the same. Only magical energy can be sensed, though the quality is different. Probably, fairies were made completely of magical energy. As compared to that, I could clearly sense magical energy similar to the other fairies from Lily, but could also feel a life force as well. I finally understood what this fairy was saying. If you understand, then leave now. I'll overlook this, so be thankful, human. Cool. The fairy's manner of speaking was a bit irritating, but I had no reason to damage this fountain of light. And I want to avoid quarrels with the beings of this world as well. I should control my anger and leave quietly, as the fairy said. But my heart really pained to see Lily's sad face on being called a pseudo-fairy. Ah, that's right. Goblins seem to have settled down in the West Cave, so quickly take care of that as well, Lily. I understand. Whoa, wait a minute. You're going to make Lily fight against monsters. I was surprised at the fairy ordering something like that as if it was natural, though Lily accepting it so readily was also surprising. Ugh, you're irritating. It has nothing to do with an outsider, stupid human like you. Stupid was unnecessary, or rather, isn't it dangerous? Monster extermination is a usual thing. Even a pseudo-fairy won't lose to low-level monsters who can't even use magic. Is that so? As I looked towards Lily with an uneasy expression, I really can't imagine her fighting monsters. But by her way of speaking, it meant she could use magic. If she could attack with magic, then the size of the body was unrelated to strength. Even I could defeat a dragon after all. If you understand, then both of you hurry up and leave. How long do you intend to remain here? Do you want me to use strength? The ball of light started flickering strongly. Was she trying to intimidate me? I get it, fine. I'll go, so don't start firing magic from behind. And so, I and Lily left this place. Lily enviously looked at the fairies, taking the scattered apple-like fruits with them deep inside the forest. Did you want to eat that? Yes. It's fine, I'll bring some later. I'll do it later, we'll eat together, okay? Thank you. Looking at the smiling Lily, I somehow felt healed. Chapter 12 Fairy. A fairy is a life form made purely out of magical energy and does not possess a flesh body. It might sound unbelievable, but fairies are born directly with a proper ego personality and knowledge. On top of it, they are not born from a mother, but, with the magical energy of the earth and the divine protection of the fairy queen, they are born similar to the blooming of a flower bud. A real-life setting similar to a stork bringing babies or babies coming from cabbage fields. Until you don't see one born in front of your own eyes, it's an unbelievable fantasy life form. So, these fairies can make contact with material substances, but since they don't possess an actual body, they don't really have an animal's survival instincts. Life forms made out magical energy don't possess the three basic desires, i.e. sleep, appetite, and sexual desires. In case of fairies, even if they can sleep for resting their minds, food is absolutely unnecessary, and so neither is excretion required. On top of it, they don't have men either. They are a life form similar to an ideal entertainment idol. Again, they are all born in the form of a young girl and will remain the same until they disappear. Even though they are all females, the reason the species doesn't go extinct is because there is no need for reproduction. And they don't age probably because they don't really have an actual body. For them to keep on living, what's required is an environment similar to the forest of fairies, which has a dense magical energy. As long as they can replenish their magic, fairies can keep on living. Even though they have the same level of intellect as humans, due to not having any instinctual desires, there are no disputes among them. Again, for the same reason, they don't possess any kind of culture either. They are one of the few races that have remained the same from the ancient times. Since there is no other requirement for survival, they don't have any work and spend 24 hours talking and playing around. From the start, fairies were a race who loves freedom and chattering, it seems. Somehow they are very similar to children. Even though they don't require it, they enjoy sleeping under the warm sun and eating delicious food as a source of pleasure. That was why they carried away the apple-like fruits. And so, they eat, sleep, and play in rotation every day. On listening this, I wanted to become a fairy myself, but fairies are a very exclusive race. Shouting hysterically and driving me away showed that part of them. And thus, the half-human, half-fairy Lily was also affected by it. Even though she was born as a fairy, she was subjected to ostracism. I see, it must have been hard. Shit, I feel like crying. Don't cry, Kurono. I listened to Lily's life story as we ate the apples. Well, it's not exactly an apple, but I'm going to call it that. It really was a heart-wrenching story. I'm already emotionally attached to Lily, and Lily too has started calling me without any honorific. We are not at the level of acquaintance anymore. That's right, we are already friends. We should be, it would be nice if we are. Well, leaving the fact whether we are friends or not aside, we were talking about Lily. To have been alone from the time you were born is too damn sad. Since Lily possessed a proper body, she also had survival instincts that meant that she had to eat to survive. She had to sleep to remove fatigue as well. Basically, she had to work to find food and also secure a place to sleep, that too within this forest all by herself. It's fine. I have a proper house as well. The home she talks about is a small hut currently in front of us right now. This extremely aged hut built like a log house was once used by a magician a long time ago, it seems. When that magician died, his body was carried to the graveyard by the neighboring villagers, but his house was left as is. And when Lily was born, she was driven out of the fountain of light, so she started living in this hut near the forest. What do you do about food? I pick up fruits and mushrooms. Also, I buy bread from the village. You can do shopping. What about money? I pick up medicinal herbs and make medicines out of it. And you sell it in the village for earnings. Yes. Only occasionally, though. Amazing, that's really brilliant. She is able to earn her livelihood even though she is so small. Compared to a modern child like me who has to do nothing but go to school, she is certainly amazing. Maybe because she was embarrassed on being complimented, Lily was started squirming with her face down. You should be more proud of yourself. If you're living alone, can't you leave this forest and live in the village? No, fairies can only live in places which have received the divine protection of the queen. I don't know whether it was a rule or not, but still Lily didn't want to be separated from this forest even though she was not a full fairy. Even if there was no rule, this place is her birthplace after all. I can understand the feeling of not wanting to leave this place. But aren't you being forced to do dangerous things like fighting monsters by those fairies? It's fine. I have been doing this from a long time. This is the only thing Lily can do for them. Lily wants to protect the fountain of light even though you were driven out of there. Yes. There's no way it wasn't painful for her, yet there was strength in her reply. I shouldn't make any more unnecessary conversation regarding this. Is that so? Then I won't stop you, but this time I'll do the goblin extermination in exchange. No. It's dangerous. Lily was aware that it was dangerous for a human to fight monsters even if they were low-grade monsters. But unfortunately, here I should call it fortunately, right? I was no longer a normal human. It's fine, even though I look like this, I'm a magician. Magician? Lily stared at me absent-mindedly, with her mouth open. Looking at my own figure, reflected in those big eyes of her, I realized. Sorry, but Lily, is there something I can wear? Also tell me if there is a river nearby where I can wash my body. My outfit is still the same plain white clothes given to me in that facility. On top of that, it has 8 big holes I got during my fight with Sariel. Also, after escaping, I crossed the mountains for 3 days in the same outfit. It had become dirty as well as worn out. Similarly, I haven't washed my body for that many days as well. Although I might not realize it myself, but my body definitely smells bad. No matter how I look at it, I look like a vagrant with a bad nature. I don't look like a magician from any angle. River is that way, as for clothes. No, it's fine if you don't have any. For the time being, I'll first go and wash. Wait, maybe I should first kill off those goblins. It feels like I'll get dirty again. You're going to go now. Yeah, I'll wash my clothes after returning. Well then, Lily, guide me to this west cave where the goblins are. Yes. Maybe because she is still worried, she is making a troubled face. It's fine, just leave it to me. If it gets dangerous, I'll run. I have some confidence in running away. After all, I was able to run away from that crazy evil experiment facility after facing that monster-class albino girl. An encirclement of goblins is nothing. Unfollow me. Led by my enthusiasm, Lily began guiding me there. All right, I'll show my strong point to the first person who showed me kindness. I braced myself and started following Lily. Chapter 13, Goblin Extermination 1. There. While hiding in the shade of a tree, Lily pointed towards a part on the rocky cliff. Ooh, there are definitely goblins there. The main entrance seemed to be a cave of around 3m, and around it were 3 more small entrances of about 1m. Neither of them is very big, but for goblins who are at most 1m in height, it is sufficient. The goblins here seem to be the same type as the ones I faced during the maneuvering experiments. The ones at that time were equipped with sturdy armor and sharp blades, but the ones here are wearing just old rags and are equipped with what looks like weak handmade weapons. The level of equipment was definitely low, but they seemed to be more than used to these weapons. I'm confirming this just in case, but it's fine to kill all of them, right? I had long lost any hesitation in killing living things, including humans, but I didn't feel like showing Lily a blood-filled scenery either. Although I doubt Lily would have any reluctance towards killing considering she has been doing this for a long time, but still, I decided to ask just in case. If she got scared due to me overkilling the goblins, I would be pretty sad. Yes, if you leave even 1 goblin, then another 30 would come, so you must properly exterminate them all. Is that so? I see. I felt a really big gap, seeing her say things like extermination, as if they were cockroaches. Is the pure cruelty special to only children, I wonder? Well, whatever. That's one thing out of my mind at least. As asked, I'll leave not a single one alive. All right. Well then I'm off. Without really trying to hide myself, I directly moved towards the cave. Load. This technique of creating multiple bullets before the start of battle, so that I can fire consecutively, was developed while I was crammed in that box while crossing to the Pandora continent. I had lots of free time after all. The amount of bullets I can stock isn't very big, but for now, being able to concentrate 3 times my usual firepower on the first turn is enough. Blackening. I use it on the 1m long 4 wooden branches that I collected while coming here. I had carrying it underneath my armpits till now I can control them without touching them. I make the 4 black sticks stay behind me. All right. As I stand on top of a large boulder, I can clearly see the entrance of the cave. From here, I won't miss any goblins either. Roughly, 20 goblins can be seen, out of which around 13 of them are armed. There are probably more of them hiding in the cave. And as I saw the goblins, at the same time, the goblins near the entrance were also able to clearly see me. Not wanting to welcome the human who suddenly appeared, the faces of those goblins that looked like a mix of frog and monkey quickly distorted and looked at me with hostility. Jayawa. I don't know whether it was a signal for its companions or just a war cry, but with the shout, the goblin entered a fighting stance. That's right, come at me. Wait, Lily. Why are you here? The moment I was about to fire my magic, I became aware of the white shadow flickering near my legs. I was sure she was in the forest waiting patiently, so why is she so nonchalantly coming to the front lines? But now I can't just run away while holding Lily either. Lily has some experience in fighting monsters, so it's probably unnecessary to worry about her. Ag, I'm still extremely worried. Lily, don't leave my side. It's dangerous. Okay. Did she understand or not? Lily looks at me with a puzzled face. I'm seriously worried, but I don't have time worry about it for now. All right, let's go. Once again motivating myself, I face the goblins. Out of the 13 armed ones, 2 were equipped with bows. Maybe due to the noise, 4 more goblins with bows and 10 others also jumped out of the cave. The rest, all equipped with spears and swords, charged towards me. Rifle. First, I'll take out the long-ranged ones. Before the 6 bow users could release even a single arrow, the fake full metal jacket bullets pierced through their heads. Since I had them loaded in advance, I could fire all of them at the same time rather than one by one. Buckshot. The next aim was towards the ones charging straight towards me. I had defeated the bow users in the time required for a single shot, so the attack group had not yet reached close enough to me. That distance was approximately 10 meters, perfect to finish with buckshot. The already loaded 4 buckshot were fired and immediately covered the whole area in front of me in the form of a barrage. Having neither shields nor the time to evade, it pierced through the bodies of the goblins. The goblins in the front were completely annihilated on a level that it was impossible to know which of the bullets had been the fatal one. There were even some whose thin arms and legs had been blown away. GG. Goblins who had avoided a fatal blow due to their companions becoming a shield for them raised a cry of anger and anguish and continued to charge towards me. Behind them were the ones who still unhurt, and again, more reinforcements appeared from the cave. It seems they won't retreat with just this, or maybe they don't possess the intelligence to plan a retreat. Either way, if they are coming, then it'll only help me save time, so I'm glad actually. Gatling. Sticking out my right hand, I start using Gatling for sweeping fire. Gatling automatically does the process of firing bullets, so I am able to focus solely on creating bullets. This results in rapid firing faster than rifle. But using my right hand as a barrel, I can only fire in a straight direction from it with some slight aiming only. Thus, it is effective against groups charging straight from the front. The opponent will indirectly get inside my range after all. And so, without any means to defend against or avoid the bullets on the same level as rifle, the goblins charging here one by one turned to minced meat. This was not a battle, but looked more like a one-sided massacre. Nevertheless, the goblins kept on charging inside the kill zone of the black bullets. Due to dead bodies of their companions slowing them down and my bullets flying all over, the distance between me and the goblins remained the same. When I thought that it was about time that I started moving towards the cave as well, it was at that moment. Yoo-hoo! A loud roar shook the surroundings. While firing the Gatling, I looked towards the source of that roar. It was probably a part of the reinforcements coming out of the cave, and had no difference in looks compared to other goblins. But the big hatchet held in its hand strangely stood out. The goblins here mainly used handmade bows and spears, which was definitely poor. Occasionally, there were some who held swords, but those were also chipped and rusted without any signs of proper maintenance. But that big hatchet alone still held sharpness and was releasing a shine even an amateur could see. What it released was not just shine, but also a darkish aura similar to my black magical energy. The moment I thought that a troublesome one appeared, the goblin with the hatchet suddenly attacked its companions beside him with its weapon. With a short death cry, the neck of that goblin fell, clearly as if butter had been sliced with a knife. Oi, that really is a dangerous guy. Even goblins noticed the abnormality and stopped their charge to look towards him. In that short moment, the goblins near it one by one fell under the attack of that big hatchet and had their heads cut off. Kurono, that's a cursed weapon, it's dangerous. Cursed weapon. Now that I remember, during the maneuvering experiments, there were strange weapons which raised strength or allowed the use of magic without actually learning them, just by holding that weapon. Similar to how I used blackening on weapons, I thought weapons could also be attached with various magical effects. But there may be times when the magic attached may not always be a merit for the user as well. That must be the so-called cursed weapon. Attacking all without discrimination of ally or enemy, it's quite a simple to understand curse. As I somewhat carelessly thought, I shot my rifle towards the goblin still swinging around that hatchet. I had stopped gattling, so the aim was perfect and pierced through the head brilliantly, or that was how it was supposed to be. Gwa! With a slight swing, the bullet was deflected by the hatchet. Are you kidding me? What kind of reaction speed is that? With its eyes completely gone white, the already ugly face became worse and turned to look towards me. Ah, it's completely aiming for me now. On top of it, its breathing became wilder than the time it appeared, it's drooling continuously, and its white eyes are now starting to become bloodshot. Did my single shot irritate it that much? The goblin's anger was clearly heating up. This might be a little troublesome opponent. Chapter 14, Goblin Extermination 2. Kurono. Lily, it's dangerous, so get back a little. Goblins were already an agile race like monkeys, but that one jumped threateningly towards me, surpassing it. Rifle. I rapid-fired my rifle towards the goblin in the air, but with unnatural movements, it deflected most of them with that big hatchet. Even though some hit its body, as if it didn't feel pain, it kept on swinging the hatchet with unchanged speed. This is the type that'll keep on coming until I completely destroy it. The distance between me and the landed goblin was about 3 meters. Now that it was in front of me, I could clearly sense an ominous energy, what could only be described as the curse. Automatic fencing. To block the approaching enemy, I controlled the blackened sticks that were behind me. If my opponent was a normal weapon, I could have blocked it with just these wooden sticks. Jaiwa. In front of the cursed hatched, they were easily split in two. The 4 sticks were somehow able to attack the goblin, but it didn't seem like it was taking any damage. While it was fighting with the sticks, I fired rifle towards it, but with superhuman reactions, it either deflected or evaded it. In 10 seconds, it had cut the sticks apart and then rushed towards me in a straight line. Ka shield. The deployed shield somehow prevented my head from being split apart like a bamboo. Even my strongest shield that wouldn't crack with my own anti-material attack was cut till halfway. This will definitely break in the next attack, buckshot. But I'm not going to let that happen. Taking my buckshot at close range, the goblin was blown away. Many bullets should have pierced through him, but maybe due to the weapon strengthening the body as well. It was still in good health. In midair, it fixed its posture like a cat, and the blood-stained goblin lightly landed on the ground. The moment it took a step towards me to try and cut me again, the pieces of the broken black stick started coiling around its leg. Jai. It must have thought that the sticks have become useless after being cut apart, but automatic fencing won't be stopped just by being split into 2 or 3 pieces. It didn't really have any effect against Sariel, but against the goblin corrupted by the weapon, it was effective. With its leg caught, the goblin fell face first, but it still didn't let go of the weapon in its hand. Anti-material. Up till now the goblin had been jumping around, but due to it falling, I could precisely aim this time. and in that position it was impossible to swing that hatchet either. Even a cursed weapon could not ignore the structure of its body. The fired bullet pierced through its strengthened arm and blew it away completely. The hand along with the weapon fell to the ground. Rifle. At the same moment, the rifle fired hit directly at its forehead, and blood and brains burst out. Phew, man, close combat really is scary. Without a user, the cursed weapon could no longer show its effects. Wait, it won't fly by itself and try cutting me right, is what I thought, but the blackish aura coming from that hatchet seems to have finally calmed down. For the time being, I should recover it. I don't want to fight another goblin who picked it up and went mad again. Kurono, stop. It's dangerous. Lily, who was standing quietly behind me as I asked, raised her voice when she saw me coming close to the hatchet. Well, I am trying to touch a cursed weapon. It's normal to try and stop me. Ah, it'll probably be fine, Lily. I without any hesitation touched the handle at that moment. Hate, kill, love, die. Ooh, well, this is a nostalgic feeling. It was similar to thoughts being forcefully put in my mind, as done by the ring of restraint. The thoughts of love and hate entered my mind, giving me a chill. You're being noisy, be quiet, blackening. Similar to when the goblin held it. Blackish aura started to come out of the hatchet, but my much darker magical energy overcame it. As I thought, this big hatchet has black magical energy inside of it similar to mine, but the quantity inside me is far above it. I don't know what kind of malice it possesses, but against an overwhelming difference of magical energy, it won't be able to make me go mad and control me as the goblin. Basically, my compatibility with the hatchet was good. Kurono. See, I told you it'll be fine. Ha 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 ha, while laughing I played, and swung it around my hand like a pen. I didn't have such technique in me, but due to probably the effect of coming in contact with the weapon, I felt as if the weapon was like a part of me and use it with maximum skill. The curse. I can't hear the hateful voices anymore. But Lily shouldn't touch it. The only reason I can is because my compatibility was high. Is that so? Yes. I see. With the cursed hatchet in my hand, after making sure that I showed no change in presence, Lily finally showed a smile. But isn't this scene of us smiling like this while surrounded by a mountain of goblin corpses a bit too surreal? Oh, I almost forgot. There were goblins remaining. Before I realized, the goblins that hadn't lost their fighting spirit were slowly surrounding me. It seems they have finally become a bit more vigilant. They have shifted their strategy to slowly close the distance while moving on all sides. I can easily fight without any problems, but it'll be dangerous to let Lily also become surrounded along with me. Lily, quickly. Move back. As I tried to say that, I heard the sound of something flying towards us. Shit, they fired a bow. As I looked up, numerous arrows were coming down towards us as if raining. Will I be able to deflect them all with buckshot? Even if not, then with the help of the hatchet, I will be able to defend my own body mostly. In any case, due to the shield being partially destroyed previously, I won't be able to reconstruct the shield in time. For now, I should hold Lily and protect her from an end. Hi. The moment I thought of holding Lily, who was standing on the ground, I realized she was already on my shoulder. Sticking both her hands towards the front, with a NN, Lily sound closed her eyes and groaned. Eek. With Lily's cute shout, her faintly glittering white body started shining more strongly than ever. You too bright. The next moment, numerous beams of light were released from Lily's hands. What? It's a beam. Is that a beam? The numerous beams of light released by Lily flew towards the incoming arrows while leaving a trail behind it. With a speed much faster than the arrows, one beam of Lily's light destroyed multiple arrows. Could it be that it's automatically tracking them? Moreover, the targets are arrows which are pretty fast too. As I muttered that, the rain of arrows had been completely destroyed in midair. The light that had counterattacked had also disappeared. Amazing. It's a highly efficient magic that makes my rifle or buckshot look like toys. Amazing, can fairies all use such level of magic? Then it makes sense that goblins won't be much of an opponent. Receiving my respectful gaze, Lily became shy while sitting on my shoulder. Her face is close, her cuteness is also 3 times greater. Ha! I can't calm down just yet, I'm still in a battle. The goblins have come close enough to be able to slash at me after one step. I'll have to also show my cool part, it seems. I gently lowered Lily back to the ground. Holding the hatchet in my right hand, I start loading in my left hand. Lily, I won't let the spear users come any closer, but they might shoot the arrows again, so can I leave that to you? I have no reason to doubt Lily's abilities any longer, and at this point, it would be better to cooperate as well. Leave it to me. While raising her thin eyebrows, Lily's face is filled with confidence. All right, then I leave it to you. At the same time, I start running towards the goblins in front of me. Since my basis for black magic was a gun, my usual strategy was to fight from long range, but that doesn't mean that I cannot fight at close quarters. To allow me to fight from long range at all times, those maneuvering experiments were not that easy. Well, fighting in close range with an opponent so much that my body was drenched with blood was still scary no matter though. Buckshot. I deal with the goblins in front of me with buckshot. Each of them held spear, knife, and a rusted sword. First I pick up the rusted sword. Blackening, automatic fencing. I control the blackened sword and throw it. In the same way, I did the same with the knife, then the spear as well. Pierce through. The blackened 3 weapons turned around and launched towards the goblins approaching towards my back. Meanwhile, without even turning around, I slash apart the 2 goblins that came at me from the front. Ooh, what amazing sharpness. The weapon in Goblin's hand, the leather armor, flesh and bone, all were cut apart without any resistance at all. This might even cut an iron plate like paper. Due to blackening, its power must have risen as well, but I have never seen any weapon with such an amazing cutting ability. Cursed weapons are pretty amazing. Dea. I split apart the incoming goblins into 2 one by one with the big hatchet. I had absolutely no knowledge of using swords, but due to my body strengthening and the technique knowledge of the hatchet itself, I became able of using the magnificent sword dance as done by the samurai shown in historical plays. Done. Behind me, along with this beautiful scene of carnage, an unexpected, extremely cute scream could be heard. Probably, Lily just used magic. At the same time as the head of the goblin in front of me flew, the scene of the goblin archers deployed around the entrance of the cave being enveloped by a pillar of light came into my view. Seriously, Lily's fairy magic is amazing. Will I also be someday become able to shoot beams? You're the last one. After splitting it from head to toe, the goblins around me had all been annihilated. In my surroundings lay an innumerable amount of goblin corpses. Every corpse lacked a hand, leg, head, or some other part of the body. As such, the amount blood was also amazing. The whole ground had turned into a hellish pool of blood, and I myself was also drenched in blood as well. The originally white clothes had already become blackish due to dirt. With the blood it had now become darkish brown, and even worse coloring than before. Thinking that I matched with this place of massacre, my own thoughts may have become a bit twisted, but seeing Lily come towards even the current me with full of smiles, well, I thought that it might not be that bad. Thanks for taking care of the archers for me. I worked hard. It was one-shot kill too. Lily's really amazing. Lily seemed proud yet embarrassed. Well then, it's done more or less. There should be more of them inside the cave, right? What should we do? Should we take care of it now as well? No, it's fine already. Is that so? Yup. And then, Lily shined for the 3rd time today. The same pillar of light that purged the archers appeared near the entrance of the cave, and just like that shot at the cliff itself. I didn't know how much power that pillar had, but the slope of the cliff exploded and started burying the entrance to the cave with a crash. The goblins that had been inside the cave started coming out due to panic, but were crushed by the falling rocks and buried there and then. Wah! As the landslide stopped, the entrance to the cave had been blocked, and the goblins that might have been there had been buried alive. With a single shot, the extermination was complete. Let's go back, Kurono. I was in a bit of a daze, but came back to my senses when Lily pulled my cuff. Yeah, that's right, let's go back. Yup. Looking at that small back walking through the forest in a good mood, I swore in my heart to never ever anger Lily no matter what. Chapter 15, Cleansing of Heart and Body. Near Lily's hut, there was a small stream that was extremely clear, maybe due to the fact that came from the fountain of light. Having become even dirtier after finishing the goblin extermination, I decided to directly come here. Obviously, I had no soap, and only cold water was available for washing the clothes. But I felt as if I had washed both my mind and body and had become more refreshed than ever before. Although the clothes soaked in blood had no way of returning to same level of whiteness as before. During that time, I had no way to wash it properly after all. Even in the facility, I was allowed to wash my body somewhat. Or rather, I was thrown into a room smaller than the stalls in a public toilet and was washed through water, jet streams blowing out from the walls along with my clothes. It felt more like being thrown inside a washing machine. I actually did almost drown a few times as well. So now I am satisfied with just being able to wash myself at my once pace with clean water. But still, I'm currently completely nude in the middle of a forest. I feel like pervert. It's fine, after all the fairy Lily is also always like that too. Well, a fairy who looked like a cute little girl and a guy of over 180 cm height, even if both are nude, it's completely different after all. Well, leaving that aside, now that I think about it, does this world even have proper baths? As I thought that I sat on a convenient rock and began to eat another apple. It's delicious. The first thing I ate after escaping that facility is this fruit which I have nicknamed as apple. The water of the river was also delicious, but this fresh sour yet sweet flavor having red fruit is on a completely different level. Due to it being so delicious, it took me 5 fruits to realize that the taste was slightly different from a normal apple. The box I sneaked in was luckily filled with lots of these fruits, so I had no need to be worried about the quantity either. While inside the box, I would either sleep or eat these apples, and inside my mind, I'll focus on developing my magic. One of the magic I developed was gattling. After that, I fell into a deep sleep due to which I have no memory of being unloaded at the port of Pandora continent and then being transported through the land. While crossing that cliff, the carriage must have unluckily dropped this box down the cliff. Actually, even if that carriage was actually attacked by goblins or something, it was of no concern to me anymore, so it's useless to think about it anymore as well. But it's good that I learned how to use shadow space. After eating the apple, I throw the central part that was left. The remains disappeared after being sucked into the shadow extending from me. Shadow space was a magic that created a room space inside my own shadow. Of course, I named it myself, and I don't know what its official name was. While fighting with the other human experiments, I saw many of them use this. At first, he brought out a sword out of nowhere. Was all I could think, but after seeing it many times, I finally realized the true identity of that magic. By using your own shadow as a door, weapons or items can be stored inside it. Without having a fundamental image, I worked hard to get that 4th-dimensional pocket-like ability. As a result, with an image of gathering black magical energy inside my own shadow, I was successful up to some extent in creating a space inside my shadow. The space was of about 2 meters in radius, but others have obviously been able to store bigger objects, so it seems I am still at an elementary level. When I master this magic, I really might be able to create a 4th-dimensional pocket. Leaving that aside, without feeling any weight, I can carry anything anywhere. Once the space is built, that took an insane amount of magic, no magic is required for maintaining it. Open and closing the space does require a little amount of magic, but still this is a very convenient magic. Even now, 24 apples are still stored inside my shadow. Even if I give Lily half of it, there is still 12 of them for me. And the biggest loot from the goblin extermination, the cursed hatchet, is also stored inside. A weapon with that much strength should be rare even in this world. I think I have been charmed by its cutting ability. I'm not being charmed due to the effect of the curse of the weapon, right? Well, whatever. I also have other knives, swords blackened and stored inside as well. It's not worth more than trash, but even if rusted, they are at least actual weapons. The attack power would be more than wooden branches after all. I don't really have anything else to keep anyway. Also, the remains of the apple that I threw inside are disintegrated by my magic and absorbed inside the shadow. This is also something I copied from another human experiment. During battle, that guy caught my blackened sword with his magic and instantly disintegrated and absorbed it to add it to his own attack power. At my current level, the disintegration and absorption process is slow. On top of it, my efficiency is so bad that the magical energy used in the process is more than the magical energy gained. It seems it is still impossible for me to absorb magic without any loss like that human experiment. If I could do that, I would have been able to absorb that rain of arrows, use blackening on it, and return fire with them instantly. In any case, it is still impossible for me. But even if I am unable to use it in battle, it's convenient like this for throwing away trash. Even that guy wouldn't think of such an ecological use of this ability. Sorry for escaping alone. I should stop this. I am not strong enough to take care of others' well-being, and neither do I have the time for it. Just being able to defeat numerous goblins is not a strength I can be proud of. People stronger than me, like that Sariel, must exist as well. In the end, being able to run away by myself was the best I could do. I didn't even think of trying to save other experiments with me. It's about time I return back to Lily's place. Stopping my useless thoughts, I left the stream thinking about whether my body and clothes could also be dried through magic. Chapter 16, First Friend. I'm coming in. Please do. As I opened the door to the hut, Lily greeted me with a smile. With just that, I felt healed. But I'm currently wearing nothing but wet underpants. It's not the time to be lost in thoughts. Kurono, take this. Lily gave me a rectangular piece of soft cloth. Is this a towel? Is it fine to use it? Yes. Thanks. For now, with this, I didn't have any need to wear those wet underpants till they dried. Wrapping the towel around my waist, I took off my pants and hung it beside the rest of my clothes on the branch of a tree outside. Drying my head with the towel, I thought, well, first I should get some clothes from somewhere. Lily doesn't wear anything, she won't know much about it anyway. If I go to the village where she sells the medicines, I should be able to get some clothes for myself. Say, Lily, does the nearby village have any shops selling clothes? If there are, how many are there? She looks at me blankly. Was it too much to ask two questions at the same time? Well, I think the second-hand shop was selling some. What do they sell usually? Well, anything. I don't know about clothes, but they did have armor. Even armor. Wow, they really do sell anything. I thought it might have been something like a convenience store, but this is a world where monsters are a daily occurrence. Weapons are more important here than in my world. Even villages have shops dealing in them, it seems. Kurono, come in. It's weird to talk while standing at the entrance after all. Then I'll accept your offer and come in. Well, this is a Western-style house, so there is no space for removing shoes before entering the house. I have never gone abroad, but never did I think that my first experience of moving with shoes in someone's house would be in a different world. Just in case, I wiped the dirt off my feet and then stepped inside. Lily is also walking inside the house with bare feet. For Lily, who barely came up to my knee, this must feel like a huge house, but for me who had grown into a uselessly big body, it still felt a bit cramped. The house itself feels pretty big, but due to huge bookshelves lined beside each other along with boxes and mysterious sacks lying around, I felt a little oppressed. The bed and the small table were the only things that made it feel that someone lived here. Even though only Lily lives here, there seemed to be a lot of useless things. Although, it might be too much for her to remove those big bookshelves by herself. Come sit. As I was looking around the house, Lily called out to me. Lily had jumped upon her bed and was patting the white mattress with both her hands. Since there seems to be no chairs, certainly that is the only place to sit. As I sat down on the bed, I was instantly entranced by the fluffy sensation of the mattress. Since I had been sleeping on nothing but the hard floor up till now, this softness was an extreme luxury. As I was immersed in that, I'll go make some tea. I was about to ask her not to trouble herself, but as soon as her motivated glittering figure came into my view. Thanks. That was all I could say in the end. I had already taken her towel. If I keep sitting here, I feel that my debt towards Lily would keep on accelerating starting with that tea. Sorry, Lily. At this time, I only have my body and my black magic with me, but one day I'll return this favor to you tenfold. I promise. As I strongly swore this inside my heart, I looked towards Lily. Phoo. Lily was breathing fire. Are you a dragon? I almost stood up in Tsukomi-ed. Calm down, it's just magic. As I said, Lily was currently blowing out fire towards the big kettle, from that small mouth of hers. There were many who could use fire-type magic, but this is my first time seeing a humanoid person breathing fire literally. Is that also fairy magic? I had many doubts, but looking at Lily working so hard just to make tea, I was unable to call out to her. I'll just quietly wait here. It's done. With that voice, I was pulled back to reality from the shallow sleep called thinking. On the table stood Lily with a daunting pose, and beside her a teapot and cup giving off a sweet fragrance were lined up. Ooh, thanks a lot. I was a bit worried whether Lily, who looked like a small child, would be able to make tea properly, but it seems my worries were useless. The cup was filled with black tea. It should be something close to it going by its color. Drink, Kurono. I received a gaze full of expectation from Lily. Oh, itadakimasu. As I reached towards the cup, I suddenly realized, where's Lily's share? On the table beside the cup there was only the teapot. Did she forget about herself, the owner? There is only one. What? Copy. Is that so? Why? Could it be that she had no money? If that was so, I regretted that I ended up asking something so stupid. Because nobody ever comes, but Kurono came for the first time ever. Lily is very happy. I regret it even more now. I see, so this is what it means to be expelled from the fountain of light. If she lived in the village, it wouldn't have been like this, but since she is a fairy, she didn't want to leave the forest either. That is why, if she had not been expelled, then like a normal fairy, she could have had fun every day with her friends. She would have been able to live without any sadness, or this isn't what I'm supposed to say right now. Accepting the fact that she was expelled and also living here rather than in the village was both done by Lily herself. I have no right to deny it. That means I am the first friend to have ever been invited to your house. I'm honored. Friend. Yeah, after all, we fought against the goblin army together and trusting our backs to each other. We are already more than just some normal friends. That is why I will become the first person to give a helping hand to Lily, who had always been alone till now. In this different world, I may be ignorant and lacking common sense. I am not even that strong. Still, I can at least fight monsters. Yeah, Lily is Kurono's friend. This day I saw Lily's best smile. But in this world full with nothing but my enemies, I was the one who was actually happier to have finally gotten my first friend. That's right, just by meeting her, I felt glad to have come here. Chapter 17, Black Magician Kurono. The next day, I woke up at sunrise. After coming to this different world, I woke up feeling refreshed for the first time. A bed is definitely a great thing. On the fluffy bed, I lay completely naked, except for the towel around my waist along with Lily, who was nude from the very start. Hearing up till this point, doesn't it sound like a suspicious situation? It's all right. I didn't do anything to feel guilty about. That's because I am a gentleman. Yes for Lolita, but no touching. I really am not a lolicon, seriously. Lily asked me to stay at the hut, so I decided to accept her kind offer. Maybe because she was an extremely soft-hearted person, Lily didn't seem to mind me completely depending on her. Of course, I have no intention to only be on the receiving side. I have already resolved to return this favor definitely. But is it fine to give so much to a man who has barely anything? What if I was just some parasitic bastard? Oh no, am I getting conceited thinking I that must protect this angel, no, this fairy? It's fine. I am going to stay with Lily, treating her with gratitude and honor. Well then, time to change into my clothes. Without waking Lily, who was still sleeping, I got out of the bed and left the hut. It's a bit better, I guess. I can't say it's up to my expectations. Although I knew while washing, the clothes that had become dark brownish color due to dirt and blood has become lighter, but it's nowhere near its original whiteness. Basically, it's still dirty. It even has holes to top it off. If I went around wearing that in my previous world, I would have been reported instantly. It's not like I have any choice though. I had planned to go to the nearby village today, but I would at least need some clothes to get there. Lily doesn't care whether I am in just underpants or just a towel, but that's an exception among exceptions. The people of this world wear normal clothes. I saw that at the port town. As such, I will also have to wear at least something. Though, I feel that wearing nothing might be better than wearing this. But no matter how much I complain, the clothes won't get cleaner. Reluctantly, I wear the ragged robe-like clothes I had become used to wear. Now then, how should I get some clothes? While enjoying the gentle breeze blowing in the morning, I sat down on one of the boxes kept behind the hut and thought while taking Rodden's pose. As I sat and thought in an artistic pose. Kurono, good morning. Lily came, yeah, good morning. I'll keep it a secret that I was almost about to say good morning, princess. What are you doing sitting on the treasure box? Treasure box? Wasn't this just another box? Getting up, I examined the box closely. I see it does have a keyhole. What's inside it? Don't know. As I saw Lily tilt her head in doubt, I became a bit excited inside. Doesn't a mysterious treasure box sound interesting? On top of it, the owner was a magician. To think something like this would happen in reality, this really is a magic world. Everything in this, except for the few things of Lily, all belonged to the magician who had once lived here. Are you going to open it? Yeah, doesn't it make you curious? Is it bad to open it? Open it? Lily suddenly looked at me, with a gaze full of expectations. Being looked at like that by Lily, I was suddenly filled with motivation. All right, leave it to me. Full of motivation, I faced the magical, mysterious box. No matter how you look at it, it's made of wood. It would be easy to just destroy it, but at times like these you should act smart. I think it should be better to destroy just the part with the keyhole. Foon. So I first try to open it with just physical strength. This box is like those that appear in RPGs, the ones that open upwards. As such, there isn't any place to put my hands at but with my current strength. Tusk. The moment I put some strength, an electric current ran through the place I was touching. Reflexively, I pulled back my hand, but the damage done is not very big. Trap, no, it seems to be protected by magic. Kurono, are you all right? It's not strong enough to cause damage. But as expected of a magician's treasure box, If it is protected that strongly, means it contains a treasure better than I had imagined. My first hope equals lots of gold and silver. Second hope equals strong magic item. Third hope equals clothes, male size XL. Could it be a mimic? As I unintentionally muttered, I suddenly had a bad premonition. Say, Lily, it won't be containing some dangerous never-to-be-released monster, right? It doesn't contain any monster. I'll ask once more, it's fine to open it, right? Open it. Again, those sparkling eyes filled with expectations. I can't leave this for later now. Well, even I didn't feel like leaving it just because of getting a bit scared. If it's protected by magic, then I'll use magic too, blackening. Touching the box with both hands, I release the black magical energy at full strength. Up till now, I have only used it on weapons, cylindrical bars, etc., but if blackening is successful, it will definitely cancel the electric shock-like damage. I can control without touching, throw it, etc. with the help of blackening, but I don't know whether I'll be able to do something like opening a lock, since I have never controlled anything which had a mechanism of a key lock. All right, blackening was successful, but I can't manipulate the lock. I didn't understand the structure of the lock, or maybe the image is not sufficient. In any case, I understood that I am unable to control the lock and open it. Then, I'll have to directly tamper with it. Since the electrical trap was not there anymore, I could try using physical strength again, but it doesn't look like it'll be successful, since the box seems to be strengthened above normal. So I'll use the only recovery type magic I possess. The one which converts my black magical energy into jelly-like substance to close wounds. Using the same thing, I'll pour magical energy inside the lock, harden it there, and then turn it. I am not informed about the structure of a lock, but I can't just harden everything inside. I'll search for the responsive part while delicately controlling my magic. How does it look? Since I was clattering for a while, Lily asked anxiously. Yeah, a little bit more and oh. I got a response. At the same time, with a cackery sound, the box unlocked successfully. It opened. Our voices perfectly overlapped. No, well, in this situation it's kind of obvious to say the same thing. All right, open it, Lily. Yeah. The two of us open it with feelings full of excitement. This is what I say, but I couldn't exactly understand what it was at a single glance. That's because it was just a black piece of cloth wrapping something up. Well, I'm glad it's not a mimic at least. What is this? I wonder. For the time being, I pulled out the black cloth. It was a pretty thick and well-made cloth, pretty big, and above all, a slight magical energy could be felt from it. Could it be that this is a magician's robe? As I spread it, I realized this is definitely a robe. And it's completely black in color. Even someone with no prior knowledge would come to the same conclusion that this was a magician's robe. Kurono, try wearing it. Oh, is it fine? Oh well, I might as well wear it. It's my long-awaited proper clothes. On top of it, knowing that it's a magician's robe increased my tension as well. As I wore it, The length was perfect as if it was measured in advance, and it felt excellent as well. Although it was quite thick, surprisingly it didn't feel sultry. The magical energy wrapping the whole body was also comfortable probably, because it was the same black magical energy. So, how does it look? Yeah, it looks cool, Kurono. Hahaha, this is embarrassing. But with this, I could call myself a real magician now, right? I can't fly with a broom, but I can definitely use real magic. Yeah, Kurono is a magician. Is that so? Since Lily has said so, from now on I am a magician, no, a black magician. Maybe I got too caught up in the moment, but still, I decided to name myself as Black Magician from here onwards. Chapter 18, To the Village of Urs 1. The treasure box not only contained the robe, but also contained a baton and a knife as well. They must have been the favorites of the magician, as all of them were first-class items, it seems. During the experiments, I had also faced an orthodox magician wearing a robe and equipped with a baton as well. The robe had the effect of defending against magic. Maybe because I had also used the baton after stealing it during the battle, which had the effect of enhancing the magic or had a complete magic hidden inside it. I could somewhat compare the quality with the one in my hand right now. Obviously, after the battle ended, the masked men confiscated the items from me. Leaving that bitter memory aside, I realized that this robe was of a better quality than the others on touching it. The baton seems to be built with using black magic as a premise, so even I should be able to use it well. The knife is probably a magic weapon. Whether it had a trick or spell behind it, I didn't know how to use it. I'll need to examine it more thoroughly later. As for the baton, well, not everyone can use the staff or book of a magician, even if the other person is also a magician. Every magician has a different speciality like fire or water, so the element should also be compatible. By the way, mine is black magic and Sariel had white magic, but fire, water, wind, lightning element magicians have their magical energy of colors red, blue, etc. respectively. These together are called the primary magical energies. I knew this as a fact as some basic knowledge regarding magic was present faintly inside my head. Probably this was also an effect of the various experiments done on me. But thanks to that, I was able to grasp and understand things related to magic quickly. I digressed a bit, but this baton was apparently built for the exclusive use of black magical energy, and I instantly understood how to use it the moment I touched it. It felt as if someone had prepared this intentionally for my personal use, but the actual reason is probably that the magician who lived here was also a black magician like me. Anyway, the fact that I didn't have to be in an embarrassing outfit while going to the village was an extreme blessing for me. Somehow, my luck seems to be getting better nowadays. But underneath this fine quality robe, I am only wearing trunks. I'll have to make sure that the insides are not seen by mistake. This is my long-awaited village debut after all. I don't want to be taken in by the police due to obscenity. Obtaining clothes is still the top priority. All right, let's go then. I'll be counting on you to show me the way, Lily. Yeah. With expectations filled in my heart, we started walking. The place where we are heading to is known as the Urs village. I had an image of it being a remote countryside village in the mountains, but considering that it's located on a pretty wide highway, it should not be a very small village. But still, the Pandora continent is also at the level of Middle Ages, it seems. Even though I called it a highway, it's not even made with stones, let alone proper asphalt. Though it still seems wide enough to let two carriages stand side by side. Although it doesn't have a width of a normal road, no wait, this might be the main highway here. If you go that way, you'll reach the village of QR. I see. The villages are connected by this road. Away from the fairy garden, the village closest to Lily's hut is the Urs village. After that is the village of QR. It seems it'll take a few days to reach QR even if Lily were to fly there. To find the actual time to be taken, I'll have try walking there. If we keep walking like this, we'll reach Urs village before afternoon. Yes. There's no need to hurry, so let's walk leisurely. And thus, while holding Lily's hand or carrying her on my shoulder, we kept walking on the single road under the clear sky. Now that I think about it, we didn't come across anybody. It has been 2 hours since we started, and there have been no signs of anyone up till now. Going across villages is not popular here. No, We have cars in the present age, but maybe in this era only merchants or travelers would leave their villages. Well, I'll come to know sooner or later what the actual situation is. As I kept thinking about these things, in front of me, finally the shadow of a building came into view. Oh, is it the village? Excited, I start running. By the way, Lily is currently on my shoulder. That building is a small house made of wood. The signs of people living can be clearly seen, but no matter how I look at it, the scaling of this house is weird. Isn't this a bit too small? The door is at most at the height of my neck, and the roof is small enough that it could be reached if I tried to stretch my hands a bit. It closely resembles the houses of the hobbits that appeared in that famous epic fantasy trilogy. Kurono, this is. The moment Lily was about to say something, I became aware of a presence near me. From the shadow of the house, a goblin with a sickle in its hands appeared. Are they survivors from yesterday? Although its outfit was a bit different from those of yesterday. Instead of wearing rags or pieces of leather, this one was wearing matching clothes on both top and bottom. Well, the green skin of a goblin is still the same, though. Leaving that aside, to think that monsters would appear here. Could it be that the residents of this house were attacked, already prepared to fight, the moment I readied myself to shoot buckshot at any time? What is it, lad, an acquaintance of Lily? Hi. The goblin suddenly spoke in fluent Japanese. Well, he must have been talking in the original language of this world, but I was able to understand due to the various modifications done on me. But that's not what the problem is here. Hello. Hello, it doesn't look like you came to sell medicines today. Yes, today you see. Suddenly, she starts chatting with the goblin. What the hell is this? Just yesterday you were committing genocide against them, so why are you suddenly so friendly with them now? For the time being, it doesn't look like an atmosphere of a fight. I'll also resolve myself and try talking. Ooh, that's right, I didn't hear who the lad was. Well, since you are Lily's companion, you don't seem to be a bad guy. Hello, my name is Kurono Maou. I don't know why I was greeting a goblin, but I ended up introducing myself politely. Oh my, how polite, I am called Vats. So since you have a surname, are you perhaps a noble? Noble? Kurono is a magician. A magician? Now that you say it, he does look like that. Yesterday, he also helped me exterminate the goblins together. Is that so? They had been appearing recently, so there had been a talk about a mountain hunt, but I guess it's all right now. Sorry for the trouble as usual. A goblin is happy that goblins were exterminated. What the hell is this? Say Lily is this person, not a goblin. To avoid letting the person himself to hear it, I asked Lily in a small voice. He is a goblin. Why? With a face as if wondering why I asked something like that, Lily instantly answered like it was nothing. Ah, lad, could it be that you don't know much about monsters? Yes, if possible I'll be happy if you could explain. Sure, you see, from my point of view, even same goblins are completely different from me. Though from the point of view of other races, the difference can't be seen properly, even though you are the same goblins. Does that mean that the goblins that we exterminated and Vatsan are different from each other? As expected of a magician, you instantly understood. Vatsan, who was laughing with a cackling sound, looked similar to the ones I killed, but now that I properly talked to him, his presence atmosphere is completely different. The looks are the same, but inside he is like a human similar to me. That means you are a villager of the Urs village. That's right, I am here in the outskirts growing vegetables and making medicines. Is that why he was holding that sickle? It only looks like a bladed weapon to me, but someday maybe I'll get used to it as well. Is the village of Urs a village of goblins then? No, there are also humans and beastmen as well. Lad, are you going to a place like that for the first time? Yes, I have come to this region for the first time, so there are a lot of things that I don't know. Yeah, that wasn't a lie. Is that so? Around here, most villages are like this, filled with many races living together. Although I have never done so, but there are people who come here after living in villages with only people of their race. They usually do get surprised like you. I see, so there are villages with just one race and villages with mixed as well. I thought that only humans lived here, but it seems monsters with intelligence are also treated the same as humans. If multiple races living together is the norm here, that they should accept even an outsider like me too. Even now, Vatsan has been friendly towards me, though it might be due to Lily being with me. Well, everyone is good-natured, so you'll soon get used to it. Humans like Lad are also there as well. If continue from here, you'll soon be in the center of the village. They'll easily let you in since you are Lily's companion. Is that so? Thank you for everything. I don't want to keep him busy any longer. Although I had a few more things to ask, I'll talk to some other person there. Sure. Well then, Lily, I'll be counting on you for the medicines. Yes. Bye-bye. And thus, after separating from the first villager, Vatsan the goblin, we move towards center of the village. Chapter 19, to the village of Urs 2. After some time, a fence of height around 2 meters came into my view. Similar to the port town I had first visited, the village was covered from all sides. But this wooden fence and the buildings of the village are very small compared to those of that port town. Also, not the entire village was covered inside the fence. Similar to Vatsan, there were many families here and there, probably farmers, who were outside. So it seems that the fence only covered the center of the village. At first the village was only inside the fence, but due to increase in population, the area of the village kept increasing. But they have been unable to build another fence as of yet. All of this was inferred from my long talk with Lily while coming here. Is that the main entrance? Yes. In front of me was a plain wooden door that was currently open. Beside it stood the gatekeeper with a long spear in his hands. Oh, so it's Lily-san. Lightly armored and holding a long spear, he looked similar to the one at the port town, except his whole body was covered in blue scales and the head was that of a lizard. Is this what they call a lizardman? Hello. So he really was an acquaintance. He greets Lily as well. This the first time I have seen the one with Lily-san. Hello there, I am known as the Black Magician Kurono. It seems having a surname is not common, so I only gave my given name. Also calling yourself a magician is also not uncommon in this world. Hello, I am Grint, just a gatekeeper. But a magician, eh? Lily-san sure knows rare people. I have just met Lily, but we are already friends. It's fine that Lily is getting embarrassed on top of my shoulder, but it's a bit too bright if she starts shining like that at such a close distance. Is that so? If you are friends with the fairy Lily-san, then you can't be a bad person. You're going inside, right? You can pass. Is it fine letting me pass that easily? Getting along with a fairy is a sign of being a good person. Fairies would never get attached to a bad person. After all, they can read the minds of people. Lily can read minds. What? As if asking that, Lily looks at me. Lily, try guessing what I am thinking right now. Okay. Actually, I was a member of the literature club in my previous world, where I liked writing novels which had a bit painful content. Don't know. I see. It seems she can't read my thoughts word to word. In the first place, is she actually reading my mind? Ahaha, you guys really are close. Come on, don't just stand there all day, go in. Thank you very much. Thus, I entered the village of Urs. Urs is very small when compared to the port town, but I quickly understood the moment I entered that this was a quiet and peaceful village. In the central square of the village, probably because it was lunchtime, a lot of people had gathered and could be seen eating. As the goblin Vatsan had said, many races seem to be mixed in this village. Just looking in this square, along with the previously seen humans, goblins, and lizardmen, elves with long ears, dwarves with brilliant beards, beastmen with dog and cat ears, etc. all can be seen. Up till now, I had seen all beings that looked different than humans as monsters and enemies, but looking at this scene, I realized that outer appearance was a trivial thing. By the way, elf or dwarf is the official name as well, is what I was taught by Lily. But since the words I hear or speak are translated automatically due to the various modifications in my body, so the actual pronunciation might be something completely different. Well, whatever I say gets automatically corrected for the other party, so I don't really have anything to worry about. Now then, the village head's house is that way. I had already decided to first greet the village's head the moment I come here. According to Lily, it's not rare for an outsider to meet the village head when they come here for the first time. He will even meet a suspicious magician like me without any appointment. If this was Japan, there would have been no such thing, but meeting the village head sure gives off an RPG-like feel. No, maybe in the olden times it might not be so rare. But as expected, you can't meet someone like a king or someone who runs a country. It would be as difficult as meeting the Prime Minister of Japan, I think. Anyway, I am hoping to ask a lot of things from the village head about this world. Lily, who is like a small child, has difficulty in explaining things logically, so if I need proper info, I should ask an adult. After all, the village head should be informed about a lot of things. But it would be good if I don't get suspected. I guess it won't help worrying about it. With a mind ready to take all sorts of risks, I am led by Lily towards the village head's house. Chapter 20, The Head of the Urs Village. My meeting with the head of the village, an old-aged female elf known as Shione-san, was quickly allowed. Sitting on the seat offered to me, I met her who was sitting across the table. Welcome to Urs Village, Kurono-san. As a friend of Lily-san, we all shall gladly welcome you here. Thank you very much. Even here, I could feel the extent of Lily's reputation. Everyone is even using the san suffix. Seriously, you're amazing, Lily-san. It became clear that Lily was clearly known in this village and was trusted very much as well. Even if she had no friends back at home, I was happy that she was so gladly accepted by the villagers. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Could I have some of your time? Sure, I don't mind at all, so take your time. I worried about her job as the head, but since she is listening with a smile, then I'll accept her offer. But talking so formally all the time sure is difficult. I haven't talked this way since my interview for that part-time job I had taken. Still, as long as the other party is an adult, I need to be polite, otherwise even things that should go smoothly would go bad. It's necessary for smooth communication. I'm trying my best here, so overlook it if my use of formal speech sounds weird. Due to some circumstances, I left my faraway hometown and came to this land. During the trip, I met with an accident and got stranded in this foreign land. Oh my, I thought you were a traveling magician, but it seems you have some complicated circumstances. Yes, as to how I ended up here, even I'm not very sure of it, so I cannot explain in detail. I'm sure you might be curious, but I'll be happy if you don't ask about it. Is that so? Very well, then I shall not pry any further in this matter. Please continue your story. Thank you. Not explaining the most important part was quite selfish of me, but it seems that she is a person with great generosity. I really am thankful for that. I had absolutely no knowledge about this area, but I met Lily by chance and ended up receiving many favors from her. Kurono had fallen inside the forest. You had fainted inside the fairy garden. It must have been difficult for you. No, I met Lily soon, so I didn't face any problems, though I was threatened by the fairies to not approach the Fountain of Light. Oh, so you even met with the fairies of the fountain. They didn't play any pranks on you, right? It seems those who meet the fairies inside the forest get tricked and end up losing their food and items. They really are outrageous creatures. Since I didn't hold anything, they were more focused on the apples lying around me, and so I was ignored by them except by the one that threatened me. I stayed one night at Lily's house, but I can't stay like that without doing anything. Also, I didn't have any money while coming here, so I won't be able to pay any charge if there is one. And so, I first want to become able to live by myself, but I lack common knowledge about the village and its surrounding as well. What jobs are available, where to live, I need to understand all these from you. Of course, I'll gladly do so. It must be difficult to be by yourself at such a young age. Taking in a single human boy is not a problem for this village. Kurono, you'll live in Urs village. If possible, yes. I can't live with Lily all the time after all. Why stay with Lily? It's lonely. Lily. I didn't expect her to cling on me with tears. Why? Did I say something bad? Kurono-san, fairies don't say anything due to politeness. If Lily-san is insisting so much, then you should accept her offer in my opinion. Is it fine for me to live together with you, Lily? I'm pretty big, so the small hut might feel cramped, and I don't know what kind of troubles I might cause. It's not cramped, it's fine to give troubles. Lily wants to be with Kurono. Oh, Lily, if you go that far, I also want to stay with Lily. Really, you'll live together? Yeah, if Lily so wishes, I live anywhere. Kurono. Lily. I tightly hugged Lily, who jumped to my chest. Shit, she is way too cute. Aren't you glad, Kurono-san? It seems the problem of residence has been settled. Yes, similar to the magician that once lived there, I'll live in that hut with Lily. In an unexpected way, my housing problem was settled. It's not like I didn't think of living there, but I thought it might be too impudent of me to ask for it. But once again, I'm thankful for Lily's kindness. Oh, Were you aware of the magician that lived in the forest? Yes, this robe was also inside the hut, so I believe it was also used by the magician. Now that you say it, I thought it looked familiar. Yes, he also wore the same kind of robe. Ooh, so this really was the magician's robe. Or rather, as expected of an elf, she has met the magician when he was alive. The magician of the forest helped this village in a lot of ways. If Kurono-san is also a magician, then I'll be happy if you could also help us with your magic. That magician, how did he help? Let's see, putting up a barrier around the village, or compounding rare medicines to cure strong diseases. Once he also prayed and made it rain as well. Sorry, but all of them are impossible for me. Damn those masked men. They didn't teach me any other useful magic except combat ones. They really are the worst. It's a bit embarrassing, but I can only exterminate monsters. Kurono is very strong. He exterminated the goblins. Thanks, Lily, for the excellent follow. Ara, is that so? Quite a lot of them were there, so it might have taken some time even if we did a mountain hunt. So Kurono-san exterminated them. Lily was also a big help, but yes, the goblins in the cave have been completely annihilated. In just one day. Yes, yesterday. That's amazing. If you are that strong, then you could earn a lot as an adventurer. Adventurer? You don't know, I was sure they existed in all countries. Is it a job that exterminates monsters? Yes, it also includes guarding the villages, escorting merchants, retrieving rare items from dangerous places. Oh, that's right. For an adventurer, their job first and foremost is to search for treasures in a dungeon. Did she just say dungeon? That facility was also very much like a dungeon, but does this world really have a real dungeon with treasures sleeping inside it? Somehow I can feel my tension rising. I see, so there are dungeons. Can you please explain a bit more in detail? Calming the excitement in my heart, I pretend to be calm and ask. The closest from here would be Fairy Garden, I believe. That forest is also treated as a dungeon. But even adventurers don't approach the Fountain of Light, not because it's dangerous, but because they don't want to worsen the relationship with fairies. A dungeon that adventurers can explore around here would be the famous media ruins in the QR Village caves. So a cave dungeon is present near the QR Village. A historical ruin dungeon? Damn, I'm getting too excited. Can anyone become an adventurer? Yes, there is no need to even have any identity proof either. As long as you can complete requests, anyone is fine. We also have an adventurer guild here. If you are interested, then please visit there. A guild is a place to collect and give requests to the adventurers. It seems that the Adventurers Guild is a very big organization, so adventurers are welcome in every village or town. Also, a request received from the guild means that remuneration is certain. They also provide various other kinds of support facilities as well. Basically, an adventurer will definitely register there. Thank you, as an adventurer. Even I, who can do nothing but fight monsters, will also be able to earn there. Good, I also frequently put up requests at the guild, so I'll be counting on you at that time. Yes, I look forward to it. Well then, with the existence of the occupation known as adventurer, my vision seems to have opened and expanded a bit more. After asking some more things about the village, let's go to the guild at once. Chapter 21, Welcome to the Adventurer Guild 1. Let's get registered at the guild immediately, is what I said, but the smell of food inside the guild's lobby caused both our stomachs to rumble together. Let's eat first. Yes. Like that, leaving the registration for later, we decide to eat out for lunch for the first time. But then, as expected of the place, the lobby was filled with adventurers dressed in dangerous-looking armor and holding weapons. Which would be good. Which would be good. Thanks to the modifications, I became able to even read the letters as well, so it was not difficult to read the menu. But since it was filled with names of dishes I didn't know, I couldn't decide properly. It seems it's also a first for Lily, since she was also unaware of the dishes. We both sat and racked our brains together. But it seems that the ordering system is still the same, so if I can't decide, I'll ask the attendant for advice. What about the tip? Excuse me, can you please take our order? Yes, coming. Saying that a cat-eared waitress came running, or rather, the waitress is a cat itself. Completely covered in a calico cat-like fur, the face is also similar to an actual cat. However, she's walking on two legs, and the body structure is also similar to a human. Basically, she is a member of the so-called beastman race. but she has hair like an actual human, so her face, even though that of a cat, looks a bit human-like. That's what I felt like on seeing her shoulder-length light brown hair. For the time being it's rude to stare like that, so I should order first. And soon after I place the order. That will be 520 silver. They use the advance payment system, so money is demanded first. From my pocket, I take out a shining gold coin. Sorry, but I only have a gold coin right now. Will it be fine? Naya, 1 gold, right, it's fine. Then with this, I put the gold coin of the size of a 500 yen coin on her paw-like hands. Thank you, the change will be 94.80 silver. With a jingling sound of the pocket, she returned me 9 big silver coins, 4 small silver coin, and 8 copper coins that looked exactly like 10 yen coins. Please wait for the order. While shaking her ears and tail, she returned behind the counter. Phew, it seems I was able to order and make payment without any problems. Thank God. But still, I really got a lot of money. Well, it's good for the penniless me though. As to why I had something amazing like a gold coin, I received it from village head Shioni as a reward for the goblin extermination. A total of 20 gold coins. Converting to Japanese yen, it was about 200,000 yen. Since both me and Lily had no purses with us, the gold coins were kept inside my shadow. Well, in terms of safety, it is the best place. I also learned about this country's money system from her. I was afraid that they might still use barter system, so I was relieved when I was told that a proper currency was used. Without it, I would have difficulty in shopping, above all I am not used to it. Also, the currency here is divided into gold, silver, and copper types. The denomination isn't very strict, but for large amounts gold is used. Below it silver, and so on. The gold I gave was basically equal to 10,000 yen. The change I received was 1 big silver equals 1,000 yen, and small silver was 100 yen, and copper was 10 yen. 1 gold equals 10,000 silver is the exchange rate, so silver became the value proportionate to Japanese yen. For denominations below 10 yen, both copper and small silver are used. The guild uses copper for this. I also learned a bit about the prices of things, but the actual market prices can't be known till I actually start shopping once. The prices of meals at the guild seem to be common at all the guilds, so it becomes the standard price for food and meals. If the cost of lunch for 2 is 520 yen, no, 520 silvers, then the prices are approx. Half as compared to Japan. Also, 20 gold coins seems to be more than what an average farmer of the village earns in a month. I was a bit perplexed due to suddenly getting enough money to play around for a month. But it seems that a goblin extermination, if requested from the guild, would have taken much more money than this. The talk was settled since both the parties had profited from it. Incidentally, as the proof for exterminating the goblins, Lily's testimony was enough. Apparently, fairies don't speak bad lies, so their testimony is considered credible. Of course, another reason would be that Lily is trusted by these villagers. As I was thinking this, our order finally came. The difficult talk about money disappeared in front of the steaming, delicious food. With an itadakimasu, I and Lily bite into the food in front of us. That's right, the culture of saying itadakimasu and gachasao-sama, thanks for the meal, before eating is apparently common in both Japan and Pandora. Delicious. This mysterious meat called dordoth is way too delicious. Tasty. Eating this dish made from unknown ingredients, and again, drinking tea of unknown tea leaves without any hesitation, I finally take a breather. Phew, that was tasty. Lily's tea felt like black tea, but this one felt like barley tea, so they must be totally different. I almost forgot, but after resting a bit more, I should go register as an adventurer. Lily, when we return home, I have something to tell you. Kurono has something to tell. Although I dodged the village head's questions somehow by saying that I came from far away, I'll tell only Lily the actual truth. Is that so? Okay. Thanks, we will be together for a long time from now after all. Now then, I'll go and get myself registered as adventurer. Yeah, take care. Sent off by Lily's smile, I stood from my seat. Chapter 22, Welcome to the Adventurer Guild 2. When I reached the reception counter of the guild, the one who was standing there was, Miss Waitress from just now. Mr. Customer from just now. The cat waitress was standing at the reception. Are they perhaps short on workers? Are you looking for a request? No, I'm here to register as an adventurer. I see, so you are a newcomer. Yes, I'm just a novice who doesn't know anything, so I'll be counting on you to guide me. You are a quite polite person. Is that so? Yes. The only who talks so politely with an underling like me is just the village's head only. Most of the others are rude adventurers after all. Now that I think about it, the village head was kind enough towards a suspicious youngster like me too. Is she like that with everyone? Also, the adventurers being rough and rude is as expected from their appearance. The one group sitting in the lobby are all people with big bodies. Even I who stood out as a big guy in high school would look normal among those guys. So, I haven't asked for your name yet. I am Nyarko. Nyanka. It's Nyarko. You are also rude it seems. Sorry, Nyan. No, Nyarko-san, my name is Kurono. It seems that cat humans find it rude to be treated as normal cats. I learned a new thing. Yes, so Kurono-san, there is no need to be so formal with me. You'll get tired, right? You realized? Yes, it shows. Still, to use formal speech with other people, it seems Kurono-san has received some proper education. Which school did you go to? Ahaha, I'll be glad if you didn't ask too much about my circumstances. I came here because I heard that anyone could become an adventurer without any identity proof. I see, so you have some special circumstances. That's right. Understood. Then neither I nor this guild will ask any further. Now then, please enter the details in the application form. I was presented with a paper and pen. If you can't write then, I can write for you for 200 silver. I see. Since education and schools are not prevalent, the literacy rate would also be low. So it's normal to also provide such support services. Fortunately, it's not necessary for me. No, it's fine. I have never written these alphabets like characters that are used in this world, but the knowledge already exists within my head. So writing is also possible. Although, I can't write very smoothly or fast. I need to think and write at my own pace. Thinking that I need practice, I fill up the details in the form. Well, the only things I have to write is name, age, and sex, but what is this class? That is where you write whether you are swordsman or a magic warrior. Basically, you mention your fighting style. This will be one of the criteria while making a party. Also, your elemental compatibility against monsters, etc., will be required for making other important decisions as well. Of course, adventurers are not like an army, so they are not separated by proper classes. So everyone writes whatever they feel like. The class name should be as close as possible to their fighting style. If you can't think of something, just use your specialty weapon as a class. I see, so it is self-styled names then. I think up the characters in my head and write with the pen. Black magician, is it? Yeah, I couldn't think of anything that sounded cooler. Are black magical energy users rare? Yes, they are. Black magic has too many old secrets. So there is no user who could become an adventurer. Magicians, or rather, are most of the magic warriors users of primary color magical energy like fire, ice, etc. Rather than saying most, pretty much everyone who uses magic is like that. Even users of summon magic and healing magic possess at least one primary color magic. I see. I can't use primary color magic. In the first place, I'm not well acquainted with magic itself. If you were to go to towns, you could attend lectures on magic. But here we only do the basic explanation for adventurers. Lectures on magic, if I get a chance I'll try attending some. I should at least be aware of what I'm using. Will you give the basic explanations for adventurers now? Yes, only the simple rules have to be explained right now. If there is anything else, you can file a form to listen to it. I see. My companion is waiting, so if it's going to take some time, can I have her listen together with me? By companion, you mean Lily-san. You know her. Lily really is famous. There is no one who doesn't know. After all, she has been selling the miracle medicine of fairies super cheap for the past 30 years. Ooh, Lily's medicines are that amazing. Wait, did you just say 30 years? That's right. Lily-san will be 32 this year if I'm correct. Lily. I ended up screaming. The people around me looked towards me wondering what happened, but that's irrelevant to me, who just heard an absolutely shocking truth. 32 years old, seriously. I'm serious. Up till now, I had thought that she was only 5 to 6 years old. No, normally my thinking wasn't wrong. What the hell, 32 years old, that means, what the actual hell? No need to be that surprised. Fairies live very long after all, and their appearance doesn't change either. Age doesn't hold the same meaning as us for them. I see. Basically, she has been of the same mental age from the time she was born. Exactly, but they have good memory, so they know a lot of things. Especially Lily-san, who came to human habitation from the Fountain of Light, knows a lot about this area. She is also familiar with the head of the QR village as well. Is that so? As I timidly turned around, I saw Lily sitting in the lobby. Realizing that I was looking, she waved towards me. That cute little creature is 32 years old. I can't believe this. No, this is a fantasy magical world. Something like this is not impossible. Well, whatever the age, it doesn't change the fact that she is Lily. Ah, so you'll be taking the elementary level lecture with Lily-san. By the way, the price is 1,000 silver coins. I'll not take Lily-san's share of price. Please. Taking out a big silver coin from my purse, to be accurate, it was from my shadow. I gave it to Nyarko-san. Well then, I'll do some preparations, so Kurono-san, please wait in the lobby with Lily-san. Got it. And so I returned to the seat, where the 32, or old Lily, was waiting for me. Am I caring too much about her age? Chapter 23, Quest and Rank 1. Well then, newbie adventurers Kurono-san and Lily-san, I'll be teaching you the fundamentals about the guild and adventurers. Ah, Nyarko-san will be giving the lecture. Actually, this is my first time doing this. Is Nyarko-san a new employee in the guild? That's right. Though it hasn't been even a full year since I started working, I am already the poster girl of the Village Adventurer Guild. Poster girl, is that your self-proclaimed class? I am the poster girl in reality as well. Kurono-san really is rude. Sorry, I got it. Nyarko-san is the guild's poster cat girl. As long as you understand. Well, enough with the greetings, let's start the lecture. We'll be counting on you. Is what both I and Lily said, but Lily is still making an expression that she doesn't understand what's going to start. Well, I'm the one who is becoming an adventurer. Lily isn't really concerned with it. Then firstly, let's start with the rules and important points used by the guild. She just forgot, didn't she? Ah, Kurono-san, will you be taking notes? Thanks, that'll help. I was given a blank paper and pen similar to the one I used just now. Considering their level civilization, I thought they might use parchments, but this is a clean sheet almost comparable with those in modern Japan. I wonder if they have established the technology to process pulp, or are they using some mysterious magic for this as well? Then first of all, regarding the request made to adventurers. Kurono-san knows that the guild is an organization to provide various requests to the adventurers. Yeah, I heard that from the village head. Then this'll be fast. The guild accepts requests from big towns and villages, as well as single individuals. The details and rewards of the quest introduced by the guild are usually trusted and correct. In case investigation of the quest details is insufficient or impossible, the same is written on the quest form as well. Then, it is up to the adventurer to decide whether he takes the quest or not. Again, there are times in case of emergencies where the guild will order compulsory quests to the adventurers. What kind of compulsory quests? The most common example would be rescue missions, in case of calamities and times when a dragon or a similar level of disaster appears. That's why they are also called emergency quests. Both are very rare cases, so you don't have to worry that much. By the way, in case you refuse an emergency quest, then you'll have to pay a cancellation charge as well. If you don't pay it, then in worst case, you might be removed from the guild, so please be careful. What'll happen if you are removed from a guild? Of course, you shall be unable to use the guild facilities. Also, if you take requests directly without the mediation of the guild, then the chances of discrepancies in the quest details and reward amount will become much higher. Just by not being able to use the guild, you'll become unable to work as an adventurer, so please abide by the rules. I see. Is there any other way that might lead to removal from guild? First, regarding the rewards. The guild takes 10% of the reward money from the client as commission. This amount is already deducted from the amount shown on the request form. The guild takes full responsibility for the requests introduced by them. Therefore, in case the client suddenly went missing or died and trouble regarding the payment of reward appears, In no case will the adventurer be left unrewarded so you can be relived. But in case of failing the quest, or becoming unable to continue it, a cancellation charge, as per the situation, or the money required to transfer the quest to another adventurer, will be taken from you, so please understand. As long as the adventurer completes the quest, reward is certain, but in case of failure, a charge to be paid may appear, so don't complain at that time, right? Exactly, it is quite a basic thing, but still in every guild, there is adventurer who is stuck with a claim. Kurono-san looks intelligent, so there isn't worry of that though. Complimenting me won't get you anything. Not at all. There are very few who understand everything up till now. Unable to even do simple plus-minus, there are over-emotional people as well after all. But I think that Kurono-san is the type that can properly use his head. Well, I'll at least not get stuck with a claim from the guild, as long as there is a chance of getting removed and penalized. I was thought as someone educated just by my manners. In this world, a common Japanese man should be considered as an overeducated person probably. It's not that I'm amazing, but it's the surrounding education standards that are poor. Well, it can't be helped since there is no system to make people go to school. Also, regarding the quests, I'll explain about their ranks. Difficult or easy quest, or something like that. Yes, your own adventure rank as well as quest rank, and also monster rank, all are compared to choose the most optimal quest. Even the guild doesn't want to raise the failure percentage of quests due to some reckless adventurer taking on too difficult quests. So an adventurer cannot take on quests above his own rank. How are ranks divided? All ranks are divided into ranks 1 to 5, rank 1 being lowest and 5 the highest. Quest rank is decided as per the monster to be defeated or the danger of the dungeon. Adventurer rank starts at 1, and after the accomplishments and achievements are recognized, the rank will be raised. In special cases, where knights or soldiers who have accomplishments in wars decide to become adventurers, they can take an examination to start directly from rank 3. Well, this can't be done in the village though. Then that means that I'll start at rank 1. 5 grades is a pretty simple method for differentiating. There would quite a lot of differences even inside the same rank. So, they are also divided into first half and second half it seems. Poorly classifying the numerous quests will troublesome after all, it can't be helped though. Guessing the difficulty of the quest from the details given will also depend on the experience of the adventurer. That's all regarding quests. Also, please be careful to not get civilians injured, don't trespass private properties, and avoid causing damage to their items and things. Just because you are on a quest doesn't mean that guild will take responsibility for your criminal actions. Also, the guild will not be concerned with disputes with other adventurer parties. You are responsible for your own actions. I see, basically act within common sense, right? Yes, the guild doesn't restrict an adventurer's actions. The adventurer can complete the quest however he wants. Got it. Then I'll like to see the rank 1 quest I can take right away. Feel free and choose, is what I'd like to say, but at this time, there aren't many quests that can be taken though. Nyarko-san kept a bunch of requests forms on the table. For the time being, let's see. Chapter 24 Quest and Rank 2. Quest, Collection of Rixay Grass. Reward, 5,000 silvers per bag. Deadline, first week of the month of Distant Thunder, Enrai. Client, Village Item Shop Shopkeeper Kishu. Details, required to enter Fairy Garden and collect a prescribed amount of Rixay grass in bags. A party who brings more than 3 bags will receive 1 potion set compounded from Rixay grass as well. Quest, recruiting escorts for peddler group, from QR to Daedalus. Reward, daily wage of 7,500 silver plus battle allowances. Deadline, 20th of the month of early summer breeze. Ryokufu, departure on 22nd. Client, peddler representative Morty. Details, recruiting escorts for a group of peddlers from QR to Daedalus. Free 3 meals per day. It'll be a month-long journey, but the route is the Northwest Highway with almost no dangers. Quest, recruiting luggage carrier for Blader. Reward, 3,000 silver per day. Deadline, planned till the end of the month of early summer breeze. Ryokufu. Client, leader of Blader, Nina. Details, we need a luggage carrier for the party. The quest is a level 2 monster extermination, but will protect you properly, so don't worry. Quest, night sentry at village. Reward, 4,000 silver per day. Deadline, recruiting till the month of new sun, Shinyu. Client, Village Vigilante Corps Leader Grint. Details, recently goblin and raptor-type monsters have been increasing, so we need to reinforce the nighttime security of the village. You can come whenever you are available and can take the reward for the day on that day as well. There are some words that I can't understand. Turning the 10-page documents, I read the various quests available. The major details I can understand since I can understand the letters, but I can't understand many things like calendar or place names, names of monsters, etc. I can't decide quickly like this. Even if you can't understand well, most of the rank 1 quests here can be completed without much trouble. There is barely any fighting involved after all. No, before that I need to understand the calendar and names of places. Do you sell a calendar and a map? Mumu, to think that someone cultured like Kurono-san doesn't know the calendar, this is very unexpected. Could it be you're a prince of a faraway country? Aren't you dreaming a bit too much? Oops, sorry. I wasn't supposed to talk about this, right? Both calendar and maps are sold at the item shop. The shop of the one mentioned in the quests. That's right. Since it's the only item shop in the village, all adventurers get their potions and other items from there. The villagers also use it, but the main customers are definitely the adventurers. If Kurono-san is going to become an adventurer at the village, then you'll definitely have to go there someday. After leaving here, take a right, and you'll soon see its board. Okay, I'll go there after this. Also, Kurono-san, this is a bit unrelated to adventurer job, but if you want to learn about the calendar, geography, and the plants and animals as well as monsters around here, you can ask to see the books stored in the village head's house. Kurono-san can read after all, and you also seem to have a good understanding ability as well as memory, so there shouldn't be any problem. Yeah, I like reading as well as writing. Kurono-san is a writer. Noas a hobby. Shit, if she asks what type of books I write, I'll be in trouble. Oops, this will also come under over-inquiry. I won't ask anything else. Thanks. It seems she thinks that there might be some secret since I was hesitating right now, but let's just let her think that way. It'll be easier for me as well. She probably won't understand even if I told her about a supernatural battle story set in modern Japan after all. And there is also a chance of me being treated as a mentally ill guy as well. Anyway, can anyone freely read in the library at Village Head's house? It's not something as amazing as a library, but if you talk about a place where books are kept, then it's either there or here, guild only. I see, collection of books isn't common in houses, even in modern Japan, as well after all. Is that so? Then I'll try going there tomorrow. For the time being, I should be able to learn a lot about this world from those books. Well then, Kurono-san, will you be accepting any quests? No, I need to gather information and make some preparations, so I won't be taking any today. Very well. Other than quests, we also reward for collecting raw materials and killing monsters as a freelance as well, so please make use of that too. The details about it are put up on the bulletin board there. The sale price of materials and rewards on subjugating monsters changes with seasons, so please keep on checking regularly. By the way, the current recommendation is goblin subjugation. It seems a big group has settled near here, so the price is quite high right now. Soon, an extermination quest might appear as well. Are you talking about the ones living in the cave, west of Fairy Garden? You are well aware. Did you hear it from Lily-san? But even if you are with Lily-san, please be careful. If you get to close them, they'll attack in large numbers. In case of goblin extermination, it is advised to split them in small groups and attack them. Sorry, but the goblins, there have already been annihilated. Yesterday, I and Lily exterminated them. Really? Yes, I also received the reward from the village head as well. The gold coin I paid during lunch was out of that. Well, the fairies of the fountain had pushed the work on Lily, so I just decided to do it and help her though. Yesterday. In just one day. Yeah, we attacked the cave directly and finished it up. Kurono-san did. More or less, though Lily destroyed the cave itself in the end, so I might lose in terms of number defeated though. No way, just who are you, Kurono-san? You promised not to ask, right? Well, I did say that I am Black Magician. I see, right? It doesn't matter who Kurono-san is as long as you can contribute to the village and the guild by completing quests. If you are strong enough to single-handedly take on such a large group of goblins, then all the more so. I look forward to working with you. Same here. If you are that strong then, was there any reason to even hear such an elementary-level lecture? Also, are you fine to be at rank 1? That is, well, my knowledge is quite one-sided, you see. I need to hear the rules at least. Although, there really isn't any meaning in hearing the methods to defeat goblins. I understand. If you have anything you need to know about the village or guild, please ask me. Thanks, I'll be counting on you. Also, is Lily-san really that strong? On her question, there was no change in Lily because, she fell asleep. She was sleeping, comfortably lying on my lap. After eating so much and listening to such boring lecture, she might have become sleepy after all. For the time being, she seems to be resistant to waking up, so I'll let her sleep. Are the people of the village aware of Lily's strength? From her words, the village head was also aware that Lily had been constantly exterminating monsters. To protect the Fountain of Light, it is said that she has been fighting the monsters in Fairy Garden for a long time now. It's a quite famous story, but whenever I see her like that I just can't seem to believe it. That overly innocent sleeping face. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the face of someone who fights. No, well, even I thought the same thing at first, but Lily is definitely strong. At least she can use stronger magic than me. The beams of light that repelled the rain of arrows and the pillar of light that smashed the cave. I don't think I can defend against either of them. Is that so? Amazing. Well, it doesn't sound believable until you see it for yourself. Somehow, you guys are an amazing combination. This definitely raises my expectations. First-class adventurer might not be a dream. Well, I don't really want to rise to such heights. I only became an adventurer to take care of my livelihood. In the first place, Lily isn't even an adventurer. Not at all. You will also start to aim for greater heights when you start completing quests. Is that so? Yes, that is what it means to be an adventurer. Without any basis, Nyarko-san proclaims this with confidence. I can't really think of that, but maybe I will also one day become an adventurer who pursues his dream and romance. At least, as long as I am living with Lily, at least the future looks bright. Third-person point of view. Even in this world, there exist things that are a proof of a person's status. If you are an adventurer, it is the certificate issued by the guild, i.e. the guild card. As long as you have it, you can get verified in any guild and receiving quests and rewards becomes smooth. It was a small dark gray plate made of metal. If Kurono saw it, he might feel it's similar to dog tags. Nyarko, is that for the person in the black mantle who just came? Yes, that's right. The senior staff member of the avian harpy race Pine looked at the guild card with interest. Black magician, another weird one came it seems. On the guild card, the name, rank, and class is written. Yeah, he is a completely mysterious person. Well, that isn't really rare though. But he seems to be a companion of Lily-san, so he shouldn't be just some hoodlum or villain. Since you can become an adventurer without giving any info about yourself. Shady group of thieves and criminals also tend to gather here as well. Especially muscle-headed hoodlums and thugs who are proud of their strength. Of course, adventurers aren't just these guys, but then again, it's also true that there are quite a lot of them like these guys. Kurono-san has a scary face, but it seems he is properly educated. He seems to be skilled at magic as well. He might be some noble or the apprentice of a famous magician. Foon's skill at magic. Did you see his black magic? No, but he exterminated the goblins who had appeared along with Lily-san. He also got rewarded by the village head, so he doesn't seem to be lying as well. Well, looks like an amazing one has appeared. This rookie has high expectations on him. Yes, I'm excited as well. But this place doesn't have many high-ranked quests. I know. But still, the presence of a strong adventurer in a village is always a good thing. Although it costs money, they can take action quickly in case of monster attacks. They also exterminate monsters near the area as quests, so the safety of the village is also guaranteed. Other than that, if a variety of quests are properly completed, the client is able to perform his business smoothly. Now then, I'll go and deliver the guild card. And thus, Kurono received the guild card and officially became a guild-affiliated adventurer. Chapter 25, Village Toolmaker. Welcome. I heard the voice of a man from inside the chaotic shop when I opened the door. Sitting at the counter was a portly middle-aged man. It seems like he is the toolmaker, Kish, of Ur's village. Hello, I am a rookie adventurer who just finished the guild registration, and I'm here to purchase the necessary items. Oh yes, we keep all things you'll need in the store. My name is Kish, and I hope you continue to favor my store with your patronage in the future. Yes, I am called Kurono, I'll be in your care. The shopkeeper shows a kind-hearted smile. It seems that even in a different world the business smile is a basic skill for a merchant. By the way, Kurono-san, the thing you're carrying on your shoulder is perhaps. Lily is having a little nap. I'd like us to speak as calmly as possible. Lily, who completed the basic course as a sleeping tutorial, is still on a journey in dreamland, even after leaving the guild. It couldn't be helped, so I came over to the store carrying her on my back. If it's okay with you, would you like to lay her on this chair? Sorry, I appreciate it. With the owner's kind permission, I gently lay Lily on the couch. Lily is lighter than she appears. I wonder if it's because she is a fairy. It will inconvenient to move around the shop carrying her, and she seems to have bad dreams if I move around too much. Well, I was surprised. Do you and Lily know each other? As expected of Lily-san, she's even famous here. Yes, we are friends. From now onwards I'll be living with her. Is that so? Why are you Livy? There are various circumstances, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't pry too much. However, I'm thinking of working as an adventurer in Urs for a while, so please take care of me from now on. That is a grateful offer even to us, because supporting an adventurer is not only the work of the guild. So then you want to prepare to work as an adventurer, is that right? Yes, but it's my first time doing this, and I don't know what I will need to prepare. Can you assist me in choosing properly? I honestly ask for help without putting on airs. Even if I was made to buy too much, there's no way it would cost over 20 gold. Of course I can, but you see there is an adventurer set for rookies. That sounds like a very convenient thing. It is common for a lot of newcomers to miss what is important, so it would be much better to sell the necessary things in a set. Oh, it sounds like there would be quite a demand for such a kit. NH. Kurono-san, to know a word like demand, are you a son of some shopkeeper? Your way of speaking is also very polite. Whoa, I did say I won't pry into your affairs. From my side, Kurono-san is an adventurer, and will be shopping at our shop. That's the important thing, right? Thank you. I'll go prepare your rookie set, so please wait for a moment. It is called Adventure Setha. Pretty straightforward item name it has, but for the current me it is a necessary thing. I honestly appreciate it. It seems I'll be able to carry out my shopping smoothly. Yes, it is indeed 2 gold. Thank you for your purchase. The rookie set I bought was the most expensive one. It's not like I am being taken advantage of. This set contains a tent for sleeping outdoors, so it was expensive. In the first place, it was a thing I didn't have, and by adding various things to my purchase, it came to this price. The thing that impressed me most in this shopping was the recovery potion. I read about collecting the ingredients for a potion in a quest description, but seeing the real thing in front of me, it really is impressive. The potions come as a liquid contained in a thin vial, much like what you'd see in an RPG. The liquid inside isn't a primary color like red or green, but rather it is a shade of grayish-white. Potions are a liquid medicine. In addition to it, there are ointments for healing wounds too. For external injuries like bleeding, the ointment is used, and during a combat it might be much faster to close the wounds compared to the potion. In any case, I purchased a rookie set plus various things for 2 gold. It somehow makes me happy thinking this is now all my property. Kurono-san, that is quite a lot of luggage. Are you sure you can carry it back? That reminds me, I don't have a bag, let alone a horse-drawn carriage. While holding some of the luggage with one arm, I realize it is too much for one person, but luckily I'm a black mage. It's okay, it all goes in. The shadow extends from my feet and takes in the rookie set inside like a quagmire. This is, well, I am surprised that you have learned spatial magic too. Even though he knew I was a black magician from looking at my guild card, he is surprised because he thought a rookie wouldn't have such a level of skill. So this is called spatial magic. For now, I've learned it's unusual for someone to know this magic at a low rank. Kurono, you seem to have a lot of skill in magic. Come to think of it, do you have a weapon prepared? A weapon, well, more or less. I have a large cursed hatchet. Is that so? For weapons there is a workshop for them on the outskirts of village. It'll be good if you head there. They repair everything except magical weapons. They don't specialize in canes or grimoires, but you can more or less see them in our workshop. They also appraise goods and weapons. If you find anything like that in a dungeon, by all means go there to have it appraised. What do you mean by appraisal? Did you know there is such a thing as a magical weapon? Yes, I've seen them several times, and also used them here and there. If you have some experience, then that's good. Our appraiser can explain what sort of power the magical weapon has, how to use it, and many other things. The appraisal of the sharpness of the blade, or which skills or spells it has are outside their area of expertise. You can go to workshop if it's okay with you. I see. Can cursed weapons also be appraised? Cursed weapons, is it? It is dangerous and it cannot be appraised if we don't know the curse. Well, we more or less can appraise it. Is that so? I'm secretly excited while I take the cursed hatchet out of my shadow. Can you appraise this? I place the big hatchet on the counter. It is solid black from the handle to the blade. Is it my magic or the malice of the hatchet? A sinister aura starts flowing out from the blade. This is. You also have such a ridiculous thing. The shopkeeper pulls his face back. Maybe this is what happens when a normal person has a cursed weapon put in front of them. No, maybe because he is a tradesman that he is only reacting this much. Kurono-san, by any chance did you dispel? No, you overwrote the curse with black magic. It is called overwrite. I don't know, so that I can use it, I wrapped it in black magic. Is that so? You did a great job. It is suppressing almost all the malice of the curse. To overwrite the process in itself is simple, but it consumes a large amount of magical power. Kurono-san, you have a great talent. Is that so? It is something I can't know by myself. It's just that, I think because my black magic has good compatibility with the curse that it can be done easily. Splendid. Kurono-san, you're the very rare type which can use a cursed weapon without making any changes in it. If it's all right with you, I can sell the cursed weapons we have here on cheap prices to you. Why is that all right? The cursed weapons are naturally difficult to use, but even storing them safely is a hassle. Unless there is an incomplete seal on the curse, the weapon can't be used easily, even if it does have a seal if not taken care periodically. Who knows what calamity may befall on the user? After all, they are accompanied by bad luck. I see, but when used normally, it has a great power. No matter how powerful it is, if you make a mistake in using it, you cannot come back to life after then. So how about it? I'm really curious about it, but for today I'll be going back. The sun is still up and shining, but if we leave the village during sunset, we will have to walk on the road in pitch black darkness. I see, so the appraisal results will be given tomorrow. Is that all right? Okay, well then I'll be coming tomorrow. It would be good if you can show me the cursed weapons. Along with that, I would like you to see my other weapons too. Yes, please. I take out the small knife and the black baton out from my shadow. They were inside the treasure box along with the robe. I can't understand how to use the knife, and I more or less understand the how to use the baton. There is no harm in having them appraised. The cost of appraisal per weapons is 2,000 silver. Is it all right with you? It seems like to appraise the weapons, a special practical magic is needed, along with the materials required for invocation of catalyst magic. It seems like this price is not very expensive and is common here. Yes, please do so. Certainly, then see you tomorrow. I entrust the weapon with the shopkeeper and leave the shop, then stopped walking. I completely forgot it. The me right now is only wearing an underwear under the robe. I have the same level of equipments like the perverts that sometimes appear on the school route. The thing most important to me is neither the magic weapon nor items, but normal clothes. Excuse me, where can I buy the clothes and underwears? Without saying unnecessary things, I calmly ask the shopkeeper, pretending to be wearing acceptable clothes. Yes, in that case. I gather the information about the most important shopping, and this time leave in the shop in a cool way. By the way, Lily was still sleeping. Chapter 26, Story of a Normal High School Student. Kurono Maou was a 17-year-old high school student. He never dyed his hair, neither smoked nor quarreled. There was also no one in his surroundings who would do such things. He was living a truly peaceful high school life. His family background was also normal. He had 2 parents and 1 older sister. The only worries he had were the exams next year and the deadline for the literature club's anthology. A regular and peaceful daily life, I had all of these things. Author changed from third-person perspective to first-person perspective. But without understanding a thing, I was in a place I didn't know. The first time I opened my eyes in this world was in a laboratory where a ring was being installed into me. Shit, even just by remembering it worsens my mood. For the rest of my life, I doubt that I will ever face a morning wake-up worse than that. The freedom of my body was stolen, and I became an experimental subject in the facility with only white rooms. As a result, I am now able to use black magic. My body has become a lot sturdier. I am able to understand the language of this world, and am able to write and read the characters of this world as well. Though I did not ask for it, I was forcibly given this power. The power I have right now cannot be gained without training in this world. I got this power in less than 1 year. The compensation for it was the immense pain inflicted on my mind and body. After I gained power to some extent, I was forced to fight in what was called mobility experiments. It started off with an empty-handed light golem, and gradually the opponents kept becoming stronger. Along with that, I also certainly got stronger. And once my opponent was a human from the same world as me, but I only discovered that after I had killed him. From then on, I completely relinquished my own will to them. Nevertheless, the experiment was not going to stop, just, I started to feel I needed to escape from there. Even though my sense of awareness was fading away, the experience I gained with my body became my own. Even after that, I was forced to fight in the same experiment. I can't count how many people I had killed, but I was the one killed them. And each time I killed a person, I gradually became stronger. Let's see, I gained the power which can defeat a fire-breathing dragon. In those days, I had no time to regain my sense of awareness. It was at that moment when my sense of awareness and ego were about to disappear. I didn't understand the circumstances in which it occurred. By the time I regained my sense of awareness, my ring was lying on the floor of the experiment room. Now that I think about it, the reason my sense of awareness was fading might be an effect of the ring. Anyway, the main source of restraining me, the ring, was now removed. I killed all the masked men and escaped from the laboratory facility without hesitation. In the end, thanks to the power given to me by them, I was able to escape from the facility. After that, without eating or drinking anything, I was able to reach here. If it wasn't for Sariel, escaping from the laboratory wouldn't have been as dangerous. After escaping the facility, I thought of running to a place where they won't come looking for me, and so I boarded a ship bound to the Pandora continent. Then, when I woke up, Lily was there. I narrated the circumstances I had to Lily, who was sitting on top of my leg. I don't know the important things, such as how I came to this world and true identity of the masked men. Kurono. It's all right now, Lily. It was certainly painful, but it's all past now. Even if Lily didn't know everything in detail, she still understood the feelings I lived with inside the laboratory. After such a long time, I don't want words of consolation. I just wanted Lily to know about me. Although, Lily being by my side was a sufficient amount of consolation for me. Hey Lily, do you know magic to summon a person from another world? Another world? I don't know, but there is summoning magic summon. The one to call monsters. Yeah. Are most of the summoning magics like that? Yeah, most can call out monsters or familiars. Other than that, I don't know. I see. I have seen monster or familiar summoning magic, sometimes during the mobility experiments. I wonder if I was also summoned from a big illuminated magic square like them. However, the summoning magic Lily and I know are for calling someone from a different place in this world, not for calling someone from another world. Kurono, do you want to go home? When will you go back? I want to go home. I left everything I have attained in my life entirely when I came here. I wonder what is happening right now in my previous world. Am I being treated as a missing person over there? Either way, there is no doubt that I've caused my family trouble. At the very least, it will be much better if I could send a single letter. However, I don't know much about magic, and the outrageous magic for traversing between worlds will not be discovered easily. That's why I will live here for a while, or else for my whole life in this world. Well, if it comes to that, I request you keep on having an everlasting friendship with me. Lily will always live with Kurono. Thanks, Lily. I thought if I can live with Lily, then maybe living in this another world will also be interesting. Chapter 27, First Quest. Quest, Collection of Rixay Grass. Reward, 5,000 silver per bag. Deadline, the first week of the month of Distant Thunder. Client, Ur's Village Tool Shop owner Kish. Details, required to enter the fairy garden and collect a prescribed amount of Rixay grass in bags. The party which brings more than 3 bags will receive 1 potion set compounded from Rixay grass. And so, here I am in the fairy garden. Wearing the clothes and carrying the items bought yesterday, I have come to the location of my first quest. Our current location is in front of Lily's home. It doesn't feel like an adventure. It can't be helped because the herbs I need grow in the fairy garden. I left the hut in the early morning, went to village, accepted the quest, and returned back. Truly a splendid double effort it is. Well, I decided to take the quest knowing I had to take the trip. All right then, let's go and collect the Rixay grass. Yeah. The one who responded to my voice is of course my reliable buddy Lily. For her to accompany with me on this quest, I completed her adventurer registration. I thought of doing this while talking to her yesterday. Well, let's put this talk aside. And thus the rookie adventurer team of a human and a fairy pushed their way into the fairy garden. A few hours ago, I came to Ur's village wasting 2 hours to accept a quest. There is a reason I decided to accept the collection quest to harvest Rixay grass, used to make potions. The plant is also used by Lily to make her effective medicine, so getting paid to collect the raw material and also collect the raw material for the medicine was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's different from the other quests, because Lily and I can handle it easily on our own, and the fairy garden is also close to home. I thought of this as an opportunity to become familiar with the geography of Fairy Garden, which also happens to be my neighborhood. And as for the quest to harvest the medicinal plant, we can easily look while walking. Where does the Rixay grass grow? Over there. I leave guiding us completely in Lily's hands. Well, it is good to have someone who knows the place, but it feels weird that I was doing nothing, just accompanying Lily. If a monster appears, I will fight it. I walked following the steps of the fairy in a forest with various green trees, through which the sunlight shined on the ground. It feels like a very much fantastical situation. The forest has a relaxing effect, and it also makes the mood peaceful. At this rate, it feels like this quest will turn into a pleasant hiking trip. There is something. The mood that makes me feel like singing is blown away in an instant due to a suspicious presence. Lily also seems to have noticed, and her catches her breath. However, holding your breath is not going to stop you from being easily discovered with such a shining body. There are various suspicious presences in our surroundings. I try to look out from the bushes, and there was a monster. I have seen that dinosaur somewhere. In front of my eyes was a small dinosaur with sharp claws and was walking on 2 legs. I say small, but it is taller than a person. It was obvious by looking at its heinous fangs, which can bite a person's head like a fruit, that it is a carnivore. Its appearance is just like a Deinonychus I once saw in a book as a child. It's a dagger raptor. That's what it's called. Yeah, I remember seeing that name in the monster subjugation list at the guild. I see. So it's this fellow. If I am not mistaken, it has the strength of rank 1, the same as a goblin. But individually, this guy's strength is overwhelmingly superior. Even within the same rank, the difference in strength can be quite a lot. The raptors in this world have dinosauristic names, have long claws and sharp fangs that remind me of knives and daggers. From what I see, it looks like a dinosaur from my imagination. The single dagger raptor has not sensed us yet and restlessly moves his head right and left. At first glance, it appears full of openings. He's inviting us. Yup. I have a body that fought desperately through many mobility experiments. Though I can't understand a monster's words, I can understand their intentions. That experience through the hell was not just for show. Lily has also noticed that this raptor is a decoy. They are waiting for the moment our attention changes toward him, so the other raptors in the surroundings can start attacking. But now that we know that much, we have no intention to keep on glaring at it. Lily, you shoot at him. I'll take care of the rest. Understood. We leap out of bushes with Lily in front. The raptor decoy immediately turns towards us and takes an offensive posture, but contrary to that cute shout, Lily's laser beam pierces through the middle of the raptor's forehead. The raptor dies instantly in a flash without having the time to swing its claws. Lily's work is only till here, now the rest is my turn. The moment we leapt out in offensive, the raptors hiding in the surroundings start to attack at once. Two rush at me from each side, one from my back. It might have thought about capturing me from behind, but if I know their moves, it's easy to exterminate them. I quickly turn around and raise the black baton in my hand. Buckshot. The magic I supplied is amplified by the baton. Due to it, the bullets formed have more density than normal. Firing buckshot only takes a moment, and the black curtain of bullets intercepts 4 raptors at once. If I had fired the buckshot without the use of baton, it wouldn't have become a sure kill with one shot. Although small, the raptors have the appearance of a dinosaur and were being protected by their hard scales and skins. They display incomparable defensive power when compared to goblins. The bullets were higher power than normal, smashed the scales, and mercilessly drilled through the skin. However, due to using the baton I got from the magician's treasure box, officially named Black Barista Replica, my power has doubled. The bullets fired on my both sides at the same time, driving the raptors near the verge of death and eventually killing them. There is one left, a single raptor now in front of me as I have turned back. During the gap when I fired the bullets, it took the shortest distance and ran up to me. It is still trying to attack me with its claws, but I'm out of their range. Pierce, cursed hatchet, Sujajiri. The black hatchet comes out from my shadow in an instant. I take it in my hands and dash out forward to finish the raptor. Though a raptor has hard, solid scales and skin, in front of this cursed hatchet, it gets split in 2 halves without any resistance. The body of the raptor falls on the ground with a thud. The rest retreated, When they saw their 6 friends go down in an instant, they concluded that they were no match for me, and I felt the surrounding presences of raptors fade rapidly. It won't be a problem to fight them, but I don't like to take the initiative and I won't pursue them. In the first place, our purpose for coming here was to harvest the medicinal herbs. If I fight with the monsters, there would be no end. Now then, we have already repelled them successfully, shall we move forward? Wait, let's take back the proof of killing them. I don't remember how much reward is given for a single raptor, but it might be able to reward me with gold. The report of a suppression can be proved by taking a part of that particular monster as an identifier. For a goblin, the ears are popular, and for the raptors, it is the claws and fangs. For proof, you require a symmetrical pair of the large left and right claws or fangs. I chose to collect the claws because they would be faster to cut off with the cursed hatchet. Chapter 28 Curse, Replica and Multi-Purpose Knife. A long time ago, a beautiful girl used to live in a small, remote village. The girl wasn't just beautiful, but also smart, knowledgeable in sciences, and also had talent in swordplay. And yet, she had a calm and gentle personality. Being the single daughter of the village head, she was loved by all. She was truly the very picture of an ideal girl. The girl herself was satisfied with her life till now and held no dissatisfaction towards her betrothal with the strongest man in the village. But on the day the village was visited by a certain magic warrior, her fate had started to go out of order. The youth had come to exterminate a strong monster that had started appearing near the village. The youth was just a newbie as a magic warrior, but was filled with young enthusiasm and a sense of justice. That is why he took this request, which others felt was too dangerous as compared to the reward, as a mission for himself. And thus the youth, along with the soldiers of the village, entered the mountains to exterminate the monster. But this monster wasn't just strong but also cunning as well. And it commanded a swarm of small monsters and led a surprise attack on the youth and the soldiers. Due to the surprise attack, the soldiers were scattered, and the small monsters obstructed the youth's chanting and made him unable to attack. He was somehow able to barely make it back to the village alive. He who returned with serious injuries was treated by the girl who had learnt about medicinal sciences. But her heart was in a pitiful condition, the same as every other villager. His wounds had healed, but he had already lost the faith of the villagers. But the youth did not give up. The youth's abilities were weak, but the sense of justice he held in his heart was the same as the magic warriors that appeared in fairy tales. It wouldn't break with just one loss. Even though he received no help from the villagers, he once again left to face the monster and entered the mountain alone. Of course, unable to fight against the strong monster that led a big swarm of monsters, he once again returned wounded. The girl once again healed the youth, and the villagers once again scorned him. But still, not giving up on defeating the monster and saving the village, he once again entered the mountain. Lose again, healed by the girl again, challenged the monster again. This same cycle was repeated countless times. The youth started getting stronger gradually with every battle, and the number of small monsters was slowly yet steadily cutting down. But still, the main boss remained undamaged, and from the point of view of the villagers, he was getting no success, and their faith in him was yet to be restored. But the girl who healed him every time he returned injured started to get a better opinion of this magic warrior who was unable to give up. Looking at that serious and earnest figure of the youth all the time, it did not take long for her feelings to grow deeper. Thank you as usual. Thanking the girl who had healed him, he was about to yet again go and fight the monster at that moment. Can you please take me as well? Swinging the big hatchet with one hand, the girl asked the youth. Naturally, the boy refused. But the girl was obstinate in following him. I want to help you who has been fighting for this village. I also want to fight for saving this village. I have confidence in my skills with the sword. I brought the hatchet and not the sword so the village head will not find out, etc., etc. The girl kept on objecting the youth's words of refusal. You will take me as well, right? At last the youth yielded to the girl's strong enthusiasm. But the girl was simply attracted to the youth, and in actuality, she just wanted to help him in any way possible. The village was simply an afterthought. Or maybe, the girl had become weird due to falling in love for the first time. Yes, this time the result was much better. Due to the girl joining, the fighting potential was greatly increased. To release strong magic, chanting was necessary, so a swordsman or a soldier was necessary to protect the caster during that time. After getting stronger due to the countless battles with the monsters alone, with the addition of just one swordsman, it was natural that he was able to display strength multiple times than usual. Also, the girl was able to protect the youth perfectly while he was chanting. Even though it was big, it was still a mere hatchet after all, yet she was able to slice the small monsters in a single slash. Her skills were definitely above those soldiers in the village. The two of them, after that, entered the mountain together and clearly started driving the monsters into a corner. Today definitely, I'll end this. In the last battle, the swarm of monsters was almost annihilated, and even the boss monster was injured. With his words, the youth made a firm resolution, and together with the girl headed towards the last battle. I did it. After fighting for the whole day, the youth and the girl finally defeated the monster. The youth, after a long struggle, was happy to have finally saved the village. But the girl was happy only due to the fact that the youth was happy. By this time, the girl had become unable to think of anything else other than the youth to the extent where everything else seemed worthless. She was harboring a twisted love in her heart. Fighting with the youth together, without telling the villagers, it was the happiest moment for the girl in her whole life. Returning to the village together, the youth let the villagers know that the monster had finally been defeated. In the center of the village with the village head, soldiers, and others, the youth lifted and showed the head of the monster, and revealed that their fight like a heroic tale. With a great applause, the villagers apologized to the youth for their impoliteness till now, and the village head gave his daughter's hand to the youth who had accomplished such a great feat, or so the girl stupidly thought by herself. I see, since you have defeated the monster, we shall reward you, but it is unforgivable that you involved my daughter in such danger. I ask you to leave this village at once. For a second, the girl was unable to understand her father's words. From the point of view of the villagers, the youth was scorned beyond any recovery. And even if he finally defeated the monster and brought peace to the village, it was too late now, or so they complained. Even the village head felt that giving the reward was an extraordinary treatment towards the youth. And above all, not just the village head, but even the villagers found it unforgivable that the youth involved their precious girl in such danger. No way. Why, was what the girl was about to speak, but she was intelligent and soon realized the mind of the villagers. At the end, the girl just didn't want to believe it. But seeing the youth bowing deeply and apologizing, "Thank you up till now, farewell." And the moment these sad words reached her ears, the girl's world took a total turn. The village who was supposed to bless him and her village where she grew up, had hurt the youth's heart. They were an unforgivable enemy worse than monsters. I will not forgive. Firstly, she severed the head of her father. Then she split open the belly of the man who was supposed to be her fiancé and was speaking some useless things. At the end, each and every villager had the appearance of a monster in her eyes. I will never forgive you. The big hatchet that had been enhanced by the youth's magic and had cut through countless monsters had now become slightly covered in magical energy and showed strength far above a normal sword. Using the now cursed hatchet, there was no one in the village who could stop the girl who was cutting everyone with a violent passion. The girl slashed everyone that entered her view. At the end, all that was left was the youth who had fallen and had become unable to move in front of the abrupt tragedy, and the girl who was smiling while drenched in blood. Why did you? Sitting on the ground, clenching his favorite staff, he asked the girl with a shivering voice. Why, isn't it? The girl answered with a mesmerizing and charming smile. Because I love you, that's why. And thus, the big hatchet filled with hate and love was born. For the girl, the world to protect consisted of only the youth and herself, and everything else was the enemy. Whether it be human or monster, there was no distinction. Thus it held the curse of attacking everything indiscriminately. This is the super dangerous story behind this big hatchet. The cursed weapon I got from those goblins. The appraisal result had come at the item shop. And I came to know about this overly blood-reeking old story of this different world, which would have been better if I didn't know. Or rather, does an appraisal reveal the whole story behind how the weapon was born as well? Magic really is amazing. By the way, its official name is Cursed Hatchet Tsujijiri, lit. Intersecting beheading. If you let the blade absorb blood and enhance it further, it will change its name as well as its shape. Seriously, it's a dangerous level-up system. At least it could have been something softer like X points, but instead it's let the blade absorb blood. And the black baton here is a replica version of a legendary weapon with hidden magic known as Black Barrister. The original is said to be able to fire an arrow made of black magic that could pierce through even castle walls, though I don't know what it actually was like. But it should be similar to how I fire my magic bullets, since I am able to bring out much more strength when using rifle or buckshot with this baton. So this item must be compatible with me. The knife is called Efreet's Thumb. It is meant to use fire-type magic, it seems. The item inside the treasure box, along with the baton, was knife with fire magic. Well, that sounds good, but the only type of fire magic I can use is spewing small fire and putting up a flame barrier that can ward off small insects, and that's it. Even though I called it fire magic, it's just a replacement for a lighter or a bug repellent. Well, it's practical, but it still is a bit sad. Also, there is also a cursed weapon that I bought at the item shop, but yeah, it's quite difficult to use in an actual battle. It would have been great if it was something straight like a sword, but instead it's a needle. I wonder if it can even be called a weapon. Well, it was cheap, so I ended up buying it in the end. Ni Kurono. What happened to the youth and the girl after that? Looks like Lily found that cruel tale interesting. And let's see, the two of them lived together happily ever after. After that, we were not attacked by any other monsters like that dagger raptor, and safely reached the place where the rixay grass grew. Ooh, looks like a lot of it is growing. We should be easily able to fill the bags. Rixay grass was so plain looking that you wouldn't even realize that it was there if I didn't particularly know about it. The only characteristic was probably the jagged leaves like dandelions, but other than that it was similar to weeds. But it cannot grow in any place other than Fairy Garden, since it needed an environment with dense magical energy to grow. Not just people or monsters, but to think that magical energy affected even plants. For someone modern like me, it was very difficult to understand. Can this really be made into a medicine? It's not meant to be used directly, though. Yeah, Nyarko-san also said something like that. Although I thought that the grass itself might also recover something like 10 HP. HBI. I explained the concept of HP to Lily. Although it's called a medicinal plant, according to Nyarko-san, it won't show any effect until you properly boil it and process it into a proper medicine. As Lily said, rixay grass has no effect on the body if used directly. Even without studying about medicine professionally, It seems it is a widely known fact among even the rural people. But it seems there are younger people that think that any ingredients of the potion will have the same effect as well. I was clearly in the latter category. I'm embarrassed. I'll learn from here onwards, so it's fine. I cut the rixay grass with the Efreet's knife from the roots. Obviously, I don't release fire. What would I do if I caused a forest fire? To combine a knife and a lighter, this is basically like a multi-purpose Swiss knife. I can't really feel the value of the fire magic, but it's still useful, so I'll leave it at that. Now that I think about it, how is Lily removing the grass? Even I, who has a magically reinforced body, can do it faster since I have a knife. Lily using bare hands would definitely be inefficient, and she doesn't wear clothes, so I'm pretty sure she doesn't have a sickle or a knife as well. Curious, I looked towards Lily, who looked like a kindergartner working very hard. The moment Lily held the roots of the grass in her hand, small lights flashed near her hand, and the grass is completely separated, and then Lily throws the grass inside the bag. Using laser to burn it off, she is a scary child. It was thanks to magic that she was able to do it so well. I should also work to find more applications for my magic. Looking at Lily's use of magic, I resolved to raise my skill as a magician as well. By the way, looking at the bag where Lily was putting all her grass, and then looking at the shadow space, made by me, I felt depressed again. I thought my space magic was unique. After this, we cleared the quest without any trouble. Since we got exactly 3 bags, we received 1 set of rixay grass extract 1000 mg potion from the owner of the item shop. But there is barely any danger in rank 1 quests, so I don't really have any timing to try this potion. Well, I'll keep it, but doesn't this thing have any expiry date? Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 29, Return to Ordinary Life. A month had quickly passed after meeting Lily. Even in this world, the terms like a week, a month, and a year is correct. Because even though the naming is different, this world also follows the same solar calendar as Earth. I met Lily during the first week of the month of Ryokufu, lit. Early summer breeze, which would correspond to April. Right now it's May, or month of Enrai, lit. Distant thunder. The second week will start from tomorrow. Even in this calendar, the month of February, month of Haikushu, lit. Ice crystals, is made up of 28 days and has 29 days in every 4 years. Thanks to this, I was quickly able to learn the calendar. The day is also of the same length, i.e. around 24 HRS. Unfortunately, I don't have a watch, so I can't be sure though. Also, I learned about the surroundings of the village as well. The village of Urs and other surrounding villages are agricultural villages with wheat production as the focus. But in this world, a danger known as monsters exists, so even the smallest of the villages have a pretty big population, and they also have a wooden fence as a bare minimum defense. So, people aren't spread all over the place in small groups, and thus the various villages are clearly marked and known even though it is like the Middle Ages here. I also saw a rough map of the surrounding area at the village head's home, so I now roughly know the locations of the neighboring QR village, the Forest of Fairies, QR caves, Media ruins, and other mountains and rivers in the area. The surroundings of the Urs village are located in a country that was recently raised by Gavinar of the Dragon tribe. The capital, Daedalus, that was also taken as the country name as well, is the territory where the Dragon King resides. Gavinar is apparently a young one even among the Dragon tribe, but holding strength and high ambitions, he became the king himself and built a country. Ah, by the way, the Pandora continent is currently under attack by humans. I did hear things like pioneering and colonization at the port town, but it was true apparently. Also, the place where the facility was located is known as the Ark Continent. In my world, it's already recorded in history as to how those who crossed seas conquered the various countries. In Africa and India, the natives were subjected to slavery and ruled, and were allowed to trade with their home country only. In South America, the countries that had ruled from a long time like Inca and Aztecs were both destroyed, and the people faced annihilation. Then, will this Pandora continent also head towards slavery or annihilation someday? Well, it doesn't seem that way. The colonizers in my world were able to do this because they held overwhelming difference in power. A simple logic even a child can understand, i.e., the strong shall rule the weak. But the elves, dwarves, goblins, and other beastmen races possess strength enough to repel the invaders. In this magical world, guns are not the ultimate weapon. Even a small dagger raptor could easily face gunfire. Of course, considering the weapons I saw in the facility, it seems guns haven't been even invented here. Incidentally, during this 1 month, I have understood how much strength a normal human in this world possesses. When I was escaping, I could kill those masked men and those in light armor in a single attack, not because they were weak, but because that is the average strength of a normal human. I don't think they can create an army of 10,000 or 100,000 of people with strength like that of Sariel. I guess Sariel really was an exception. The humans in this world are basically similar to the ones in my world. Although they may have magical energy, an army of humans does not have any advantage over a group of monsters. In fact, in individual strength, humans will lose. And if they have Sariel, then there should be someone with the same level of strength on this side as well. An example would be the Dragon King Gavinar, who governs Daedalus. The landing of the people from the Ark continent was unfortunately, no, I should say fortunately, in front of Daedalus. As such, they had to face the fearsome army of Daedalus led by the Dragon King. Due to this, they have been unable to continue their conquest further inside the Pandora continent. The Daedalus army has currently completely trapped the people of the Ark continent and are threatening them to return back in the name of negotiating. All this was heard from the village head, but considering what I had heard from the conversation in the port town, it's probably true that the conquest of Pandora continent is not going well. It seems I was pointlessly worried that I'll be dragged into a war. I'll be able to continue my peaceful life as adventurer here. Once again, another normal day of my life in the different world began. Ah, Vatsan. Good morning. Yo, good morning. Oh, Lily-san is not together with you today. That's rare. She is going stay in the house and make medicines. I don't have anything to help there either. Is that so? She is usually together with you all the time, so you must be lonely. But I see, the day of selling medicines is coming closer. This time, she'll be making more than usual, so please come and get some. Though we'll charge for it. Ahaha, you're becoming more like a merchant. Well, our livelihood depends on it after all. Aren't you earning as an adventurer as well? I heard you were quite talented too. No way, it's just that my black magic is rare. As long as you can exterminate monsters, anything's fine. You're going to the guild again today, right? Work hard. Yes, see you then. Greeting Vatsan early morning, every day while going to the village, had also become something like a habit. Even though I was surprised seeing a goblin like him it's amazing how you can get used to things. The figure of Vatsan working in field along with his wife and children really looks just like a group of monsters from afar, but still, they are splendid members of the village. Grinsan, good morning. Morning, Lily-san is. I'm being asked that by everyone, well, I certainly am usually seen with Lily. Explaining shortly, I go through the gate as usual. Oh right, many people have noticed wind wolves, so it looks like a pack of them has appeared. Wind wolves are monsters like wolves that can use wind magic. They are the lowest rank 1 monsters that hunt in packs similar to dagger raptors, but for the villagers they possess enough danger. I see, then I'll exterminate them if I see them. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Listening to the movement of monsters has also become a part of my life. Grinsan is the leader of the vigilante corps of the village, so it has become his duty to also be the gatekeeper as well. Still, he is well aware of the information and news regarding the area from talking with other villagers, especially regarding monsters. Although humans have been invading, the only direct danger to the village is from the monsters only. Good morning, what book are you going to look for today? Coming to the village head's house for reading books has also become my daily routine. Shione-san always receives me, who keeps hanging in her library every day pleasantly. No, seriously, thank you for giving me tea and stuff every day. Is there any book related to transfer, or summoning magic, or any info about ruins with ritual equipments of the same type? Though there are no grimoires, let's see. There should be logs and records of adventurers who have gone into historic ruin-type dungeons. Then that please. I have obviously not given up returning to my own world, but I have no idea what I should do about it, so I can only research about summoning magic written in the books. Books specializing in magic or dungeons can only be found in the Daedalus library, I think. So it really is like that. I'll try traveling there someday. Well, it's fine, no need to be impatient, I'll solve this problem slowly. Chapter 30 Adventurer Party. Spend the morning reading at the village head's house, eat lunch at the guild in the afternoon, and then look for quests. Is what my schedule on days I don't have any quest looks like. And then Senpai said you do the rest, and left all the work to me. Isn't it cruel? I see, it's certainly cruel. So Nyarko, can you please let me eat in peace? Listen to me, properly Kurono-san. I think I have gotten quite close to this guild's newbie employee Nyanko, kitty cat, no wait, Nyarko. Even I have started calling her, without any honorific. Nyarko uses polite speech as default since she is an employee, but now she talks about work less and more idle talk. By the way, complaints are also included in idle talks. As usual, I am just a listener. Once again, she was barging my meal with her machine gun talk. How should I say this? Don't you have some work? I'll be eating this, delicious. Ah, oi, don't eat so much. 2 pieces of meat disappeared from my plate and in her mouth. It's fine, 1 or 2 bites. Your 1 bite is too big. Look, the proportion of bread with the dish has been completely destroyed. How rude, you talk as if I eat too much. Stop idling around, Nyarko. And with an angry shout, the one who was the subject of Nyarko's complaints, Pine-san appeared while raising her fists. Ouch, senpai, you are so cruel. I was only trying to help a serious adventurer like Kurono-san who wanted to hear about jobs even during. No, this was all one-sided from you. Wait, Kurono-san. You betrayed me. I don't remember being your ally, though. Well then, Kurono-san, I'll have this girl return to troublesome filing of documents, so call me if you want to take on a quest. Got it. Bye, Nyarko, work hard. Kurono-san, your heartless Nyarko. With a pitiful cry resounding in the lobby, Pine-san dragged Nyarko away by her weakness that was her tail. With this, my peaceful lunchtime returned again. In the quiet lobby, I peacefully drank tea. Oi, you're Kurono, right? Suddenly, some random guy came and sat on the chair in front of me where Nyarko was sitting till now. Just when I thought I could finally eat calmly. Yes, I am Kurono, but the person who sat in front of me was also a cat-human, werecat like Nyarko. Wearing light armor and a sword, he was clearly an adventurer. Behind him stood 3 people who were probably members of his party. The werecat in front of me was a swordsman, a lizardman who had a spear, a harpy with a bow, and a lamia with a long staff. I could easily guess their races from their different bodies. The werecat, similar to Nyarko, also had human-like hair on his head and also walked on 2 legs. Lizardmen possessed more of their animal traits, so they had no hair and gave off a monster-like feel. Harpies have an upper body of a human and lower body of a bird. And the most special feature was that both their arms were wings, but they still possessed hands as well. Lamias have the upper body of a human and lower body of a snake. If not for the latter, they looked pretty much like normal humans. But the long and narrow pupils and the tongue split at the end that appeared now and then gave off a more snake-like feeling. I have never conversed with the people of this diverse party, but I have seen them a lot of times in the guild. I think their name was Rank 2 Adventurer Party, Blader, needs something from me. Oh, so you know about us. Looks like we've become a bit famous. Stupid, don't say useless things on. The cat swordsman suddenly shouted at the Lamia magic warrior. So, what business do you have with me? It looked like they'll start getting noisy among themselves, so I quickly asked their purpose. You don't hit on Nyarko-san while she is working. You're bothering her. For a second, I couldn't understand what the hell he was talking about. That was Nyarko-san. Don't give excuses, Naya. Did he just shout with a Naya at me? It's not an excuse. Besides, saying that I was hitting on her is just groundless. Irritating. Stop talking in such a roundabout manner. Adventurers aren't guys that talk in such a refined manner anyway. I was again faced with an amazing complaint. But if he is saying to stop talking politely, then fine. Sure, this suits me better anyway. You may know my name, but I don't know yours, so how about you start with introducing yourselves first? Trying to act cool, I might have been a bit too rude, but I can't treat adventurers similar to normal people. It's necessary to show some attitude, to not be underestimated by the other party. I am Aten, a fellow magic warrior. Nice to meet you. Ignoring the cat swordsman's serious silence, the Lamia girl quickly introduced herself. Aten, again you are doing things by yourself. It's fine, leader. At least tell your name. Rude guys aren't popular. Gah. I am Harry. My name is Clador. After her, the Harpy and Lizardmen also named themselves respectively. I am Nino, leader of Blader. Nice to meet you as well. You already know, but I'm Kurono, a black magician who is also a new adventurer. A weird atmosphere hanged in the air. I got their names, but I still don't understand what they need from me. So, what were you saying about Nyarko? That's right, you're acting too familiar with her, and don't call her without any honorific. If I had to say, it was Nyarko who is acting overfamiliar. Like I said, stop making excuses. What is it? Do you like Nyarko or what? Why do you know that? Aw shit, I just said that randomly. Didn't think it was actually correct. So that's why he has been shouting Nyarko this and Nyarko that. Even the other members are making a so it was obvious expression. Ah, well, sorry. Shut up. Having said that, he fell flat on the table. Anyway, I like human women, so I have no intention to make a pass at Nyarko. You can be relieved. I knew it. We also said that a lot of times, but this idiot just didn't listen to us. Stop, don't say any more than that. Nino, who was still lying without any energy, was somehow able to object Aten, who had a teasing, sadistic smile. Well, leaving Nino aside, Kurono-san, could you cooperate with us? Meaning, sit down first. No need to keep on standing. Harry asked with a serious face, so this was the main topic. Anyway, I got to sit together with another adventurer party for the first time. You do know about the luggage-carrying quest we have given out, right? Ah, right, there was that quest as well. You want me to take that quest? Basically, yes. Please, Kurono, please carry our luggage. Aten, I'm seriously trying to negotiate here. What's with your asking style? All right. I was also thinking of teaming up with another party. Also, I wanted to see how an actual party functions as well. I see, then please we look forward to it. Same here. I firmly shake hands with Harry. With this the contract is sealed. Wait, Kurono's a human. Wouldn't a beastman or an orc be a better choice? Finally revived, Nino interjected after all this time, but his logic wasn't wrong. No matter how much of a good body build I had, as a human my physical power would be lacking in comparison to other races. Of course, under the effect of the experiments, I could display beast-like strength even without magic, but only Lily is aware of that. You don't have to worry about that, leader. Kurono-san can use spatial magic. You're well aware. Did you hear it from Old Man Kish? Yes. As expected, after all I used it frequently only in the item shop. Calling him Old Man, I think I have gotten quite unreserved with him now. But still, that old man is definitely a sly fox, as expected of a merchant. I'll try selling him something like a suspicious item one day. Really? Nino looked at me doubtfully. Does this guy hate me? Maybe he still thinks I am a rival in love. Beastmen, whether for good or bad, have usually simple and straightforward personalities. Look at my feet. At times like these, it's best to show directly. From near my feet, shadow space opened, and I randomly brought out a potion. Ooh! The shadow swayed like water, and the bottle of potion came out. I saw spatial magic for the first time. Maybe because she was also a magic warrior. Aten's eyes were shining with curiosity and interest. How much can it hold? Harry coolly questioned. Weight is irrelevant, as for size, enough to hold all of 5 you inside. That's amazing. Convenient, right? Phew fun, I boast a little. Probably because she could also use it, Lily wasn't that surprised. These reactions really make me happy. With this, even leader can't complain, right? I wasn't really complaining in the first place. If he can do it, then it's fine. Well then, I'll go and take the quest then. Yes, sure. We will wait here, so we'll explain the details afterwards. Got it. Closing the shadow space, I left my seat and went towards the reception where Pine-san was. Chapter 30, One Blader and Luggage Carrying 1. Quest Rank 2. Dordoth Hunting. Reward, 3 to 5 gold per head. Deadline, 1 month from the date of acceptance of quest. Client, Daedalus Trader Guild. Details, we request you to hunt Dordoths, which are used for their fur and meat. We also deal and trade with ingredients all the year round, so please hunt freely as much as you can. Ooh, so this is the true identity of that mysterious meat. That was the first thing that came in my mind regarding our quest. Well, correctly speaking, my quest is to be a luggage carrier for Urzblader, and hunting for Dortoths is the quest for Urzblader. By the way, when monsters are killed for fur or meat, they call it hunting, and not subjugation extermination. Defeating the monster is not the priority. At the very least, they also have to peel off the usable materials from the monster, and at times they are even required to catch them alive or catch without wounding them, etc. It can be very difficult at times. The difficulty of hunting quests depends more on the details of the quest and less on the monster that has to be hunted. By the way, the quests where the main requirement is to kill a monster are called as subjugation quests. Listen, Kurono, although our objective is hunting Dortoths, we have been asked to hunt freely, so we'll also hunt windwolves that have been increasing lately. We are party that focuses on monster subjugation quests after all, since safety of the village was actually our original goal. But to function as an adventurer, money is required. So along with the required material, we will also need to gain money from defeating monsters as freelancing as well. This was the full explanation Nino had given me yesterday afternoon. We'll leave the village at dawn tomorrow, that's why stay at the village tonight. I was also suddenly told this. Although I feel bad for Lily, this is also part of my work, so I decided to send her a letter that I won't be returning for around a week. Thank God the postal system exists even in the different world. Of course, it isn't at a level where they could deliver mails anywhere in the country at the same rate and with certainty, but there shouldn't be a problem if it is to Lily's house or the neighboring village. I am going to be lonely not being able to see Lily's face for one whole week. I started feeling sentimental. Looks like I have become quite attached to her. I wonder if it's the same for Lily. No use thinking about it. I'll bring lots of souvenirs while coming back. Deciding that, I slept in the lodge provided by the guild. The Dortoths live in a mountain region known as Galahad. It was located west of the fairy garden, past the cave where the goblins had lived. Even arriving, there would take at least the whole day. Though, we might make it a bit faster since I put their entire luggage in shadow space. Defeating the small monsters around the village and fairy garden is also one of the objectives, but before that the completion of quest had more priority. So we decided to directly go there first. Since we didn't enter the fairy garden, our journey had rarely been interrupted by monsters. It felt a bit like hiking. We talked to each other about ourselves. For example, Harry was Pineson's younger brother and Clador was Grintson's son. Pineson's face does look similar to Harry. Although I can't really find differences in the faces of lizardmen, Clador also has blue scales like Grinson. His spearmanship was also similar to his father. After talking for some time, I more or less understood their personalities as well. The leader Nino is a straightforward and frank type of person. But he's also the most talented among them and has also learnt martial arts. Martial arts is a technique used by swordsmen and warriors who cannot use magic, to invoke magical energy inside their body to bring out special effects and abilities. It is something like a special move. During the maneuvering experiments, I was hit by a thin sword that struck with an impossibly heavy blow, cut by a sword clad in flames, pierced by a spear clad in lightning, and experienced many other such martial arts. Although both magic and martial arts use magical energy, they are differentiated clearly since they follow different set of rules. Well, regardless of what the actual theory behind it was, it is still an amazing skill that can display attack power or defensive power, similar to magic. To have learnt multiple arts meant that you were a veteran in using weapons and fighting, on a completely different level from beginners. But seeing him teased by Otten and remonstrated by Harry, I can't really call it amazing. Well, looks like he is properly trusted by his comrades, so it's okay. Harry was, I had already guessed by his tone and atmosphere, the intellectual member of the party. He uses San honorific for everyone except the party members. Everything except battle has been left on to him. He is the rear guard with a bow, but since he is also meant to protect the magic user Otten, he is also able to fight with a short sword. Clador is a silent person, and usually doesn't participate in the conversation. Yeah, there are guys like him even in a different world. I had a friend like him, so I somehow understood. In battle, he is the vanguard along with Nino. Possessing high defensive abilities due to his hard skin and scales, in emergencies, he can even protect his comrades with his body directly. Aten is the lone woman in the group. But it seems that people are only attracted to those of their own race, so even if it was someone as beautiful as her, only a Lamia would be attracted to her. It seems there is no danger of internal disputes due to a love affair. A magic user like her is the weakest on her own, but with the support of the vanguards, she can release wide-ranged intermediate-level attack magic. She is the attack pillar of the party. She can also use healing magic somewhat, but she is not expert enough to use it while in battle, so recovery of the party relies on items. Like this, I basically got their personal data. Rest I'll understand when I'll see them in actual battle. So, what about Kurono? What do you mean? Aten suddenly asked about me. What magic you use, fighting style, things like that. We talked about ourselves, but we haven't heard anything about you. That's right. If you became an adventurer, then you should have confidence in your skills, right? Oh, well, I have never compared myself with other adventurers, so I can't really say, but at least I'm not stronger at magic than Lily. I can't really chant, and only depend on single action and defensive shield magic. Single action refers to magic like rifle or buckshot. Solidifying your own magical energy and shooting it out without utilizing any other spell or technique. It is fired after a single process, thus it's called single action. Which reminds me, my shield is also made in the same way, so that will also come under single action. Anyway, it's the basic among the basics for a magic user. If you can't use single action, you cannot be called a magician. Since you knew spatial magic, I was sure that you would know some amazing magic. Or rather, it's amazing you decided to become an adventurer even though you could only use single action and shield. Am I being looked at with a pitiful gaze right now? It's true that I can't utilize complex chants and effects, but I can still shoot bullets infinitely. Small monsters won't be any trouble for me. Kurono-san is still rank 1 after all and won't be taking part in combat this time, so there's no need to worry. He'll learn various magic from here onwards. Why don't you teach him something as well, Aten? Huh, could it be that I'm being treated as a super beginner right now? Well, whatever. My job isn't fighting right now, so there is no need to uselessly open my mouth. I don't know anything about black magic though. No, well, I never learned magic from an actual magic user, so it would be fine if you could just teach me the basics. That's actually true. Lily is also amazing at magic, but it's a type of race-specific magic that can be used from the time they are born, which is known as extra. If I had to say, it is something similar to how dragons breathe fire. Even if someone of another race wants to learn, it is impossible on the structural level. So, I had basically no idea what was the thing known as magic that existed in this world. Chants or rituals, they are all unknown things to me. Is that so? But my guidance will be strict, you know. It's not like you're a high-level magician that is about to take a disciple, though. Shut up, I'll bite you. Stupid. Stop, aren't your fangs poisonous? I and the other guys looked at the scene of Aten attacking Nino with a lukewarm gaze. Looking at this stupidly noisy fight, I was slightly reminded of the time I was in my previous world. Chapter 32, Blader and Luggage Carrying 2. It has been 1 month since I started my life as an adventurer. I have become accustomed to sleeping outdoors as well. Well, my body won't get fatigued even if I went 3 days without sleeping though. And my body has become so sturdy that I can pretty much take rest just by lying down on the bare ground. But just because I can do so doesn't mean it's comfortable. Humans are meant to lead a healthy and cultured life. So I learned the basic minimum things like putting a tent or methods to start a fire and other required camp skills. Of course, I have the all-purpose magic Swiss knife Efreet's thumb, so I'm pretty relaxed about things related to fire. What are you doing, Kurono-san? I thrust the knife in the ground at the center of the camp and answered Harry. Ah, this is an insect repellent. Insect repellent? Wait, could it be that knife? Is it a magic weapon? Yeah, that's right. Is it really that surprising? Overhearing Harry's talk about a magic weapon, Aten also came. So nice, I also want a magic weapon. It feels as if she would pick up the knife right now and take it home with her. I'm not giving it to you. I should make sure, just in case. What kind of item is this? You have appraised it right. Yeah, it's called Efreet's thumb and... I explained the knife to them. I told them that it didn't have any attack power and at most could be used to put a barrier against insects, but yet the magical weapon seems fascinating to them. But is it really that rare? It's not that rare, but even the cheapest magical weapon would be at least 10 gold. We don't really have that much capital with us. And a magic weapon, as cheap as 10 gold, would often turn out to be a cheap fake or a cursed weapon. If you go to the city, they sell a lot of them like those, so be careful. I see. It was something with such a high price. Maybe I should value it a bit more. Sorry to have always treated you like a convenient tool, Efreet. But still, which dungeon did you get it from? I got this from a treasure box at Lily's house. So, from the magician's hut in the forest. The magician had contributed a lot to the Urs village and could also use lots of amazing magic, so he is still popular. Yeah, if it was a magician's treasure box, didn't it have some seal or protection casted on it? It was reinforced and also had an electric trap, but I did my best and opened it. As if it's that easy. Maybe Kurono-san is more suited to be a thief than a magician. Thief, you say? For the adventurers who venture into the dungeons. People with the thief class, who can disengage traps and open locked chests and doors, are indispensable after all. People with such skills have been called thieves from a long time, so even if they don't actually rob people, they are still called as thieves. Oh, I see, so it's a normal class. My common sense as an adventurer learnt something new again. Also, Aten has been constantly looking at my knife with envy. She won't suddenly change into a thief class that actually commits crime robbery, right? The place where we had set up our camp was at the foot of Galahad Mountains, a bit away from the highway. Near the highway, there was a clearing where monsters usually don't come. Adventurers that climb the mountain range usually make a base around here. I haven't confirmed it, but there's another adventurer party's camp somewhere nearby. It's quite a safe place, but lowering your guard meant failure for an adventurer. At the very least, we need to keep watch during nighttime. Is it Kurono? The one who is keeping watch right now is the silent lizardman, Clador. The bronze guild card indicating a rank 2 adventurer shown due to the campfire around his neck. Since I am a rank 1, I had an iron plate. I wonder when will it turn into a bronze plate. Is it fine to stay up for so long? After this, Nino, Harry will change shifts by rotation. Aten does not have any shift, not because of a stupid reason like she was a woman, but because for magic users concentration is important, so it's better to avoid fatigue as much as possible. One can swing a sword even when tired, but the danger of misfiring magic due to tiredness was of a different level. So, night watch in Urs Blader was done by the men only. I thought I'll also keep guard with you, but am I in the way? No, but are you sure you want to do something not asked in the quest? I'm doing this out of my own volition, so don't worry. Well, I wanted to experience something adventure-like too. It's only tedious and boring though. Then it's better to do it together, right? I guess so. It's good that I was able to talk properly. I was afraid that I might not be liked very much. Lizard men have literally the head of a lizard, so it's difficult to read their expressions. At least it's not possible for me right now. I was slightly worried, but after talking with him, I realized that he seemed like a normal good guy. Even if only slight, we are going together to do a dangerous job, so I want to build good human relations with them. I guess I'm the only human here though. Well, whatever. Claydol, why did you become an adventurer? I decided to talk with him while sitting beside the fire under the quiet night sky. I wanted to protect the village like Dad does in the Vigilante Corps. But only adventurers can experience fighting a lot of monsters. I see, so you want to get as strong as you can get. Yeah, Dad was also an adventurer when he was young, so I'm just imitating him though. No, it's pretty commendable. It's a much better reason to become an adventurer than someone who became one only to earn lots of money. Is that so? I thought I was an irregular as an adventurer. Maybe because the value system here is much different from where I came. Rather than having big dreams, I find working towards a realistic, future-oriented goal more valuable and better. I see, people think like that as well. Yeah, you're a fine guy. It's okay to be proud and confident. Compared to him, my reason is to live, It's a bit pathetic, but it can't be helped since I'm trying to survive in an unknown land after all. Why did you become an adventurer? It's fine not to talk if you have any special circumstances. I became one for my livelihood. No, I'm searching for a type of magic. It's a special summoning magic that can't be done without equipment found in ancient historic ruins or temples. Is Kurono's speciality summoning magic? No, I'm not searching it to master it. I need it to return to my home. I had heard that you had come from a faraway country, so it's that far away. Something like that. Well, I'm interested in living here as well, so I'm taking it easily. I see him. Probably because he sensed something, Clador stood up with the spear in his hand. What happened? I can't sense any monster, though. It's not a monster, it's a monkey. As he swinged the spear lightly in the bushes, with a rustling sound, a small shadow jumped out. Ooh, it really is a monkey. Two figures of monkeys of height, same as Lily shone from the light of the campfire. Yellow shining eyes, they had a grayish-colored body. Ka! Clador gave a roar and the monkeys panicked and ran away back into the darkness. Those monkeys don't attack, but they steal food. If left alone, they'll call their friends and completely take away everything. But if you threaten them once like this, they'll recognize it as danger and won't come closer again. I see. I can sense monsters with bloodlust and humans, but animals like that are difficult to sense for me. I see, enemies that could attack were not just monsters. Clador had immediately sensed the approaching monkey, and I was shown the difference in experience. Yer, looks the road to a first-class adventurer is going to be a long one. Chapter 33, Rampaging Beast Dordoth. It was a pretty wide open space, even though it was among the mountains. About 10 minutes ago, as we continued cautiously, Nino, who was in the vanguard, was suddenly attacked by a giant green amoeba-like creature. And then, around 10 more similar creatures also appeared from our surroundings. They're just slimes, deal with them as you see fit. Ooh, this is the famous slime monster. As I nonchalantly thought that, the members of Blader took up their respective weapons and started fighting the group of slimes. Nino slashed the slimes left and right, and behind him, Clador swung his spear to cover him. At the moment where the slimes were about rush towards the two of them. Ice blast. Aten released the magic after completing her chant. The slimes that were closing in on the vanguards had their liquid bodies frozen up in a matter of few seconds and finally stopped moving. Just with a slight poke from a spear or sword, the frozen slimes scattered in pieces. All this happened in the past 10 minutes, and now we are back to present. It's such stable and calm way of fighting. It felt like I was watching a recorded scene of balanced RPG party, taking out the representative of small fry monsters Aka slimes. Also, I was just a luggage carrier. I don't need to take part in battle either, so nobody is going to complain, even if I just leisurely spectate like this. So, as I had planned, I could observe how an actual adventurer party does battle. Although I don't want to brag, but I am well aware that I am also no amateur when it comes to battles. But that's only in the case of solo battles. I won't be able to cooperate and coordinate like them. Even monsters attack by forming groups and teams, but as expected, it doesn't even compare to the team play showed by people with intelligence. I understood that although individually, the members of Blader are only as strong as a normal level 2, as a team they can display a much greater strength. All right. Looks like they ran away. As I wondered whether slimes had the ability to understand and feel danger, the slimes ran away in all directions. Although it won't earn us much, but since we have a luggage carrier, might as well collect the cores. Nino picked up the proof of defeating slimes that was the core. At that moment, Zuzan, is it an earthquake? What is it? It seems I was the only one who was in doubt. Rest all were looking with serious faces towards the direction where the source might be. To think it would come to us, that saves us the trouble. Nino unsheathed his sword again and lined up along with Clador. Kurono, you should get away a bit. Aten says that to me and then starts chanting with her staff. Harry knocked 3 arrows together on his bow and stood in front of her. Everyone was in complete battle mode. I felt the sound and vibrations coming closer. This situation is definitely BOONed. With a shrill roar, a gray figure jumped out as it toppled the trees. It was similar to the giant elephant I had seen once at the zoo, but its figure charging madly towards us looked more like a wild boar to me. The most similar features were its long nose and the fur and tusks that looked like that of a mammoth. But the shape of those tusks was more similar to the horns of a reindeer that spread out greatly. This is the main target monster of the quest. The source of the mysterious meat, the rampaging beast Dordoth. Hiwu bang! The first attack made on the rushing Dortoth was by Harry's arrows. All the 3 arrows were fired together and stuck on the beast's head, but its charge didn't slow one bit. It approached Nino and Clador like a 10-ton truck. Otten! Ice armor shield. Since she had been chanting from a long time already, Otten's magic was instantly activated. The moment the Dortoth and the 2 of them were about to collide, a shield of ice appeared between them. The Dortoth had no way to dodge the suddenly appearing ice wall, but it didn't intend to do so either. And it collided head-on at full speed with the ice wall. Due to the overwhelming speed and power of the charge, the ice wall shattered apart. But although it destroyed the wall, its charge had been stopped and it fell down due to the shock from the impact. Now, stepping over the broken ice wall, Nino and Clador attacked the downed Dortoth. Aiming for the head, they slashed it twice, thrice, but they were unable to deal a fatal blow due to its stiff fur and thick skull. With a groan, the Dortoth stood back up. Swinging its giant tusks, it drove the 2 attacking its head away. Maybe due to the magical energy inside those tusks, they were wrapped in winds and created a whirlwind. The tusks wrapped in winds lightly grazed Nino, and his body was blown away. It tried to chase Nino, who was in mid-air, but was blocked by Clador's spear and Harry's covering fire. In mid-air, truly like a cat, Nino fixed his posture and lightly landed on the ground. He raised his sword once more and charged towards the rampaging Dortoth. This one is a big prey after a long time. We'll defeat it definitely. Ew. Seeing the members of Blader enjoying fiercely fighting the beast with an energetic shout, I felt a bit envious. Well done. After the long fight, I, the only one with energy, called out to the dead, tired members. Yeah, I'm tired. We leave the rest to you, Kurono. Saying that, Nino sprawled on the ground. Beside him was the giant body of the Dortoth. Nino had used a martial art and pierced the forehead, which became the fatal wound. Other than that, the various wounds created by the other members were also left all over its body. Monsters have a stronger vitality than normal animals, so they have to be damaged at least this much, or they won't die. If it's a big monster, then all the more so. Although damaging the outside too much might not be a good method for hunting quests, but here only the meat is important, so it's fine. Even if you say that, I don't know how to disassemble animals, you know. Then just put it all inside with spatial magic. Don't make it sound so easy on. Something as big as this will just barely fit inside. Barely. You mean you really can store all of it? Probably, yeah. Ooh, everyone raised their voices in admiration and astonishment. Oi, I said probably. I might have to leave a leg or something behind. It's fine, it's fine. If you can, just do it already. We'll be counting on you, Kurono-san. Well, normally one would disassemble it here, but other monsters might be attracted to the smell of blood and come here. I see. If we can move it, then we should do it quickly, is it? Yes, please. If you want, we can increase the reward too. If you're willing to go that far, fine, I might as well try it. Shadow space. Even without the additional increase in reward, I was going to do it anyway, but since you said so, I might as well take it. The shadow stretched out for me and reached the beast's body. Then I opened the shadow space at max limit and started to take it inside slowly. It's a bit of a pain when the object is very heavy and big. Still, I'll somehow settle it inside. Once the space is closed, then weight and size don't matter anymore. I have to endure a bit more. It's done. Ooh, amazing, Kurono. Otten's tail slithered and entwined around my body. She might want to show some skinship, but being entwined by a large snake is a bit scary. Let me go on. Don't be embarrassed. No, I'm actually scared. What? Anyway, we somehow completed the objective of the quest. Now then, for the completion of the quest. Cheers. In the Village Guild, the voices of Blader plus a luggage carrier resounded. 5 days after leaving the village, we had returned after safely completing our quest. We returned by the afternoon, but taking the reward and completing other formalities took time, and it was now evening, and we were now sitting together with sake in our hands. I'll drink as well, of course. After all, there is no law limiting minors to not drink alcohol in this world. But maybe due to the effect of the various body modifications, no matter how much I drink, I only get a bit tipsy, but not more than that. Oh, are you drinking Kurono? Otten, whose face had already become red, slithered towards me. This time, we were able to complete the quest easily thanks to Kurono's help, so you have my thanks. Yes, we want to ask for your help again. Yeah, you really helped a lot. Well, he worked perfectly as per his reward. I got a bit embarrassed on being complimented by everyone. Everyone thank you. But it's true that I'm also happy. Even if it was a different world, being complimented for your hard work is always nice. I felt that I was once again slightly accepted by this world. Definitely, from here on I will meet many more people and deepen my bonds with them. But the one that came in my mind at this moment was my first friend in this different world, my partner, her small face. I want to meet Lily. Chapter 34, Under the Night of Full Moon. After slipping out of the drinking party with the members, I headed my way home. To be honest, we could drink all night till morning and go home tomorrow. Well, they told me to, but no matter what, I wanted to see Lily's face within the day so much. I was away for 5 days with just one letter to tell her about it. I bet she must be lonely right now. I know I am. But using almost half of the golds I got as rewards, I bought whole lots of fruits and sweets as souvenirs for Lily before going home. Thinking about Lily's happy face if she saw them, I felt somewhat fickle about our reunion as I opened the door of Lily's house. I'm home. As I opened the door, I saw the inside room that I am used to seeing. We arranged many things about the room since I was going to live here. Now, it felt a lot wider and better, and the one interrupting my nostalgic emotion was Kurono, the voice of a lovely young lady, calling my name that rings like sound of a bell. That's right, this voice I'm used to hearing is Lily. Wait a sec, isn't Lily's voice would sound like, I mean, more childish. As if not wanting to give me times to think about the off feeling, a white shining light blocked my vision. Whoa, it's bright. Kurono. At the same time, my body received an impact as human-shaped something charged at me. I managed to hold on my feet, avoiding myself from falling, and I felt a soft sensation at my torso as if someone was hugging me. What the? Isn't Lily seems a lot bigger that she should be. Lily, right. I was still seeing blinking white flashes in my eyes, but I slowly came to my sense. I fixed my eyes on the person who appears to be Lily that was hugging me. Is that you, Lily? The same question came out of my mouth. Yup, this is Lily. The girl answered while she was still hugging me. Her naked body was radiating white light, her long silver hairs that look like they were flowing, a pair of wings that are glowing with 7 colors like a prism. There's no doubt about it, she has our all Lily the fairy's features. However, her body figure is different. Her little girl appearance with all the said features had changed into a young girl with the same features. Lily had grown up. To sum it all, that is the case. If the original Lily's appearance is like a human child, then this Lily in front of me had grown up 10 years ahead and she looks like a middle school girl. What is actually happening here? Lily's age is 32 and is supposed to remain as her little girl forever, but how did she grown up till this big? What happened to her body when I was away for 5 days? I was so lonely, Kurono. Don't go away by yourself anymore. Sorry. Rather than the fact Lily was lonely, I was more surprised about the fact she was talking in a clear tone, like a grown-up girl. Before that, can you let me go? No. To frankly rejected my request like that, is she in her rebellious age. If you don't let go of me, I can't get inside the house. Then, take me to the bed like this. Lily the girl had just said something that would cause people to misunderstand it in various way. Looking up at me with moist eyes, I looked at Lily the girl's face for the first time. Ooh, a beautiful figure that almost make my spine chilled. Looking at her clear eyes with hazy emerald green radiance, I felt like I was going to be sucked into them. I closed my eyes for once to calm my heart down. That was dangerous. I was about to get completely fascinated. In this world, all things that are pretty have charm power that can fascinate heart in them. As if to possess power from imitating God's beauty, those beautiful looks could charm people's heart, making them submit with just meeting their eyes, or with just a smile or even a word. That kind of power is called charm, included as one of the abnormal bad statuses. Furthermore, this is the world of magic. When I first heard about it, I did not believe it, but now I am experiencing it myself. Lily, please. It can't be helped, Lily won't budge at all. Right now, I should prioritize asking her about her body change. Reluctantly, I carried Lily like a princess and headed to the bed. Even when turned into a young girl, she is still strangely soft and light. Fufufu thanks Kurono. The scene of a naked girl lying on her side on a bed was very simulating for a virgin and active high school boy. No, has zero experience with girl like me. Even if it was brightening white, a naked girl is still a naked girl. When she was a child, I could resist it somehow, but with her new appearance, there is a lot of things that I can see clearly. Even this scene seems like it came out straight from a movie. Usually people would be staring at it without blinking. But she is the person who trusted me the most in this world. I would not forgive myself for having such inappropriate feeling. Can I put the blanket on you? No. As I thought, she is in her rebellious age. From lying on her side, crossing her legs, she raised only her upper body and took my arm, who was sitting on the bed with straightened back, because of nervousness. If she was spoiling me in her child form, I can still stand it yet. But I am not a stoic guy who can stay still when pretty girl without clothes on is clinging to your arm. Then wear this. I took off my favorite black mage robe, Baphomet's Embrace, which its official name sounds evil-like, and put it onto Lily. It smells like Kurono. Ah, sorry, I had been wearing it all this time, so it's a bit dirty. It is fine, this feels much better. She closed her eyes, making face like she was in her own world. Although I felt like I could continue watching her for hours long, I broke the silence and brought out the real question. Lily, what happened to you? You were that small before, I almost couldn't believe you're really Lily. You're awful, Kurono. You were always beside me all these times, yet you didn't recognize me. She hugged my arm a little stronger, pressing her body against it, and my heart throbbed even faster. As if I would know, you look so different right now, I was like confused. Fufu, I guess you really were. So I'll tell Kurono my secret, only to Kurono. Lily caressed my cheek with her fingers, and then pulled it toward hers. She was quite forceful, but I did not resist, and so our eyes met. Cold sweats ran on my cheek. Why am I so nervous? Oh, small Lily, come back. You know fairies, on a night of full moon, will get a power-up. It's said that Queen of Fairy, come down, through the full moon's light to this world to play. What kind of fairy tale setting is that? You mean the fairy queen lives on the crater of the moon? Fufufu, well, I don't know if it's true or not, but if it was, maybe we'll get to see Queen of Fairy on full moon night. I see, it's like a fairy legend. Yup, but it is the truth that fairies' power increases on a full moon night. Same goes for half fairy, half human like me. No, it's even stronger in my case. That's why, on a night of full moon like this, I returned back to my real form. Your real form. Then the small Lily that I used to see. That is my temporary form. Since I am away from the fountain of light, my magic power and my wisdom are greatly reduced and became a child. Is that so? It is. The current me right now still have the memories of when I was that child, and when I turn back to being a child, this memory will also remain. But the child me can't understand difficult things, so she doesn't know a lot of stuffs. Unexpectedly hard to believe, but from the way she talks, I can feel the intelligence. Different than her child state, it feels like she right now matches her real age. I'm really happy Kurono came back on this night. I had always wanted to talk to Kurono properly like this. If I miss this chance tonight, I'll have to wait for another month. I was fascinated by the smiling Lily and could not reply or respond properly. You know, Kurono, I really understand. About how you were alone in this world, about how bad those people in Ark treated you, about how you did your best to keep on living, and about how you really care about me. Lily, that moment I understood from the bottom of my heart that the girl in front of me is really Lily. And Lily really knows and understands about what I have been saying, what I have been through. The first person to really understand me in this world, without a doubt, is Lily the fairy. Thank you. Kurono too, thank you for being with me. I hope we can always be together. Of course, if Lily is with me, I can live in this world. I won't get lonely anymore. Yup, me too. I won't feel alone if Kurono is with me, but I want to talk to you in this form. There's a lot of things I've wanted to tell you. Don't worry, I'll listen to all of them. Fufufu, I won't let you sleep tonight, you know. And then, Lily and I, while lying on the bed next to each other, we talked about the things that happened so far and about things that will happen in the future. End of Volume 1.